Chapter 551 Self-Reliance. Cassio paused the climb, looked back at the statue, freed his left hand and slammed it against the middle finger, and then continued to climb upward, letting the statue curse and ignore it. Joan was the last to climb the bin vine until he climbed 1,000 feet above the ground, and there was a hysterical cry from the statue below. "Cassio, you bastard, dare to leave me? Wait and see. I will make you regret sooner or later." The rapt statue chattered for 2 hours, seeming to be bored, and closed his mouth in dismay, looking like an ordinary statue. The mountains returned to silence, the sun gradually slanted west, and the mist shrouded in the darkness. At this moment, footsteps suddenly heard from the forest opposite the mountain stream. The first thing that came out was a man in black robe holding a staff, followed by an orc warrior with long arms and knees and a strange troll with 9 heads. "Master Shaman, there are traces of campfires here. It seems that some people camped here not long ago. It may be Shrek. It's better to be them, lest we run again in vain." Snake Hand Shaman looked somber. Since losing the Night Hound, he has not been so easy to track Joan and his party. He has spent a lot of effort to find the trace of the 4 people, and he has gone astray many times. Fortunately, he finally returned to the right track. Master Shaman, the traces left in this area are strange. Tira Culkin walked along the river beach and carefully observed the surface traces. First, he found that the surface was cracked with many large and small ravines, and then saw the purple mushrooms that were trampled, the trunk of the coke, and a straight upward growing, and wondering how tall the green plants are, he finally saw a humanoid stone sculpture and a monster carcass covered with a hard carapace. Along the way, the confusion in Culkin's eyes gradually deepened. "This is the wreckage of screaming fungus. This is, It was actually the body of an adult land shark. Shrek, what are they doing here?" The orc chief scratched his head again, and the chaotic and strange sight in front of him made him puzzled. "Hey, dude, do you need help? I can help you with your doubts." A sudden sneer came behind him, scaring Culkin and Shaman, and turned around to look at the stone statue that suddenly spoke. "What are you?" Culkin hated the insulting word green skin, glaring at the statue with a somber face, and his eyes suddenly became subtle. "Strange. Why do you guys look a bit like that grungy poet Cassio?" "Poor poet? Ha ha ha." "Brother Greenskin, your evaluation of Cassio's can't be more appropriate." The statue gritted its teeth, and its face was full of bitterness. "Tell me the truth. Are you Cassio's friends or his enemies?" Culkin did not dare to answer without permission and turned his head to look at Shaman. "We are in a hostile camp with Cassio and are tracking the whereabouts of the 4 of them," Shaman said with a blank expression. "Very good. It's good." The rapt statue smiled in revenge. "To tell you the truth, Cassio, they went to find a secret treasure." This is what Cassio said personally, and I heard it with my own ear. Shaman and Culkin looked at each other, and then asked the statue, "Can you tell us, in which direction did Cassio and his party go?" "Yes, of course. But it's boring to speak directly. Let's guess a riddle." The statue was full of secrets and his voice was low. "It's not southeast, northwest, nor deep into the earth. You all come to guess, where did Cassio go?" Shaman narrowed his eyes for a few seconds, and suddenly opened his eyes, turning his head to look at the bean seedling that leads directly to the sky, as if an electric light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Culkin, Scala, follow me." Shaman strode towards the bean seedling and said firmly, "Cassio, they must have climbed up this huge bean seedling. The end of the bean seedling is the treasure gate!" Culkin nodded his head and whispered, "Master Shaman, it's best to let Scala climb up to explore the way. Once he has an undead body, it doesn't matter if it is in danger. What matters more is, don't worry about this beast following me. Afraid it will bite your ass?" Shaman smiled deliberately, waved and ordered the 9 trolls to climb the bin seedlings first, and immediately climbed up. Culkin landed at the end, tightening his belt, holding the bin vines with both hands, and was about to climb up, and suddenly a shout of rap made from behind him. "Wait a minute, Brother Greenskin, Don't forget to bring me. You just got valuable information from me, can't you be ungrateful? Ungrateful? The orc chief grinned and turned to the statue, his eyes murderous. No. Don't come over. The statue felt dangerous, but the only thing it could move up and down the whole body was a mouth. It could not escape without trying to escape, and could only scream and ask for mercy in vain. Unforgetfulness? You told me about ungratefulness. A statue of you dare to threaten Lao Tzu? Do you really think you are so great? Go to hell, idiot. Culkin slapped the head of the broken statue with a slap, flew a foot and kicked it off the waist. Finally, he spitted contemptuously on the debris and turned back to Du Yang and climbed up quickly. Wench Armin, Culkin, and Scarlet raced to the beach. Joan, Clark, Shrek, and Cassio had climbed the whole bin vine all afternoon. The four finally entered the depths of the cloud at the point when their physical energy was about to be exhausted, and witnessed the magnificent wonders they had never seen before in their lives. As the bean vine extended to the sky, Joan and his party climbed along the vine and had to grind their teeth to overcome two major obstacles: the lower and higher temperatures in the upper air, and the more and more violent airflow. Clark is a frost giant who is not afraid of the cold. Shrek and Cassio are strong ogres and high ogres. They are more resistant to low temperatures and cold winds. Just be careful to avoid being blown by the wind. Counting the 4-point physique bonus provided by Gorgeous Belt, Joan's physique is also strong among ordinary people, but after all, he can't compare with the talented frost giants and ogres. The cold wind blew his teeth, and his hands and feet stiffened. He knew that he could not hold on in such a harsh environment for too long, so he stopped climbing, freed his hands to cast spells, and blessed himself with the first ring of arcane endurance environment he learned from the scrolls donated by Clark not long ago. A magic radiance was injected into Joan's chest through the fingertips, as if a warm stream spread all over the body, immediately dispelling the cold, and the almost frozen body quickly regained vitality. Qian breathed a sigh of relief and raised his lips slightly, thanking himself that he had learned the spell of enduring the environment specifically for dealing with harsh climates. Otherwise I might have to say goodbye to this treasure hunt in advance. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 552 Wonders in the Clouds. The heat preservation effect provided by the first ring spell endurance environment can last a whole day. During this period, the cold wind and low pressure at high altitude could not cause damage to Joan's health. He did not waste the shelter provided by the spell, speeding up to catch up with his companions. When the sun gradually tilted westward, the night shrouded, and Joan and others who had climbed to a height of 10,000 feet encountered two new obstacles: increasingly dim light, and increasingly dense and humid clouds. The bin vines above seemed to be endless, extending into the depths of the high-altitude clouds, and under the shadow of night and clouds, Joan and they seemed to be blindfolded, and even their companions near them could not see clearly. In this environment, Clark, Shrek, and Cassio can only continue to climb blindly, screaming, calling the names of their companions, and judging the relative distance based on each other's response. At this time, Joan was not so uncomfortable. When he opened the mist sight and dark vision enchanted by eye, his eyes could easily penetrate the cloud and the darkness, seeing farther than other companions, more real. Therefore, he was the first of the four to notice the direction of the extension of the bean vine, and a subtle change took place, extending vertically from the ground, gradually over-inclining to the left, and eventually extending parallel to the ground. In other words, Joan, they are no longer crawling upright, but crawling forward. But the surrounding clouds are too thick. Even if the other three people feel the angle change, because they can't see the surrounding environment and can only suspect that this is just his own illusion. In order to verify his judgment, Joan first blessed himself with a transformation technique and transformed himself into a Jotunheim Hawkman, and then his hands were separated from the bin vines, trying to stand up. If his judgment is wrong, it is a big deal to fall, and he can fly back and hug the vine in time. If his judgment is correct, then even if he releases the vine with both hands, he can stand steadily under gravity on the bean vine parallel to the ground like standing on a single wooden bridge. The result confirmed Joan's judgment. Now he doesn't need to grasp the vines with both hands. He can stand firmly on the thick vine and try to walk forward a few steps, feeling as relaxed as walking on the flat ground. It was only at this time that Joan realized that the wind in the air had quietly quieted, and there were endless white clouds all around him, and he could not feel the slightest airflow. Joan ran forward along the vines, like walking on a verdant path, quickly catching up with the three companions who were still crawling and telling them what he had discovered. Clark, Shrek, and Cassio have long been aware of the change in the pitch of the vine, but they are not as confident as Joan, and they dare not let it go for safety reasons. Now seeing Joan flying briskly, the three of them had a bottom in their minds, and they stood up one after another, changing from freehand climbing to walking on foot. It felt much easier. To prevent someone from falling off the cloud, Clark pulled a roll of rope from his backpack, wrapped it around his waist, tied a slip knot, and then handed the rope to Shrek behind him. The Ogre King did the same, turned around and passed the rope head to Cassio, and the poet passed it to Joan. In the end, the four people were connected by a strong cable to ensure that no matter what happened, everyone was a grasshopper on a rope. No one needs to worry about falling behind. A group of four people continued walking along the vine path for nearly an hour. Mage Joan found that the texture of the clouds on both sides of the vines is undergoing a subtle transformation, which was gradually solidified by the original vague gaseous state, and the humidity became greater and greater, from white clouds to saturated water mist, and then changed under the action of cold air at high altitude into a flat and fluffy snowfield. Joan pulled the rope and signaled his companion to stop first, then crouched down to observe the white granular objects on both sides of the vine. He grabbed a careful look, convinced that it was indeed snowflakes, and then tried to move one foot on the snow and stepped on it. A firm touch came from the soles of his feet. Joan bravely took another step toward the outside of the vines. His feet stepped on the clouds that turned into snow, and stood there steadily, without falling down like he was worried. He jumped in 2 steps, leaving a series of shallow footprints on the snowy field in the clouds, still as steady as the earth. This discovery made Joan both surprised and confused. Under normal circumstances, high-altitude clouds will never condense into such solid snow. It can be seen that you and your companions have unknowingly entered a transcendental space of different dimensions. Snow at the foot is not naturally formed, but a miracle created by magic. Joan immediately told his companions about his new discovery. The poet raised his hand to signal that Clark and Shrek should not try in a hurry. He first set foot on the snow and try the weight limit. If the snow can hold him, then Shrek should have no problem. The heaviest frost giant stays at the end. Avoid accidents. After the 3 people tried in turn, they all confirmed that the snow field on the cloud was solid enough, and they happily ran on the snow, like a group of children from school. Joan didn't want to be happy, but he was forced to follow his companion by the rope. It didn't take long for the vines to finally reach the end, leading to a towering gate. The environment here changed again, and the clouds that originally filled the sky were all dispersed, and the horizons of the four Joan became unprecedentedly wide, allowing them to look at this spectacular scene in front of them. The bright crescent moon hangs in the middle of the night sky. The moonlight illuminates the vast snowfield above the clouds, and the snowfield reflects the bright light. Right in the middle of the snowfield stands a tall and majestic castle in the cloud. The huge hexagonal castle is surrounded by a circle of white marble walls, and 600-yard sentry towers are guarded outside the castle. The main building of the castle is a 7-story tower with a height of more than 200 yards. Like a magnificent giant in the clouds, it quietly overlooks the snowfield at the foot. Hey, hello, guys, take a look at that castle. The gods are on top. Who can tell me, Is this a dream? Clark glared with excitement and shouted, Shrek helps you prove it. The Ogre King rushed over and he could not help but grab the frost giant's arm and took a bite. Wow! Fat man, what do you bite me for? Don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you whether it hurts first. Of course it hurts. Clark glanced at the 2 rows of teeth marks on his arm. His teeth hurt. This shows that you are sober, my friend. Shrek patted Clark's shoulder and smiled. No need to thank. This is what Shrek should do. You. Clark glared at the innocent fat man, unable to let out the fire in his heart. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 553. Ancient Sage Joan untied the rope tied around his waist and marched towards the gate of the manor. Since the snow is solid at the foot, this safety rope is not needed. The wall surrounding the castle and the manor is as high as 100 feet. From a distance, the wall flashes magical aura, and there is obviously a magical enchantment. Joan flew around the wall and found that the enchantment extended from the head of the wall to the sky, forming a transparent shield, like a large bowl upside down on the manor, preventing him from flying directly into it and being forced to return to the pass. To the only gate inside the manor, the convergence wings landed. The bronze-cast gate also shone with magical aura, apparently sealed. Joan walked to the door and was planning to study the seal on the door. He accidentally saw a stone monument erected next to the door. There were several lines of simple text on the monument, which immediately aroused his curiosity. He looked up at the stone monument and tried read the engraved text above. Vaifruna. Joan tried to read the signature of the founder, frowned for a moment, and turned to call Frost Giant. Mr. Hinnell, please take a look at this stone tablet. Are the words of your giants engraved on it? Clark came over in response, stroking the lush beard, carefully examining the stone tablet almost as tall as him, and the curiosity in his eyes gradually turned to surprise. The text on the stone tablet is indeed the Norse language commonly used by our giants. However, from the perspective of the writing style, the ancient Norse language should be used by the person who established the monument. Some of the words have long been forgotten by contemporary people. I am also based on the grammatical context of the context, so I can even guess what it means. Mr. Hinnell, I have also learned some giant characters from you during this time, and I can barely understand part of the content on the stele. If my understanding is correct, this stele should be called Vaifruna, the Lord of the Cloud Giant setup. The manor behind the stone monument and the castle in the manor are also the private property of this big noble? Joan asked Frost Giant. Yes, Brother Joan, this manor set up in the clouds is the territory of Vaifruna. Speaking of Lord Vaifruna, this old gentleman is not a general noble lord, in the giant cloud and even the whole giant. The society is a big man on the first, so that today, after the death of Lord Vaifruna tens of thousands of years, there are still many anecdotes about his old man widely spread. Clark talked about the ancient legend of the giants, and couldn't help but frown. After listening to his story, Joan learned that this Master Vaifruna was actually a very famous master of cloud giant in ancient times. 400,000 years ago, when the giant civilization was at its peak, Vaifruna was hailed as the most wise cloud giant in the world. People called him Giant Sage and Master of Construction, and he was good at making construction. Body is famous in the world. The cloud manor that Joan saw at the moment, and the towering castle located in the middle of the manor are masterpieces created by Master Vaifruna. Brother Joan, since the vines growing from the magic bins sent us to the front of the manor, it can be seen that the Koshurch collar is likely to be stored somewhere in the manor. Can you cast a spell to search for the specific collar location? Clark looked at Joan with expectation. Joan nodded and said he could try it. Then he took a green branch from the cast material bag, held it in his hand, and began to perform 2 rings of item positioning. Toof. Singing an elven spell representing finding, a silver magic halo emerged from the branch in Joan's hands, and a slight tremor radiated. Joan had seen Clark's Koshurch collar portrait, and then imagined the picture silently in his mind. He raised his hand and moved the branch. He noticed that the two branched branches were pointing at the door at the same time, and the frequency of tremors had also increased. These signs all indicate that the collar he was looking for was in the manor opposite the gate. As for the specific location, it was too far away to be accurately measured. Joan tells Clark the truth he detected. Frost Giant was so excited that he rubbed his hands and said anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Let's go in for treasure hunting." But before that, I had to try to open the gate. Joan pointed to the thick bronze gate opposite him. There is a secret lock on the door, which may be difficult to open by brute force alone. Not to mention forcibly breaking the door may trigger a magic alert, and it is hard to say what will happen next. Hearing his warning, Clark had to restrain his impatience and frowned, whispering, "The race of the giant cloud has always been known in our giant society as tricky and tricky. The master of construction Wafrunia is a giant cloud. The most prestigious wise men of this family, of course, will set traps and guards in their own territory. It is really not a good idea to force a break. Mr. Hinner, among the scrolls of spells you lent me before, there are 2 rings of percussion. This spell is specifically used to open the door and lock, and can also be used to suppress the enchanted lock, such as the closure of the door. I can try it, maybe I can open the door," Joan said cautiously. Frost Giant's face immediately reappeared with a smile. "Boy, then you can try it quickly. If the spell is not working, let's consider other ways." Joan nodded and walked directly in front of the gate. For safety, he took a few steps back, keeping a distance of 100 feet from the gate, while waving his hands to signal that his companions also spread out, lest failing to cast spells would trigger the organs, and they would be affected. The biggest advantage of knock is that you can open the door and pry the lock remotely. With Joan's current spellcasting ability, it is no problem to try to open the door from 100 feet away. Even if any malicious organ trap is actually triggered, there is plenty of room to dodge. Joan made a series of skillful spellcasting gestures, chanted a start spell that symbolized door, and finally raised his finger to the closed door, and his fingertips shot a beam of golden light. The golden beam shines directly on the bronze gate, and the clicking sound of gear rotation is heard inside the door. At the same time that the mechanical door lock is opened, the secret lock attached to the gate is also blocked by the percussion technique. 2. Joan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Shen Sheng said to his companions, "The door has been opened, but my spell can only temporarily suppress the door closure. We must go in as soon as possible." Clark rushed to the door without thinking, and pressed his palms to push forward. The heavy bronze door made a bitter creaking sound, and then slowly opened. A wide avenue leading to the castle door appeared in front of everyone. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 554 Myth Manor. On both sides of the avenue leading to the castle, on the left is the green vegetable border, on the right is the flowering orchard, and there seems to be a corral for raising cows and horses in the distance. In this quiet and peaceful pastoral scenery, the only thing missing is the figure of the residents. Shino was silent and deserted, inexplicably panicking. In such a large plantation, the flowers and melons and vegetables grow very well, and it looks like they have been carefully cared for. But why can't you even see a figure? Cassio muttered to himself in wonder. The era in which Master Wavrunia lived is very far away from the contemporary era. Judging from the deserted atmosphere of the manor, the former residents here have either left or are no longer alive. The reason why the crops in the field are growing well is probably because the result of magical cultivation. Clark speculated. Nobody cares better in the garden. I just feel hungry. When I see the fruits on the road, I don't have to worry about being scolded. Shrek stroked his belly and smiled. A group of people walked into the gate of the manor with a smile. Joan turned back and snapped his fingers, cancelling the percussion technique. The bronze gate was closed by itself, and the enchanted enchantment was reopened. Joan turned to speed up, chasing his companion along the wide paved slab of white stone. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the palm of his left hand was hot, and an alarm from the tears of God sounded in his mind. Mythology. Discover a large group of second-order mythical creatures. Tier 2 mythical creature, or big group! Joan suddenly changed his face and hurriedly ran a few steps to catch up with Clark, Shrek and Cassio. I'm afraid there is danger ahead. We better hide first. Joan hurriedly issued a warning, leaving no word on everyone's inquiry, and then inspired to Sidmana, photographed stealth on his chest. The figure quickly faded, and disappeared from the eyes of everyone instantly. The three Clarks saw that Joan was invisible. Although they were still full of doubts, they also realized that the situation was serious. They hurriedly took out the invisible potion that Joan had helped them dispense in advance, and hid in the trees beside the road to watch the changes. This manor built in the clouds, not only the tall and majestic building, but also the flowers and trees growing in the garden are much taller than the similar plants on the ground. But it is commensurate with the figure of the owner of the manor Giant Cloud, which is like to Joan. For ordinary people, every bush in the manor is comparable to a forest in the surface world, and it is not difficult to find a hidden place. Joan hid in the bushes, staring at the avenue with breathless breath, and soon saw a group of white figures running across the grass across the avenue, and there were flocks of golden birds flying towards here. When they approached, Joanne was surprised to find that the white figures were all tall and strong mythical owls, and the large group of birds circling at low altitude all had a lion-like body and a skull and claws resembling a giant eagle. A pair of wide golden wings spread on both sides of the body, shining brightly under the moonlight. Clearly a group of mythical griffins. The mythical griffin glides in the air, and the mythical owl bears closely behind him, following the stone road to the gate of the manor, carefully observing the gate for a long time, and confirming that the door is still tightly closed before resting, the original way back to the grass side. The mythical griffins landed on a sentry tower near the castle one after another, drilled in the window, and returned to the nest to rest. The mythical owl was drilled through the hole at the bottom of the sentry tower. They want to come to the lower level of the tower. Joan watched the mythical owl bear and the mythical griffin return to the nest. He didn't take a sigh of relief until he returned to silence in the manor, and found that his heart was beating quickly. Based on what he saw just now, he came up with two conjectures. First of all, when he and his companions entered the manor, although they did not take a violent way to break the door, they still triggered the hidden alarm without knowing it, so that they alarmed the manor guards stationed in the sentry tower, that is, those mythical owls bear and mythical griffin, then came to check. Fortunately, Tears of God issued an alarm in time, allowing them to hide in advance, otherwise they would be surrounded by a dozen mythical owls and a dozen mythical griffins. After fear, Joan also had a bold conjecture. He was curious about the origin of the mythical owl when he was in the Owl Valley 2 days ago. Mythical creatures mostly rely on lineage inheritance. Ordinary owl bears have no mythical bloodline. Even if they have been breeding for thousands of years, it is difficult to produce a mythical owl bear. Where did that owl king come from? Now that I saw a large group of mythical owls guarding the Cloud Manor, Joan's question was answered. The mythical owl in the Owl Valley comes from this high-altitude manor or the descendant of a female owl in the manor. Start a settlement, and become a Shandawang. Just when Joan was thinking, the companions around him suppressed the magic of invisibility one after another, and three figures appeared slowly, all with surprise on his face. Joan knew that his companion did not have the vision to see through invisibility, so he suppressed the spell and showed signs. Brother Joan, did you see the owls and griffins just now? Frost Giant's voice could not help but tremble. If I am right, those monsters are probably mythical creatures. Shrek can feel that the mythical powers exuded from the owls and griffins are likely to be second-order mythical creatures. The Ogre King rarely shows an uneasy look. It is too dangerous here, more than Shrek expected. Danger. Although it is very dangerous, we still have to move on. I hope that the lovely big white bears and golden birds don't come to trouble again. Let us enter the castle peacefully. and get the collar as soon as possible. The poet smiled bitterly and prayed. Joan looked at the tower where the mythical owl and the mythical griffin lived, and Shen Sheng said to Clark, "Mr. Hyle, we must seize the time to hit the road." Frost Giant nodded seriously, but did not dare to go back to the avenue. With the trees on the side of the road hiding his figure, the cat sneaked towards the castle gate. Joan, Shrek, and Cassio also followed Clark's approach, crouching in the trees, daring not to let the atmosphere out, lest they alarmed the guards in the castle's outpost. Along the way, Joan and his companions, despite their fears and tremblings, still couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the spectacles they saw in front of them, especially the fruits and vegetables grown in the roadside gardens, all of which were exaggerated in size. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 555 Cloud Giant Orchard. Joan, Clark, Shrek, and Cassio walked through the bushes into a forest of vines. What I saw in front of me was full of green vines as thick as the thighs of adults, climbing along tall wooden piles, intertwined at a height of 100 feet, and connected into a large green dome covering the moonlight. The sky-covered vines are as large as the fan blades, with a string of purple fruits hanging from the top of the dome. Under the hazy moonlight, they shine like amethyst. Each fruit is as big as an apple. Some white powder precipitated on the surface of the fruit, which looked like a layer of frosting. Joan looked up at the bunch of purple fruits above his head and observed it for a while before he was convinced that it was actually a bunch of ripe grapes. But his head was much larger than the grapes of the surface world, and the place he was in at the moment was not a forest, but a grape shed built in the manor. Through the thick vine racks like a jungle, Joan they entered a real wood. Thousands of apple trees are planted here, and the apples hanging from the branches are like pumpkins, and the red swaying in the wind is like a lantern hanging in the festival. Across the road from the fruit forest, real pumpkins grow in the vegetable fields opposite. Huang Chengqing's pumpkins are so scary that any pumpkin is enough to fill a carriage, and the weight is probably not less than 1,000 pounds. These huge fruits and vegetables may be common in the eyes of the same giant Cloud Giant, and in the eyes of humans from the surface world, each fruit can only be described as a miracle. Joan even suspected that the black magic beans, which are of great weight and capable of growing vines, may also be the magic crops native to this giant manor. Somehow, they were brought to the surface world by a mythical owlbear, so that he himself and 3 companions provided such an eye-opening road to heaven. Just when Joan was amazed by the dreamlike scenery in front of him, not far in front, a rye-bread apple suddenly fell from the branch and hit the Shrek head unbiasedly. The Ogre King, clutching the swollen bag on his forehead, looked down at the big apple that rolled down his feet, and his small eyes shone strangely. Contemplating for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head and asked Joan, "Little master, have you ever considered such a question? Why do ripe apples always fall from their branches to the earth instead of flying to the sky?" Joan was taken aback and stared at Shrek in surprise. Unexpectedly, this sloppy-headed ogre would ask such a seemingly simple but thought-provoking question. It can be seen that after Shrek put on the wisdom collar, his mind was indeed became smarter than before. Just when Joan was thinking about how to explain concepts such as gravity and inertia to Shrek in simple and easy-to-understand language, the Ogre King had lost interest in this flashing idea, and instead filled his mind with food. The iconic strong appetite of the man-devil family bent down to pick up the red apple like a pumpkin on the ground, gave a big bite, and nodded with satisfaction. "Sweet apple. It's delicious." Shrek was full of praise. He swallowed the apple 2 or 3 times. He licked his fingers intently. He looked up at the fruity branches, and a coveted look appeared in his eyes. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew over Jiulin, and the clouds gathered in a very strange way above Shrek's head. Electric snakes flowed deep in the Legre clouds, and thunder rolled. Joan noticed an abnormal disturbance in the distribution of the magic net in the area where the clouds gathered, and immediately realized that the situation was not good. he quickly reminded Shrek to be careful. It was a pity that his warning came too late, and a thick electric light blasted down from the sky. In the middle of the Ogre King, he knocked down the strong man on the spot, his hair upright, and he was almost stunned by electricity. Cassio heard the thunder and quickly turned and ran back to help Shrek, who had just been struck by thunder, and asked with concern, "King, don't worry. Fat, what's the matter?" Clark also turned back and asked Shrek, who was disgraced, "How did you just do something bad? How could it lead to thunder?" Shrek didn't do anything bad. He just ate an apple. The Ogre King rubbed his black bald head with electricity and looked innocent. "Fool, every melon and fruit in this manor has magic enchantment protection. If you steal the fruits of others, you will certainly suffer enchantment," Clark said angrily. Shrek didn't steal the fruit, it was the apple that hit Shrek's head first. The Ogre King argued aggrievedly. From the results, no matter whether it touches melons actively or passively, it will trigger the defense mechanism of the manor. Now there is no time to debate these details. If we do not want to be split into coke by lightning, it is better to find a safe place to hide. The poet looked at the gleaming dark clouds in the sky, his face extremely grim. Mage Joan stared at the dark clouds, focusing on identifying the distribution of the magic net in the area where the clouds are located, and then analyzing the spell configuration that triggered the thunder, and then revealed his guess. From the point of view of the structure change of the sky magic net, the lightning released by the dark clouds is very similar to the druid's third ring of natural magical technique called lightning technique. If we manage to hide in a more enclosed space, such as inside a building, then it is possible to block the path of lightning strikes. Inside the building, Clark, Shrek, and Cassio were woken up by Joan's remarks, and turned their heads to look at the castle at the end of the avenue, and then looked up to the thundercloud where lightning might fall at any time. "Don't say anything, hurry up and run, let's go." Under the threat of falling thunder, the four could no longer hide their tracks and raced towards the gate of the castle. However, before they even ran out, the crowd heard the loud bells above the castle. The 6 guard towers of the Guardian Castle opened the skylight and the gate at the same time. The mythical griffin and the mythical owl rushed out one after another, start chasing and blocking. Thunder and lightning continued to bombard the head, and there were mythical monsters rounding up and down. Joan had no time to complain. In order to save his life, he could only rush forward with his scalp. Seeing to rush to the front of the castle gate, a large group of golden griffins bypassed the tower and dived down from the air, completely blocking the road between Joan and them and the gate. "I'll drive away this horribly big bird." At a critical juncture, the poet Cassio rarely showed bravery and flew into the air, rushing towards the mythical griffins in pairs. All 3 of Joan saw that he had deliberately attracted the attention of the mythical griffin so that he could fight for his companion's life. However, only Cassio is left, facing a large group of fierce mythical griffins. What is the difference from self-financing? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 556 Endless Run. Cassio won't be stupid enough to die. No one needs to worry about him, just run away. After all, it is Shrek who knows his court poet better, and keeps running forward, and reminds Joan and Clark not to be distracted by Cassio. Joan hesitated for a moment, then turned into an eagle and took off, and was ready to cast. If Cassio is caught in a siege of a griffin, he casts a spell to help the poet out of the trap, while not delaying his journey. Under his intense gaze, Cassio's figure quickly approached the group of golden griffins swooping down from the sky. When the distance between the two sides was within 60 feet, the poet suddenly raised his hand to the sky, and his palm burst into an ice blue. The cold current spreads like a vertebral body, and the roaring snowstorm instantly swallowed up the mythical griffins clustered in the air. The sky was full of frost and the cold wind swayed, and Joan couldn't help but shudder. as if he was instantly naked and immersed in the ice cave. Even the protective spell endurance environment blessed in advance can't resist this bitter chill. Joan was only affected by the magic cold wave inspired by the spell. As for the mythical griffins that bear the brunt, the golden feathers are all covered with thick frost, desperately spreading the frozen wings, mourning and drifting away from Cassio. The fifth ring ice cone. Joan couldn't help but blurt out the name of the spell Cassio had just cast, and he was deeply shocked. When he was studying at Leiden College, Joan had listened to the role's instructor's ice cone more than once, saying that it was the opposite of the poor optimization of the 5th level spell. However, when he really witnessed the powerful power of Ice Cone at this time, he realized how naive and ridiculous his preconceived prejudices were. No matter how bad the Ice Cone is, it is not perfect enough compared to other better optimized 5-ring arcane spells, but its lethality is blameless. It is as strong as the mythical griffin, and Ice Cone is on the front. Whether it is death or injury, there are only scattered people. Cassio, good job. Clark cheered excitedly for the poet. There was no expression of joy on the poet's face. He landed and smiled bitterly to remind his companions, I can only cast the ice cone once a day, and I will rely on you next. While Cassio cast a spell to disperse the griffins, Joan accelerated their pace and rushed to the front of the castle gate. Seeing the magical light appearing on the door from afar, Joan guessed that the door must be blessed with a secret lock, and he quickly chanted the spellcasting spell, pointing away from the door 100 feet apart. Endo. The closed door made a muffled noise, and the mechanical door lock with a magic seal was all cracked by the percussion technique that Joan had just performed. Clark was overjoyed and dashed past to open the door. However, this large iron door was not particularly heavy, or it was in disrepair, and the bearings were rusted. Clark tried his best to open a narrow door gap, which was not enough for a giant like him to pass through. Clark was so anxious to wipe sweat that he turned around and greeted Shrek to help him push the door. The frost giant and the mythical ogre, the two Hercules, each pushed a door panel, and the door followed a harsh creaking sound, slowly turning inward. Hurry up, hurry up. Cassio turned around and saw a large group of mythical owl bears chasing up, roaring and thrilling, and could not help but rush out a cold sweat. He himself could cast a vaporized body through the narrow door gap, and the thin Joan might also be able to squeeze the door sideways. Clark and Shrek are two big guys, but there is really no way to escape. Joan took a small ball of butter, sulfur, and iron powder from the spellcasting material bag, turned around and stood in front of the door, silently watching the large group of mythical owls quickly approaching, and forcibly calmed down and cast a spellcasting gesture. All you can do is help your companions to find time to open the door to survive. Yeah. Joan raised his hand and pointed. The fiery ball soared into the air, roaring and crashing into the mythical owl rushing to the forefront. The monster couldn't help but was stumbled by a fireball. The silver grey fur was ignited. He hurriedly slammed the flames on his body and gave a roar of exasperation. Then there were mythical owl bears, and there were no less than 10 heads. I saw a fire in front of my companion, and a large fireball was blocked in the middle of the road. After a little hesitation, I spread to the sides of the avenue, intending to bypass the fireball block, continuing to pursue the intruder. Just a few seconds after the mythical owls were forced to make a detour, Joan had completed another spell preparation process. Pointing at the flaming fireball hovering in the middle of the road from the air, calmly chanting the start spell. Lumber. Flame ball suddenly burst into a strong flash, instantly illuminating the night sky like daylight. All mythical owl bears stabbed their eyes with this sudden flash of light, unable to conceal their faces and mourn, temporarily unable to see things. Frequent spellcasting in a short period of time will also cause a great burden on the health of the spellcaster. The handsome face of the young mage has already lost his blood, and his forehead has become blue. However, he has not stopped casting spells. Resisting a strong headache, Joan chanted the mantra again, detonating the second wave of pyrotechnics using the flaming sphere as the origin, creating a large group of choking smoke, turning the group of myths that have not restored their eyesight. The owls were all shrouded in billowing black smoke, forcing them to breathe hard, coughing repeatedly, and were afraid to chase the intruder in front of them. Clark and Shrek finally pushed open the gate of the castle, turned around and greeted Joan anxiously as soon as they entered. Joan took a deep breath and quickly rushed into the door with his headache and fatigue. "Okay, guys are all in," Clark said to Shrek with his shoulders against the door. "Fat, try harder and help me close the door to prevent the monsters from coming in." "Good." The Ogre King rubbed his hands, his arms pushed forward violently, and the large iron door with rusty bearings made a harsh metal friction sound again, slowly turning to the outside. Just as the two doors were about to close, a golden figure flew outside the door and banged hard against the door. A huge griffin head squeezed forcibly through the door slit, roaring and trying to bite Clark. The frost giant is busy pushing the door, daring not to let go, but can only bury his head deeply to avoid the fragile face from being bitten by the griffin. As for the thick-skinned parts of the shoulders and spine, even if the griffin is bitten by the flesh, the blood is flowing and the blood flows. He couldn't take care of it either. He only gritted his teeth in patience. Cassio was taken aback by the mythical griffin who suddenly rushed over. After a short period of stunnedness, the poet picked up the lute and rushed up, beating the griffin indiscriminately. Mage Joan was also anxious to see this situation. His companions were entangled with the mythical griffin. In this case, it was easy to injure himself by casting offensive spells. After a moment's thought, he took out the revolver magic crystal gun taken from Henry Baldwin, approaching the mythical griffin with both hands, pointing at the monster's head and pulling the trigger. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 557 Castle in the Cloud. Boom, boom, boom. Joan fired 3 shots in one breath. The muzzle of the black hole spouted a bright electric light. 3 lead bullets whistled and flew out of the barrel of the gun, almost at the same time blasting on the face of the mythical griffin. A large piece was lifted off by a lead bullet. The mythical griffin made a wailing cry, struggling to pull back. His head retracted from the crack of the door, dragging his body staggering backwards. Click. Taking advantage of the mythical griffin's head, Clark and Shrek finally closed their doors together. Cassio dropped the lute, freed his hand to perform a door sealing, and added a strong magic lock to the door to avoid being hit by the monster. Joan looked at the delicately constructed revolver in his palm and couldn't help but be surprised by the huge lethality of this tiny weapon in just a few seconds. "I used to treat it as a toy, and occasionally fired 2 shots for recreation. I wasted a lot of bullets, but now I feel regretful about coming." Joan opened the storage bag, took out the bullets and refilled the pistol magazine, and then counted it. There were less than 20 bullets for the pistol seized from Henry Baldwin. "It seems that it has to be saved later." The gate of the castle is very strong enough to resist the invasion of monsters. Joan was initially a little worried about the mythical griffin rushing through the window, but he soon discovered that the seemingly fragile glass windows were magically reinforced, and the mythical griffins and mythical owls outside the window seemed to have a heart for the castle. Fearful, he roared in vain for a while, and then dispersed. Joan relieved himself secretly, and then he was in a mood to appreciate the furnishings on the first floor of the castle. The spacious hall reminded him of the most magnificent cathedral in Port Leyden. In contrast, the Hall of Cloud Giant's castle is significantly more impressive. The walls and ceiling are made of milky white rock, the ground is covered with soft and thick blue carpet, the ceiling hangs gorgeous crystal chandelier, indestructible bright flame replaces candlelight, and the hall shines through the crystal clear lamp wall. Just outside the wall facing the door, there is a fireplace with both heating and decorative functions. Next to the fireplace, there is a long dining table commensurate with the figure of the giant Jan, covered with white tablecloths, and dozens of large tableware are neatly arranged on the table, and the charming silver light shines under the light. Judging from the interior layout, the first floor hall of the castle looks like a place dedicated to holding banquets, but unfortunately the large room is empty and the owner is not visible. The carpet and tablecloth were spotless. At first glance, there seemed to be a servant cleaning regularly, but after careful observation, Joan found that the automatic dust removal spell enchantment in the hall was constant. All signs indicate that the castle has not been inhabited for a long time. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" The poet Cassio raised his voice and shouted. The echo echoed in the empty hall for a long time, but no one answered it. "This castle is spacious and beautiful. It's a good place. If the owner doesn't mind, I would be happy to live here for more days," the poet said with admiration. "The premise is that there is enough food in the castle, otherwise you will have to sneak into the garden under the surveillance of a large group of owls and griffins to steal the fruits and vegetables, and then you will have to run back to the castle at the risk of being struck by lightning. Cannot be enjoyed." Clark poured a bucket of cold water on the poet with a wry smile. Cassio shrugged disappointedly, turned around and walked to the fireplace, suddenly with a surprise, and turned back to greet his companion. "Come and see. This picture seems to be glowing." Joan walked quickly to the poet, looking at the painting hanging above the fireplace. The picture shows a silver castle standing on top of the storm clouds. "I think it is the long-range sketch of the castle, and the picture shows a faint magical light." Joan narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the spell configuration on the scroll. "According to preliminary speculation, this is a high-level spell derived from the illusion school, and its specific function is unknown." In order to further verify his guess, Joan casts the mage's hand, remotely controls the magically shaped palm to move upward, and touches the screen. Then, a magical scene appeared. Just where the mage's hand touches, the picture shakes like a wave of water, showing a dense and luminous text. Joan recognized that it was the ancient giant's script, and quickly asked Clark to translate it. On the first floor of the castle, in the banquet hall, chanting the password will call the invisible servant to serve you. Frost Giant looked down at the young mage with a confused face. "What password?" "I don't know what the password is." Joan shook his head first, and then said, "But I'm sure this picture is actually a navigation map of the castle's internal structure. As long as you touch a location on the picture, it will appear an introductory text corresponding to this place." "Oh, is it so magical?" "Then you touch other floors to try it," Clark urged excitedly. Joan remotely moved the mage's hand on the screen. A luminous introductory text appeared one after another at the touch, and then the architectural illusion of magnification several times was raised. In a very intuitive way, the buildings inside the castle were built in a very intuitive way. The structure and function appear in front of everyone. According to the information provided by this magic navigation map, Joan learned that the castle interior is divided into 7 floors, with a total of more than 300 rooms, equipped with halls, guest rooms, bathrooms, toilets, kitchens, maids' rooms, guard rooms, arcane and alchemy lab. It should be noted that these facilities are very huge, tailored to the cloud giant's body shape and lifestyle. It is conceivable that in the eyes of human teenagers like Joan, the giant Yun's bathtub is equivalent to a wide swimming pool. In addition to the main building of the castle, the navigation map also gives a detailed introduction to the 6 post towers outside the castle. Each sentry tower has a matching stable and corral, each with a dozen mythical griffins plus a dozen mythical owls. The domesticated mythical griffin can be used as the mount of the castle owner and his servants. The mythical owl is regarded as a hound and pet. When the owner is not at home, these smart mythical monsters will also be guards. Duties. This last point, in fact, do not need to read the introduction, Joanne. They have already experienced it just now. Joan's intellectual property of up to 29 points is not a decoration. After reading the magic navigation map, he will keep all the facilities in the castle in mind. Next, he inspired 2 rings of item positioning technique again, tried to explore the Koschei collar, confirmed that the collar was stored on the 7th floor of this building from the magic navigation map. It is located in the castle, the pointed silver attic at the top. If you like Master Joan, please collect it, www.mentalnovel.com Master Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 558 Stone Statue of Recovery with a Clear Destination. The road map from the interior of the castle to the attic was also installed in Joan's mind, and it was easy to do next. He first found the escalator leading to the second floor, followed the stairs up the stairs, and climbed to the second floor of the castle. The staircase is facing the door of the hall on the second floor, and a faint glowing emblem appears in the center of the door, obviously blessing the magic enchantment. Joan once again performed a percussion technique to lift the door lock and seal across the air. The door made a click sound, slowly opened by the airflow brought by outsiders, and the second floor hall was exposed to everyone's eyes. Joan stood in front of the door, looking at the furnishings in the hall. This should be the reception room of the castle owner. In the hall near the floor-to-ceiling windows, there is a circle of high-end sofas. There is a round table and a stool in the center of the sofa. The beautifully crafted mahogany violin and a bow are quietly placed on the table as if it is silent call to invite people to pick up this piano and play. The poet's eyes were immediately attracted to the violin, rubbed his hands, tiptoed across the threshold, and confirmed that there were no traps under his feet. He dared to run to the table boldly, trying to pick up the violin to show his talent. Cassio is nearly 8 feet tall and tall among ordinary people, but the violin on the table stands almost taller than his size. For the 20-foot-tall cloud giant, this is a cello of just the right size, but Cassio can only stand on the bench, pick up the large bow with difficulty, and try it in a clumsy movement like a saw play. The poet barely pulled out a series of scales and was interrupted by Clark and Shrek's laughter. He put down the bow and hurriedly jumped off the stool. He said angrily, "Laugh, what a laugh. People who lack artistic taste don't hear the sound of this piano is good. I can hear this is a good violin. But the way you played the violin just now is really funny." Frost Giant's ridicule made the poet look embarrassed and was about to respond, suddenly hearing the harsh movement coming from behind him. "Beware. There seems to be something moving by the door." At the same time Cassio noticed the anomaly. Joan also turned to look at the hall entrance. On both sides of the door, 2 tall stone carvings are displayed on the walls. The statue is 15 feet tall. From the appearance, they are all shaped like ancient knights in armor, armed with battle axes and shields. This style of interior furnishings is also very popular in the surface world. Take Joan's hometown of Alfheim, for example. The noble masters and wealthy manor owners like to decorate their halls with knight statues or a full set of plate armor, in order to show the family's martial spirit. But these 4 statues of knights displayed in the hall on the second floor of the giant's castle are more than decorations. The stone figure seemed to be disturbed by the sound of the piano just played by the poet, raised his head uniformly, opened his eyes, and shot a blue light from behind the stone-carved faceplate, coldly examining the uninvited guests in the hall. From the moment these huge stone-carved knights opened their eyes, Joan noticed a strong magic aura glowing from them, and he felt a sigh of relief. "Is this a living stone statue?" he muttered to himself, then shook his head again to deny his speculation, and warned the stunned companion beside him, "We are in big trouble. These sculptures, I am afraid, all are stone golems!" Hearing the word stone golem, even the fearless ogre king couldn't help but change his face. There are many kinds of constructors in the world, and countless, but among all the constructing creatures, the most famous subclass is undoubtedly the magic image. Golem is actually a general term for a large class of higher-level constructs, including hundreds of varieties, and their functions and uses are also different. As far as the battle-type golems are concerned, their strength is also very different. The powerful golem, even the dragon, is in awe, and even has the wisdom to think independently. The weak golem has no wisdom at all, and its combat effectiveness is not as good as activating the scarecrow, and it cannot be generalized. However, magic, no matter how strong or weak, Most of them have the same characteristic: shy to abnormal magic resistance. Most magic in the world cannot directly affect the golem. This alone made Joan and Cassio, the two casters, feel dark in front of their eyes, unable to tell the pain. What's more, Stone Golem is a high-level type in the golem. Although it does not have a clever mind, the combat power is so strong that it is explosive. The power attribute alone is enough to compete with such powerful men as Clark and Shrek. With such a horrible stone golem, 4 halls were laid out at once in the hall. In addition to the extravagance of the castle owner, Joan, they could not help chilling and secretly complaining. The 4 stone golems, with their left hand holding a shield and their right hand holding an axe, gazed at the 4 intruders across from each other as if they were not attacking immediately, but roaring in unison, seeming to be questioning in ancient giant language. Clark was the only one of the 4 people present who could understand the language of the ancient giants. He heard the stone golems humming in unison, first stunned for a while, and then asked his companion beside him with an urgent face, "Password." The stone golem asked us to report the passphrase. How should I respond to their request? Oh my god, only the owner of the manor and the VIPs who are invited by the owner can come to know the passphrase. We are just a group of uninvited thieves. Where will we know what the passphrase? This is terrible. The poet scratched his head anxiously. Then there is no way. Being a thief requires consciousness of being a thief. We can only fight hard with this group of stone guards. Shrek grabbed the big stick in his hand and showed murderous face. Wait. Fat, aren't you crazy? Clark glared at Shrek angrily. Think about it with your brain. Neither our mage nor the poet can get close to the stone golem. Just you and me. How come they win 4 stone golems? Big man, things have already happened, and the brain can't change the status quo. I know I can't beat it. I can only try it hard. Maybe I have a chance to escape from this hall. Shrek replied carelessly. These words of the Ogre King reminded Clark. Fighting against the 4 stone golems in this limited and unobstructed hall is really not a big win. If you can rush out of the door, use the narrow steps to limit the heavy and clumsy stone golems, one by one. It's much easier. It is a pity that the stone golems on the opposite side seem to be well trained, confirming that the intruders cannot answer the passphrase, and then define them as thieves that must be annihilated and immediately launch the offensive. Among them, the 2 golems closest to the gate took a big step to the side at the same time. With the roaring footsteps, 2 huge rock bodies blocked the hall door tightly, cutting off the intruders' retreat. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 559. Golem Guard. The Ogre King was eager to open the door, roaring towards a stone golem that blocked the door, and held his big stick to the opponent's chest. The stone golem is just a constructive machine with no emotions and no understanding of what is fearing. Faced with the ferocious attack of Shrek, he lifted his shield without expression. The mace of the mace hit the large shield, and Mars burst into the roar. It stands to reason that a rock-made shield can never withstand the heavy blow of a huge rod, but the large shield in the hand of the stone golem is reinforced with magic at the beginning of its creation, and its hardness is not worse than the hardest in nature. Metal adamantine. After Shaidan was hit hard with a big stick, he could not even see a trace of cracks. Instead, Shrek's wrists were numb. He hurriedly bowed his head to avoid the stone golem's counterattack. At the same time, when Shrek and the golem fought fiercely, Clark also strode toward another blocked golem, leaning sideways to avoid the tomahawk's hacking, protruding his long arms to grasp the golem's shoulder tightly, while sweeping the legs fell and tried to bring the colossus down. Clark is good at fighting close-ups, knowing that the weakness of the stone golem is that it is too heavy and not flexible enough. As long as it successfully falls over to the ground, this clumsy stone statue will be difficult to climb again. His tactics are indeed very clever, but unfortunately the center of gravity of the stone golem is far more stable than he expected, and he tried his best to fail to trip the opponent on the spot. The stone golem stumbled backwards and stumbled into the back door. Instead, he got support and regained his footing. After that, he dropped the axe and shield, freed a pair of rock-shaped giant palms, and grabbed the frost. The giant's strong arm just wrestled in this way, and no one could help anyone for a while. Two stone golems a little further away from the gate noticed that their companions were in a struggle, and they followed the fixed program implanted by the creator to help the companion kill the strong enemy as the first action priority. Striding close to Shrek and Clark. With the strength of Clark and Shrek, it is still advantageous to single out a stone golem. It takes a little time to finally defeat the opponent, but it is too reluctant to require them to be one enemy and two. Cassio saw the situation badly and jumped straight. Mr. Poet wants to share the pressure with his companions, but he is an artist after all. Let him wrestle with the stone golem. It is really detrimental to the artist's elegance. Besides, he can't beat others. Not daring to challenge the stone golem close up, and the spell can't break through the opponent's abnormal magic resistance, Cassio is in a hurry. Inadvertently seeing the table next to the violin, suddenly anxiously witted, ran to the table, grabbed the huge bow, and hit the violin with all his strength. Buzz! The strings tremble violently, making a harsh roar. The two golems, who were about to assist their companions, heard the movement and stopped at the same time, slowly turning around. Both pairs of eyes focused on the poet, and their eyes turned from blue to scarlet, showing their hostility to Cassio, has climbed to the highest level. The poet held the bow and pointed to the two stone golems on the opposite side. With a trembling voice, he threatened with a crying voice, "Stand there, don't move. Who dare to move? I will destroy your master's cello." The two stone golems stood in place, their eyes flickering, and it seemed that they were calculating the threat of Cassio according to the program preset in the body, whether it was worth taking seriously. Joan took the opportunity to run to Cassio's side. Seeing the poet's eyes flushed, with tears hidden in his eyes, he was deeply moved. In fact, just now he was scared by the stone golem and his legs were soft, and his brain was blank. In contrast, although Cassio was scared and almost cried, he could withstand the huge mental pressure and took the initiative to lead the stone golem. This courage made him feel bad. "Mr. Cassio, don't be afraid, he'll help you deal with the stone golem." After hearing the encouragement of the young mage, Cassio wiped the tears around his eyes and choked back with a choked answer. "Boy, I'm not really afraid of the stone golem, mainly because I can't bear this violin. This is a rare and precious treasure. When I thought about destroying such a good piano by myself, I couldn't help feeling distressed, and tears could not stop pouring out." Joan couldn't help but be surprised. The artist's delicate and rich emotions are really difficult for him to understand. The two stone golems on the opposite side were obviously both cold-hearted and ruthless guys. After a short calculation, they ignored the threat of the poet and took great strides one after another, and surrounded them. Cassio saw a relieved smile when he saw this scene and whispered to Joan, "Boy, now we have a good news and a bad news. The good news is that I successfully attracted the two stone men to help the king and Clark share under pressure. The bad news is, cough, I'm afraid it's going to be cold." Joan was amused by the humorous self-deprecating humor when the poet was in a desperate situation and replied with a bitter smile, "In any case, at least you don't have to destroy that precious violin. If I were you, Mr. Cassio, I would grab it fly before the stone golem approaches." "Good idea." Cassio nodded solemnly, and immediately cast the talent spell of the ogre sorcerer family to take off, deliberately suspended above the stone golem, tempting the two brainless colossus to chase themselves back and forth in the whole circle around so that they have no time to distract Joan. The enemy that the mage is most reluctant to face is the golem. Golem's resistance to spells is almost infinity, immune to most magic, but the world has no absolutes, and individual spells can bypass the magic resistance and affect the golem. Joan did not waste the time that Cassio risked his life to help him. He quickly inventoried all the spells he had in his mind, and soon thought of the 4 spells that were not hindered by magic resistance, namely Cloud Fog, Flash Dust, Cobweb and pitting technique. Joan first removed the flash dust from it. The visual organ of the stone golem is different from the human eye. In fact, it is a cleverly constructed magic guide sensor. With the help of magic power to detect things around, it will not be blind even if it is stimulated by strong light. Cloud fog can block the vision of the human eye, but Joan is not sure whether he can block the sensor of the stone golem. For safety reasons, this spell is temporarily excluded. For the remaining two spells, Cobweb and Pitting, Joan is 100% sure that they are all effective for stone golems. The sticky thread created by Cobweb can trap the footsteps of the golem, but considering the huge size of the golem and its strength is not inferior to the frost giant, Joan feels that Cobweb can only delay at most at a glance at the speed of the stone golem. The fragile spider silk will be torn off by this huge stone statue soon. In contrast, the pit-making technique is more capable of restraining the bulky stone golems. As long as it is locked in the pit, this big man with no jumping ability is almost impossible to escape from the pit before the spell fails. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 560. Broad Kiawan thought more and more that pitting technique could just be used to restrain the stone golem, hurriedly opened the cast material pack, and took out a small shovel from it, inadvertently saw the ceramic rod in the pack, and suddenly he was alive, and took out the plastic stone wand. Joan quickly completed preparations for casting spells, while staring at the opposite stone golem who was chasing Cassio, calculating the advance according to the opponent's stride and pace, and finally chanting the start spell of pitting. The moment the spell was completed, a hole with thick sky blue carpet suddenly popped out of a large pit, just under the feet of the stone golem. The stone golem is huge and extremely heavy, and the reaction is relatively slow. It is too late to make a dodge action and fall through into the pit. Counting the 2 additional caster levels of mythical mana, Joan created a pit up to 30 feet deep, which is equivalent to twice the height of the stone golem. What is more magical is that this pit is not related to the actual soil environment. It is a semi-open space of different dimensions formed by magic. The well wall is dense and smooth. Even if the rock climbing expert falls into it, it is difficult to climb up by hand. Stone golems weighing more than 3,000 pounds don't even want to climb up. They can only be trapped in the bottom of the well and go around in circles. Joan was relieved to see the stone golem fall into the pit he created. However, before he could take care of the sweat, Cassio exclaimed in the air. Joan stunned, and quickly looked at Cassio. He was surprised to find that the poet was shrouded in a circle of golden light. His body seemed to be rusted, his flight speed was reduced by at least half, and his face was intertwined with anxiety and panic. The golden glory that trapped Cassio originated from the stone golem below him. The Colossus was pointing at Cassio with the left arm holding the shield. The magic beam released was like an invisible rope wrapped around the poet, making him slow to move, like a big bird flying hard against the wind. The stone golem slowly lowered his left arm, then raised the right arm holding the axe, calmly pulled away from the posture, and took the posture of throwing a battle axe toward the sky. Joan didn't even need to look at it for the second time. With the poet's reaction speed after being severely weakened by magic, it would never be possible to avoid the stone tortoise throwing the past battle axe. In 2 halves, it is inevitable to be hit hard, falling down from the air. After all, it is still unavoidable to kill the stone golem. The situation was urgent, and Joan had no time to think about it. When even the simplest zero-line trick mage's hand did not require cast materials, he clasped the plastic stone wand with this invisible magic palm and quietly approached the stone from behind. Stone golems do not possess intellectual properties and cannot adapt to their own minds. They can only think in a single line according to the established procedures entered by the creator. At this time, its first action priority is to lock the target in the air. throwing a battle axe to shoot it down. As for the little mage hiding 30 feet behind it, it belongs to a dangerous level in its cognitive category. Enemies are basically harmless to themselves. You can leave them alone. It is not too late to deal with other enemies with higher levels of danger. This kind of behavior logic is simple and efficient, which is applicable in most cases, but there is a prerequisite: an accurate judgment must be made on the danger level of the enemy. The stone golem does not think about it, but can only use the data entered by the master as a criterion for measuring the strength of the enemy. However, its creator, the cloud giant Archmage Vavrunil, who lived in the ancient times, had never warned it that a small level 4 mage might also pose a lethal threat to it. Such a small probability event, even if Master Vavrunia has considered it, it is impossible to do a comprehensive plan in advance and teach the stone golem how to deal with it. It was precisely because of this unpredictable variable, until Joan touched the left leg bend of the stone golem with the remote control of the stone wand by the mage's hand, inspiring a plastic stone to eliminate it directly. At the knee, this slow-acting golem realized that the situation was not good, but it was too late to regret it. The left leg, which suddenly became stiff, prevented the golem from keeping his pace steady. A stumble almost fell, not wanting to attack Cassio, and hurriedly used a tomahawk to act as a cane, barely supporting the crumbling body. When Joan was studying at Leiden College, he heard the role's instructor say that plastic stone can penetrate magic resistance, but he has not personally tested it before today, and he is not sure whether plastic stone can be changed. The joint structure of the stone golem. Due to the pressure of the situation, Joan had to take risks to try to deal with the stone golem with a plastic stone wand, and he was greatly surprised. While the stone golem's body was out of balance, Joan remotely touched the plastic stone wand to touch its right leg, turning his right leg knee into a solid structure. The knee joints of the stone golem were affected by the plastic stone, like a rusted bearing, which became a crippled leg, and the heavy upper body was still shaking, and finally the center of gravity was unbalanced and thumped. On the floor, I can no longer stand up. After the stone golem fell, Cassio in the air also got rid of the restraint of slowness and regained freedom. Brother Joan, you can do it. Turn the stone golem 2 or 3 times. It just dragged me back from the edge of the sickle of his old man in death. The poet landed, thanking Joan, but also frightened by the escape, and kept wiping cold sweat. Joan smiled shyly, not embarrassed to say that he was betting his luck. Fortunately, he won. Cassio's efforts were not in vain. Just as he and Joan joined forces to hold down the 2 stone golems, Clark and Shrek also tried their best to fight the other 2 stone golems. After a fierce battle full of muscle collisions and Mars bursts, the 2 finally knocked down their opponents, rushing over to rescue Joan and Cassio without catching their breath, and found out that the 2 have already done the rest. The 2 stone golems were relieved and surprised. Joan knew that the trap created by the pitting technique could not be maintained for a long time, and worried that the stone golem that fell into the pit would come out to make trouble again, so he asked Clark and Shrek, the 2 Hercules, to help him get the stone wand. The stone golem, who had been half-failed, was thrown into the pit and pressed down on the prisoners trapped in the bottom of the well. The Frost Giant and the Ogre King readily followed his advice. The 2 rubbed their hands and flanked behind the buttocks of the stone golem lying on the ground, each pulling a big thick leg shaped by a rock, pulling together towards the pit. Drag. The poet could not help, so he plucked the lute, shook his head and sang a song that praised the working people, and cheered for the 2 hard-working companions. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 561. Giant Tear. The 2 Hercules joined hands and easily dragged the heavy stone golem away. The stone golem seemed to be aware of his bad situation, struggling to grasp the carpet with both hands, but the smooth floor had no place to burrow, rumpling the rug in vain, and was eventually dragged to the side of the pit, and finally fought up by the Frost Giant. I kicked it. The stone golem plunged into the pit, smashing the companion who was still in a circle in the bottom of the pit, and countless gravel splashed out of the wellhead with the collision. Kiao's probe glanced towards the bottom of the well. Two stone golems overlapped the street, almost filling the entire pit. From the broken body after the collision between the two sides, even if the potting technique exhausted the magic power, the stone golem returned to the surface and was unable to move. After smoothing out the 4 golem guards guarding the lobby on the second floor, Joan and his companions sat on the carpet to rest, and by the way, they drank water to eat dry food to supplement their physical fitness. After resting for half an hour, everyone recovered their energy and continued to explore towards the 3rd floor. On the corner of the hall on the 2nd floor, there is a wind-operated ladder. Joan first performed a detection trap, and carried out a reconnaissance up and down the magic elevator to make sure there was no trap before going in. Clark, Shrek and Cassio also followed the elevator and pulled a silver lever. The wind element bound in the ladder well was awakened, and a tornado was struggling to generate a strong upward airflow, which pushed the ladder to move up slowly, and reached the 3rd floor within a minute. The door was automatically opened and the door was opened. It is a wide corridor spiraling upwards, and I don't know where it leads. Joan didn't rush to leave the wind-operated ladder first, and wanted to wait for the staircase to continue to rise. It is best to send them directly to the top of the castle, so that you can save a lot of trouble. After waiting for 2 minutes, the wind elevator finally started again, but unfortunately it did not continue to rise, but fell back to the 2nd floor, and the lever was automatically reset, which shows that the wind elevator can only send them to the 3rd floor. Joan and his party were so disappointed that they had to pull down the lever again, return to the 3rd floor, leave the staircase, and walk into the corridor. The corridor is hollow and empty, with beautiful eye-painted oil paintings hanging on the walls on both sides, mostly landscape sketches, and occasionally scenes of armed giants fighting with dragons. Joan guesses that these oil paintings are the epitome of the true history of the last years of the Giant Age. During that period, the giants' long-standing rule over the world of Vales came to an end. The main cause of the decline of giant civilization is undoubtedly infighting. In this society that advocates the caste system sequence system, class solidification is very serious. The social status of a giant depends mainly on what family he was born in and what the caste. The rogue of the high caste is also more noble than the war hero of the low caste. Such a system will undoubtedly arouse the strong dissatisfaction of the vast majority of low caste giants. The long-term dissatisfaction will eventually explode violently at the end of the giant era, causing widespread rebellion and conflict. Strangely, this revolutionary movement, which advocates against the caste system and advocates that people should determine their social status based on their virtues and abilities, not their lineage, provides radical scholars and leaders who lead the rebellion with theoretical weapons. Most of them are not of low caste origin, but more of high caste noble juniors born with golden spoons. For example, many are cloud giants and storm giants. The majority of revolutionaries inspired and led by them are mostly of low caste origin. The revolutionary leaders collectively betrayed their own class and family and spared no effort in bloodshed and sacrifice to engage in a social movement aimed at breaking their own privileges. This is really an incomprehensible thing. Joanne can only think that there is really no personal gain or loss in this world. 1. An idealist dedicated to the pursuit of justice and freedom. Although this riotous rebellion ended in suppression by the Giant King's court, these pioneers were well-deserved great men. The blood they shed was not in vain. The giant society of Vales today still nominally adheres to the old tradition of the caste system. In fact, in addition to the old antiques, most of the open-minded giant young people have long believed in this system. For example, Clark. As a frost giant, he never feels cheaper than fire giants, cloud giants, and storm giants, nor does he feel that he is born more noble than stone giants or hill giants. According to the traditional ordinal concept of giants, ogres like Shrek belong to the class of untouchable untouchables. Decent people even look at the ogres and feel that their eyes are dirty, but Clark is still equal to Shrek. Communicate and treat each other as your iron buddies, otherwise they won't pull Shrek to help you find treasure. The revolutionary movement that called for breaking the caste system disrupted the old order while popularizing new ideas, shaken the originally conservative, backward but solid social foundation, and objectively destroyed the cohesion and fighting power of the giant ethnic group. At this juncture in which the mansion is going to fall, the disaster is not alone. The dragon family descends on the world of Vales and challenges the giant's dominance far more fiercely than internal strife. The war between the giant and the dragon lasted for thousands of years, and eventually ended in a complete defeat of the giant family. The crown fell to the ground but no one picked it up. By the end of the war, the giants were forced to sign a humiliating armistice agreement, which in fact amounted to surrender. The giant king's court also declined from the world's power center to a small court on the Genting Highlands of the New World. By giving up the world's ruling power to the proud dragon, the world of Vales entered the Dragon Age. The mural in the cloister on the third floor of the castle depicts the scene of the war between the giant and the dragon. Judging from the content presented in the picture, the owner of the castle, Cloud Giant Archmage Vavrunia, has witnessed the end of this quaint war. As for whether he himself participated in the war against the dragon, Joan no way to know. Perhaps because he was too focused on these magnificent paintings, Joan unknowingly fell behind his companions, until Clark had reached the end of the corridor before he recovered and accelerated his pace. The end of the corridor leads to a hall. The door of the hall is unexpectedly open, and the furnishings in the hall can be seen from afar. A long row of weapon racks were placed against the wall. Knives, guns, swords, axes and crossbows were all available, all of which were surprisingly large in size. I thought it was specially designed for cloud giants. On the side of the hall, there is a ring surrounded by columns and ropes. On the table next to it are boxing gloves and fencing protective gear. There is also a wooden skin target for practicing boxing, which depicts the direction of human organs and blood vessels. Tall mud puppets, and fitness equipment resembling dumbbells. Obviously, this hall is the gymnasium of Cloud Giant's castle. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 562 Claygolem. When Joan rushed to the entrance of the hall on the third floor of the castle, Clark, Shrek and Cassio had entered the hall first. They were curious about playing with the weapons and fitness equipment displayed in the hall. Everything seemed normal. Joan didn't think much and walked quickly into the hall. However, just as he crossed the threshold, there was a sudden bang behind him, which scared him to turn his head to look over, and found that the originally open hall door closed by itself, and a glowing rune appeared on the door, which was clearly blessed by the seal! Oops, it's a trap. Joan secretly complained and hurriedly inspired two Sidmana, intending to use percussion to open the hall door. But before he could complete his spellcasting, Cash glowed above his head, and the distribution of the magic web changed drastically. Large swaths of spider webs emerged out of thin air under the ceiling when the hood fell. Joan, Clark, Shrek and Cassio are all entangled in the cobweb. At the same time, the four clay puppets placed opposite the wall also slowly opened their eyes and walked towards the four people who fell into the cobweb. These black mud puppets depict red lines representing arteries and blue lines representing veins. Joan initially thought they were the targets of the master's sword practice. It was not until the four clay puppets were active at this moment that they were surprised to find that they were all clay golem. The construction cost of clay golems is slightly lower than that of stone golems, and its strength is slightly inferior, but these clay golems seem to be stabilized by spells like free movement, which can even walk freely in the cobwebs. Not entangled. The spider web touches the clay golem, just like the stream touches the reef. The bright and thick silk thread automatically separates to the two sides, opening the way for the clay golems, so that these giant statues can unimpededly approach the four people who are tightly entangled by the spiderweb entrant. It's not difficult for Joan to imagine that once these ruthless golems approached, they would use their giant palms to twist their necks, as easily as strangling a chicken. Joan's hands and feet were entangled in spider silk, all over his body, only moving above his neck. He quickly turned his head and looked around, and found that Clark and Shrek had broken the silk binding the hands and feet with a brute force, and were wrestling with the clay golem swooping up. Cassio is also smart enough to cast the Ogre Shaper talent spell of Ogre Sorcerer as soon as he is entangled in the cobweb, turning into a hazy steam to get rid of the cobweb's shackles, slowly vacating, and floating towards Joan. Come here. It can be seen that he wants to come to help him out of trouble. Seeing that all the companions had successfully escaped the trap, Joan's heart fell to the ground, and Cassio, who turned into steam, shook his head, indicating that he didn't have to worry. At this time, the clay golem was approaching about 30 feet away from Joan. He no longer hesitated and stimulated the magic of the prosthetic eye. A burning ray was shot from the depth of the pupil, like a fiery scalpel. Cut off the silk that wraps around your hands and feet. The spider silk heats up and ignites quickly, and the fire spreads all around. In a blink of an eye, it burned the cobweb around Joan. Joan saw the sloshing figure of clay golem through flames and smoke, busy changing the two-side mana originally intended to be used for percussion to launch transformation, and changed it into Jotunheim hawk fluttered into the air. At that moment, the clay golem opposite rushed across the flame barrier, but it was empty. Looking up at the eaglemen hanging under the ceiling, a pair of topaz-carved eyeballs kept turning, seemingly in searching the pre-stored programs in the body. I want to find a plan that can be used against the flying target. Joan didn't have time to figure out what the monster was doing. He took out a small shovel, cast a pit-making technique in the sky, and planned to reapply the trick to lock the clay golem into the pit. The spell was completed successfully, and a black hole appeared slowly under the clay golem. Just when Joan thought that his tactics were successful again, a golden halo suddenly rose at the feet of the clay golem. The original heavy and awkward body was injected with vitality and flew with a stunning agile movement, like a black lightning rushed out 20 yards in an instant, just avoiding the trap under his feet. Joan couldn't help but stunned when he saw this scene. Is this guy really a golem? How can I run faster than a rabbit? Brother Joan, I found a door disguised in illusion across the hall. Behind the door seemed to be the corridor leading to the 4th floor. Cassio returned to human form from the steam form, flew back to Joan, and solemnly said, "If you don't have a better way to deal with the two nasty mud puppets, try the strategy I used on the 2nd floor and lure them into the corridor so that King and Clark can solve the other two without interference." Golem. Joan was just astonished by the special ability of clay golems to instantly accelerate. For a while, he really couldn't think of a good way to deal with them. Cassio's strategy sounded feasible, so he nodded and agreed to do it. Next, the two were each responsible for seduce a clay golem, keeping it away from each other, and paying attention to guarding against the other's sudden acceleration. It took about 5 minutes to finally lure two golems through the door covered by the illusion and enter the road leading to the 4th corridor in the building. The hallway is very spacious, but the height is limited, and there are electric snakes on the ceiling, and the crackling sound is thrilling. Cassio did not want to fly and hit the grid with one end, and quickly landed on the corridor floor. Joan also felt inconvenient to fly in the narrow corridor and landed with Cassio. The two paid attention to keeping a distance from the golem behind them. The golem accelerated to catch up. They leapt and ran. The golem returned to its normal pace. They also slowed down, deliberately created the illusion of still having the opportunity to catch up with them. Fishing, the two big, brainless guys went further and further, but they couldn't catch them. If the clay golem had thoughts and emotions, it might have been angered by Joan and Cassio. Cassio's plan to lure enemies had a good start, but it's a pity that the two clay golems suddenly became smart, or whether they were preset to stay away from the hall on the 3rd floor, and they stopped at the same time when they reached the middle of the corridor, and the topaz eyeballs were turning. A mechanical sound resembling a gearbite came out of his belly, and he slowly turned around and turned back. Joan and Cassio looked at the back of the clay golem. and they couldn't help but looked at each other. They couldn't figure it out. Why didn't these two big guys chase them? "Mr. Cassio, shall we turn around and catch up, and then try to seduce the two clay golems back?" Joan asked the poet. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 563 Mist Killer. I suspect that the two clay golems sensed the danger of their companions left in the lobby on the 3rd floor, eager to rush back to help. "I'm afraid we will ignore our temptation." Cassio smiled and said optimistically to Joan. "But having said that, we have been procrastinating for so long. Most of the king and clerk have solved the clay golem in the hall. The two rushed back to death, so there is nothing to worry about." Joan nodded and said softly, "Anyway, let's go back and meet Mr. Hyl and Mr. Shrek first. Then go." Cassio and Joan made up their minds and returned along the circling corridor. Around the front corner, the tall backs of the two clay golems returned to their vision again, and Cassio said with a smile, "Follow these two big guys, we don't have to worry about getting lost." However, his voice fell, and one of the clay golems raised his arm and suddenly punched him against the side wall. A muffled noise. The echo echoed in the closed corridor for a long time. Joan's eyes widened in surprise, wondering what the clay golem is for. Lou walked well. What does it mean to suddenly punch the wall with a fist? "Hey, Brother Joan, look at the stupid guy in front. It seems that the mood is very bad. If you can't catch us, let the Paul breathe out." The poet was overwhelmed. Joan couldn't laugh. He knew very well that the two clay golems on the opposite side did not have the ability to think independently, let alone emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. The act of breathing could never happen to a cold clay golem. The reason why the other party is beating the wall is probably executing a preset program. Joan felt more and more panicked, and could not help speeding up, trying to catch up and figure out what the two clay golems were trying to do. Hurrying around the corner of the front corridor, Joan suddenly heard an abnormal movement coming from above his head, and looked up in amazement. An orange magic halo appeared on the ceiling, and a large thick fog settled from the top of the head. In an instant, the corridor was completely submerged in the mist. In the white ocean, Joan held his breath for the first time, forcing the restlessness, and opened the mist sight of the two-ring prophecy spell attached to the right eye. The sight was covered by the thick fog, and the backs of the two clay golems gradually moved away. It seemed that they were not hindered by the thick fog, and continued to move towards the 3rd floor hall. Joan now has no time to catch up with the clay golem. He covers his nose and nose with his right hand. He looks up and observes the distribution of the magic net near the ceiling. By identifying the configuration of the spell attached to the ceiling, he analyzes where the dense fog appeared out of thin air. After a half-minute observation, Joan determined that the ceiling was preset with 2 rings of cloud fog. If the wall of the corridor was violently impacted beyond a certain limit, the cloud fog would start on its own, spreading a thick cloud of fog to fill the whole cloister. The result of the analysis made Joan feel calm, and removed the palm covering his mouth and nose, breathing heavily. The dense fog created by cloud fog is not toxic and can be inhaled with confidence. Under the effect of misty sight, Joan's field of vision is not hindered by thick fog, but he still can't completely rest assured. If the clay golem just beat the wall to activate cloud fog, then there may be more than one organ installed in the corridor, and there is no guarantee that there will be more poisonous traps waiting for them. Thinking about it this way, Joan turned back to remind the poet, "Mr. Cassio, let's be more careful. Mr. Cassio? Mr. Cassio?" Joan's call echoed through the thick foggy corridor, but no one answered. Only then did he realize that Cassio was gone. He was alone in the empty corridor, and the silence around him made him panic. There must be something wrong. Joan took a deep breath and warned himself to calm down and calmly think about the strange situation in front of him. In this corridor, he and Cassio walked back and forth twice. On the way, they paid close attention to observation and found no forks or hidden doors. Just 3 minutes ago, Cassio was still behind him, but there was no trace at this moment. Where did he go? The mist is not toxic and Cassio will never be comatose. If you are attacked by an invisible enemy lurking in the cloister, you should call out for help. Why did you disappear without knowing it? Joan touched his right eye with his fingertips to open the see-through invisibility enchanted by the prosthetic eye. After searching around, he was disappointed and found no invisible enemies. Frowning for a moment, Joan took out a polished crystal lens from the cast material bag and used it as a cast material to bless himself with 2 rings of prophetic arcane detect trap. After the casting was completed, Joan took off his cloak hood with his backhand and pressed the back collar to expose the deformed eyeball growing behind his neck. When he blesses certain vision-enhancing spells, such as mist sight, see-through invisibility and detection trap, not only the normal left eye can benefit, but the eyeball behind the neck can also get the same magic effect. Exposing this eyeball from a strange pedigree, Joanne can see both directions in the front and back, ensuring that the next search is foolproof. Joan remembers that Cassio was behind him before he disappeared. He turned back and searched. He walked not far from the foggy cloister, and the silver brilliance from his left eye penetrated the floor, and found a hidden pit under the floor. Joan walked to the dangerous floor and pressed the edge of the floor with the mage's hand, pushing it down with a little force, and the floor turned over silently, revealing the deep hole of the black hole below. This is a simple turnover trap that is concealed and practical in misty environments. Joan remotely controlled the mage's hand to support the flap, and the probe peered into the pit, but he was greatly disappointed. The pit is only about 20 feet deep. Like a shaft, the wall is flat and reflective, but the trap is empty, and there is no figure of Cassio. Joan tried to call Cassio. The echo hovered in the well, and no one answered. Just as Joan became more and more confused, there were rapid footsteps in the deep fog behind him. "Brother Joan, where are you?" It's Cassio's voice. This mist covered my eyes. "Brother Joan, were you calling me just now?" In the mist, Cassio's figure turned from light to thick, and his voice became clearer. "Mr. Cassio, I'm here." Joan sighed with relief, but he still had doubts. "How did you get to me?" There is no crossroads in this corridor, and Joan's eyes will not be obscured by fog. If Cassio walks past him, he will not be able to turn a blind eye. How can the other party get around him inexplicably? If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 564. Double Trap. The small doubt in his heart prompted Joan to be vigilant. He stood by the pit, watching the poet walking through the mist quietly, inserting his right hand into the cloak pocket and holding the revolver filled with bullets tightly. "Brother Joan, are you okay?" Cassio fumbled towards this side. The fog suddenly rose in the hallway just a moment ago. "I can't see your figure. I have to look for it in a hurry." "I finally found you." Joan silently stared at the poet's face. The other party did indeed look like Cassio himself, and there was no difference in size and appearance. The only thing that made Joan feel a bit of a violation was that his face was too clean. Since entering the castle, Joan and his companions have been attacked by stone golems and clay golems one after another. They are exhausted in dealing with various crises, and they have no way to wash their faces. He has a disgraced face, and Cassio's image is not so good. How can his face be clean and reflective? Unless his memory is wrong, Cassio's skin is never so smooth and delicate. "Who are you?" Joan suddenly asked the person opposite. "Brother Joan. What's wrong with you?" The poet was surprised. Cassio, you might not even recognize me." "Not." Joan coldly debunked each other's disguise. "Real Cassio, no matter where he goes, will always carry his piano with you. You can pretend to be Cassio, but you can't change the cold iron casting out of thin air." "Luther." "Oh, is that true?" The Cassio on the opposite side froze for a moment, then opened his mouth and smiled silently, showing bright fangs, slowly raised his hands. 2 cold daggers appeared in his palm, and suddenly fell over. Joan had long seen the counterfeit move clearly, grabbed the revolver before the opponent waved his sword, and aimed at his head to take off the trigger. Boom! Gunshots sounded, the counterfeit body opposite shook, half of his head was shattered by a large lead bullet, and the melted milky liquid slowly flowed down the broken face, and the air was filled with the smell of burning candles. Joan frowned, raised his hand again, and shot the strange man's chest through a large hole, and fell to the floor with his face up. Joan approached the man with a gun and looked down carefully at the gunshot wound on his chest. Sure enough, there was no blood on the wound, only the melted wax pouring out. So you are also a golem. Don't confuse me with the fools who only follow the fixed program. The dying wax golem uttered an unwilling sob from the depths of his throat. I'm wise. Damn. I also want to be a real live person. Joan wanted to make up a shot to kill the wax golem completely, but after listening to his last words, he couldn't help but tremble with his heart, and had a trace of sympathy for this mean and poor killer. If it is measured only from the perspective of construction science, it has independent will and rich emotions, and has the special ability to imitate the image and sound of others. It is actually more than the stone golem and clay golem. The higher construct is almost a real living thing. However, the white wax that constitutes its body is far more fragile than rock and clay, and its combat power is far from being comparable to that of stone golems or clay golems, and it can only be used as an assassin's companion under the cover of fog. When he was identified, his head and chest were continuously shot, but he stiffened for a minute, and his voice disappeared. Joan silently looked at the wax golem lying at his feet, wondering if the other party was killed or destroyed, just as he could not judge this wax demon with wisdom and emotion like, can it be considered a living person? After a short sorrow, Joan recovered and turned to the pit. The Casio that the wax golem turned into is a fake, so the real Casio may be still locked in a pit at this moment. Joan squatted in front of the trap just found, propped up the flap, and looked down at the bottom of the well. What he saw was still empty, as if nothing unusual. He didn't give up, and took a metal sleeve from the storage bag. This is a small tool made by himself. The thick iron tube with a long arm is about 2 feet long. Inside it is a layer of thinner iron tubes. The cross-section looks like a cake called thousand-layer roll. The layers of iron cylinders are nested in each other, and when fully extended, they become a 30-foot iron. Joan erected this telescopic iron rod, dived into the trap, and wrapped around the well wall, wanting to test whether there was an organ hidden inside the well wall. However, to his surprise, the iron rod hit on the rock wall. It was silent. There was no echo. Joan immediately realized that something was wrong, and there seemed to be some kind of enchantment in the trap to eliminate the sound. Joan tried to identify the distribution of the magic net in the well, and found a spell configuration that was not easily noticeable. Unfortunately, this is a divine art, and his understanding of divine art is far less profound than that of arcane art, and he cannot make accurate judgments. He can only guess based on the magic energy level that this may be a 2-ring silence. Joan stretched the iron to the limit and poked it towards the bottom of the well. The result surprised him again. The iron rod penetrated the seemingly solid bottom of the well and silently sank deep into the rock. Joan rubbed his eyes and incredulously picked up an iron rod and poked a few times towards the bottom of the well, penetrating the bottom of the well unimpeded again and again, as if plunging into a void of air. This strange situation made Joan suddenly realize that his eyes were deceived. This so-called bottom hole is just an illusion created by illusion. In fact, this trap is much deeper than the surface. Joan stretched the iron rod to the limit, still unable to detect the real bottom of the well. He had to retract the iron rod first, and instead took out a bundle of rope, cast it into an activated rope, hung down from the wellhead, and silently calculated length of rope hanging into the wellhead. According to the measurement data provided by the rope, Joan measured that the forged well bottom from the wellhead to the illusion was only 20 feet deep. After that, the rope head continued to extend downward for more than 20 feet through the forged well bottom, and still no touch encountered the real bottom. A bundle of activated ropes has been put down for more than half. Just when Joan worried that the ropes were not long enough, The rope head sank suddenly. It seemed that someone was pulling the ropes in the well. Joan froze for a moment, then overjoyed, struggling to drag the rope upward. Fortunately, the upgraded gorgeous belt provided him with an additional 4 strength attributes, not to mention his thinness. In fact, he had a lot of strength, and he soon dragged Cassio trapped in the bottom of the well. "Brother Joan, you saved me again. I really don't know how to thank you." The poet climbed out of the well and thanked Joan with a grateful face. Joan shook his head and said no need to be polite, and then asked him, "How did you fall?" "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 565 Earth Bondage. This is a bit shameful. The poet was ashamed. Just now a thick fog suddenly appeared in the corridor, making me unable to see the surroundings. I was afraid of losing my way. I quickly stepped up and tried to catch up with you, but behind me suddenly there was a call, and I looked back. I saw a figure vaguely through the mist and looked like you. I shouted, "Joan, brother," and the man nodded and agreed to greet me. "Rover." I didn't have any doubts at that time. I ran past the man in a silly way, but as soon as I ran to the man, my feet suddenly slipped, and somehow fell into the pit. I fell black and dizzy before my eyes. It took a while to wake up. Joan nodded, thinking that he would pretend to be a misty man who tricked Cassio into a trap, most likely the cunning wax golem. "This trap is really deep, but it won't stop you no matter how deep, Mr. Cassio. Why don't you fly up?" Joan asked in surprise. "Do you think I don't want to fly?" Cassio smiled and spread his hands. "Blessed with earth bondage in the trap, I can't fly even if I want to fly." "Brother Joan, do you know what's more annoying?" The silence was also applied in the trap. I almost shouted my throat at the bottom of the well, but it was useless, and no movement could pass! Thanks to you, you are smart enough to see through the illusion of the well and put down the rope to save me, otherwise I will be trapped alive in this insidious trap. I have to say that the person who invented this trap is definitely a full man. Shameless with a bad belly. Joan was also surprised by the delicate structure of this trap, but he even more concerned about the ground bondage that the poet inadvertently mentioned. After a little thought, he tucked the rope to Cassio and slid down the trap by himself. "Hello, Brother Joan. What are you doing?" "Go down and see. You hold the rope tight and wait for me to pull up." "Wait for the first time." "There's really nothing interesting here." Joan smiled, ignoring the poet's dissuasion, and swiftly drew to the bottom of the well along the rope. With the dark vision enchanted by the prosthetic eye, he observed the spell attached to the bottom of the well in the black hole. As expected, Cassio said, "One is the 2-ring divine silence, the other is the 2-ring arcane ground bondage." Joan quickly took out the pen and ink, portrayed the number 4 rune answers at the bottom of the well, skipped the incomprehensible divine art, and directly analyzed the earth bondage, copying the spell configuration extracted from the rune to his own spellbook. Earth bondage is a very special magic that can force those flying subjects to temporarily lose their ability to fly and have to land slowly from the air. This spell is not only effective for creatures flying on wings, but the flying ability gained by using magic such as flying will also be sealed, so Cassio cannot use magic to fly out of the wellhead after falling into a trap. For Joan today, the configuration of the tuned level spell is no longer difficult. It took less than 10 minutes to complete the complete transcription of the ground bondage, put away the books and ink, and climbed up the rope. Cassio stretched out his hand and jumped out of the wellhead. When he saw that the young mage had a rare smile on his face, he scratched his head wonderingly. He couldn't figure out what was so good about an empty trap. Considering that there has been a lot of time in the corridor, Joan and Cassio stepped up and ran back. When they returned to the lobby on the 3rd floor, they happened to see Clark and Shrek coming face to face. 4 demolished clay golems lie down behind the two, with cobwebs and mud on their bodies, and their noses and faces are swollen, but they are not seriously injured. "Brother Joan, you are finally back." Just now, The fat man and I are still worried about your safety." Frost Giant saw a relieved smile on his long-lost companions. The four of them sat on the floor in a clean and tidy hallway, taking a break. Cassio talked about the thrilling and bizarre encounters that he and Joan had just experienced. The part about the assassination of the wax golem in the dense fog is a retelling of Joan's experience. Joan's original words are very concise, and 4 or 5 sentences are finished. The same story comes to the poet's mouth. Naturally, it will go through some ingenious artistic processing and add a lot of thrilling details. Joan heard him speak vividly, and he couldn't help but hear. Even if he is a party, he has to admit that, compared to his own experience, Cassio's story sounds more dramatic and more reasonable, so that it is more like the truth than the truth. Perhaps this is the charm of art. After a short break, Joan and his party embarked on a journey to explore Cloud Giant's castle again. Several accidents happened before, forcing Joan to admit a grim reality. The navigation map provided in the lobby on the first floor was not comprehensive, and it did not mark the traps and golem guards in the castle for the group of uninvited guests. The map is more a matter of concealing the scourge than intentional navigation. Inadvertently induce them to trap. These painful lessons made Joan to be vigilant, no longer blindly believe that navigation map, and then every time he entered a new place, he must cast spells to detect traps and secret doors. On the 4th and 5th floors, take the wind elevator to the 6th floor of the castle. Now, they are only one step away from the top floor loft with the collection of Koschei collar. The structure of the 6th floor of the castle is similar to that of the 3rd floor. Facing the wind staircase is a wide corridor leading directly to a hall with open doors. Joan, they had learned the previous lesson. They dared not walk directly into the hall, stood alertly outside the door, and watched the hall. The layout of the 6th floor hall is different from the main halls of the other floors of the castle. The empty hexagonal hall does not have any furniture. Each wall is equipped with a crystal floor-to-ceiling window directly from the floor to the ceiling. 6 giant windows provided ample lighting for the hall that hung high in the sky. The bright light shined through the crystal windows, bringing a dreamy atmosphere to this empty and quiet hall. The ornate crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling of the hall, and the radiance of countless indestructible flames is focused on the center of the floor to form a 6-pointed star array. The light column raised by the array is like a bridge that penetrates the ceiling and reaches the attic. The sight of Joan and others was naturally attracted by the most conspicuous magic circle in the center of the hall. After a little observation, it was guessed that it was a teleportation circle. Considering that there is no other exit in the hall on the 6th floor, there is no way to reach the attic ladder, then one can imagine that this teleportation array should be the only way to the attic. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 566 Iron Golem. Guys, what we are going to do next is very simple. Frost Giant rubbed his hands excitedly. Just walk into this hall and enter the teleportation circle, then you can get the collar. Don't be too happy first. Things are not as easy as you think. Cassio shook his head carefully and raised his finger to the corner of the hall. You have noticed that every corner of this hexagonal hall has a steel statue resembling a heavily armored warrior, which is not a good sign. Joan looked in the direction of the poet's fingers, and really saw a 16-foot armor warrior statue quietly placed in the corner, wrapped in heavy black steel armor from head to toe. And his face was also covered by a grid with a knight face. The armor was covered, and the hands wearing iron mittens pressed a giant sword. The broad body like a door was inserted between the legs of the armor statue, and the blade fell deeply into the floor. There are 6 corners in the hall, and the same armor warriors are placed on each corner. If the same decoration appeared in other castles, Joan wouldn't care. Similar decoration is very common in the surface world. It is nothing more than the decoration of the castle's owner showing the bravery. However, in this castle built by the master of construction Wafrunia, especially after successive attacks by stone golem, clay golem and wax golem, Joan and others Tengchenyizi, dare not treat those armor warriors as harmless decorations. If I guessed right, the poet's voice could not help shaking with fear. The 6 armor warriors in the hall are probably all Iron Golem. In fact, Joan, Clark and Shrek had the same guesses. Not only he thought so. There was silence inside and outside the hall. No one answered Casio's words, and all 4 looked very heavy. Among all the conventional golems, steel-cast golems are almost the most powerful type, and their fighting power is much stronger than stone golems or clay golems. Clark and Shrek are struggling to pick up 1 iron golem each. If facing the siege of 6 iron golems at the same time, there is only one way to go. As for Joan and Casio, unfortunately, they are not even qualified to challenge the Iron Golem head-on, just die with the sword of the Iron Giant. Joan visually observed the distance between the nearest armor warrior and himself, and said to his companions, "I can try to cast the armor warriors suspected of Iron Golems into the pit. If this trick works, we can avoid one." After a difficult battle, walk straight into the hall. This idea sounds good. Clark remembered that when he was on the 2nd floor of the castle before, Joan had used the pitting technique to trap a stone golem. The iron golems look heavier than the stone golems, and standing silently in the corner of the hall is unguarded, and Joan can calmly cast them one by one into the pit. Thinking this way, the more he felt that this method would definitely work, he urged Joan to try the spell as soon as possible. Joan's spell slots and Sid mana have been exhausted in the previous battle. Fortunately, he still has 7 mythical powers that have not yet been used, so he extracted a mythical power and replaced it with 2. Ring spell position, raised his hand to point to a nearby armor warrior, intending to shut it into the pit first. However, the ground at the foot of the armored samurai did not split the crater as Joan expected. Instead, it stimulated strange magical fluctuations, as if a clear breeze was blowing across the calm pond, and the water surface was rippling. This abnormal scene changed Joan's face and turned to tell his companions, "The lobby floor is protected by enchantment, and the pitting technique will not work. The pitting technique is not effective." What's worse is that Joan's attempt to cast a spell just triggered the magical arm in the hall. The piercing sirens reverberated above the hall, and the 6 armored warriors standing against the wall seemed to be awakened, raising their heads uniformly, and a blue light beam was emitted from the back of the face armor. The changes in front of him made Joan and others feel familiar. This was also the case when the 4 stone golems in the lobby on the 2nd floor had just woken up. What happened next was slightly different from their prediction. After the 6 armored samurai awakened, they did not rush out of the hall to attack the intruder, and sprayed a thick green mist from the depths of their throats. The mist escaped through the armored samurai mask grid, and soon filled the entire hall. Through the open door, it spread towards the side of the corridor where Joan et al. Brought a pungent odor. Smelling the disgusting smell, Casio suddenly changed his face, hurriedly covered his nose, and hurriedly urged, "Close the door. Don't let the poison gas spread out." Clark and Shrek rushed to the front door, grabbed a knocker, and closed the 2 large iron doors to isolate the green poisonous gas temporarily. I wasn't quite sure before, until I saw those armor warriors erupting poison gas. I have to admit that they are indeed iron golems. All legends about iron golems will focus on describing their ability to emit deadly poison gas. Casio's face gloomy. Joan nodded gently and completely agreed with the poet's judgment. The constructed creatures sub-volume of Monsters of Vales also contains records of iron golems. It is indeed mentioned that such powerfully constructed creatures can emit poison gas in battle. Weak creatures do not even have a chance to get close. The iron golem will be killed by poison gas. This is a big trouble. Clark patted his forehead and sighed. The fat man and I are strong and can barely hold our breath in the gas for a few minutes. Brother Joan's body is relatively weak. It is better to stay away from the hole to avoid being hurt by the gas. Joan is very grateful for Frost Giant's care, but he does not agree with his suggestions. Indeed, of the 4, his constitution is the most vulnerable. But this does not mean that he is at greatest risk of poisoning. In fact, Joan has acquired a special physique against toxins since taking the alchemy medicine formulated by Li Yanin with the snake dragon egg. If this is not enough insurance, coupled with the antiviral agent generated by the tears of tears after lifting the second seal, it can protect him from the gas emitted by the iron golem at least for a short time. Thinking so, Joan took out the endless water bag, covered the mouth with the palm of his left hand, and called tears of tears with a sense of spirit, and spent 4 levels of mythical energy to create a 4-person consumption. Take a big sip of the antiviral potion, and then pass the water bag to Clark, beckoning him to take a sip. The medicine in the water bag has the effect of resisting toxins. Everyone drinks it separately. I can't guarantee that this medicine will stop the poisonous gas emitted by the iron golem, but there is no harm in the extra insurance. Kiawan said honestly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 567. Meet in a narrow road. Clark took the water bag from Joan, took a big sip, sucked his mouth, and did not produce the expected bitterness. But he believed that Joan would not joke with him about such a terrible thing. Cassio and Shrek took turns taking water bags, each pouring a potion of mythical energy, and then returning the water bag to Joan. We have worked very hard to get here, and finally we are here. The hope of success is right in front of us, and we must overcome this last difficulty anyway. Clark's expression was particularly solemn, and his hot eyes fell on the young mage's face. Brother Joan, I will push the door open later, and join the fat man and the poet to drag the iron golem. You don't have to worry about us. Rush into the teleportation ray as soon as possible. Go to the attic to find the Kostucho collar, and get down immediately after you find it. Lou meets us. Joan knew that time was running short, and now it wasn't procrastination. He nodded solemnly. Clark greeted Shrek, and the two turned around and walked to the front door of the hall, each holding down a heavy door panel, pushing them inwards. The door shaft creaked, and Joan's heart followed his throat. Just as the big iron door was about to open, a sharp airflow whistled suddenly behind him, and it seemed that the wind-driven ladder had risen. Joan was taken aback, looked at Cassio, and then turned around and looked back. At the end of the corridor, the wind-operated ladder really rose up. It's impossible, Cassio exclaimed silently. There are only 4 of us in the castle. How could the wind-operated ladder rise for no reason? The speech was not over. The opposite staircase was open, and 3 familiar figures came out one after another. The headed black robe holds the staff, followed by the orc warrior with long arms and knees, and a huge troll with 9 heads. Just as Joan and Cassio watched the 3 uninvited guests, the opposite 3 also looked towards them. The moment when the 2 sides touched each other, they were all shocked and shouted almost at the same time. It turns out on both sides of the straight corridor stood Joan, Cassio, Clark and Shrek on one side, and opposite were the Snake Hand Shaman, the Tira Kirkin and the 9 Trolls Scala. The 2 sides met in a narrow path and were dumbfounded for a while. Snake Hand Shaman first recovered, raised his staff and pointed at Joan and others, with a grinning smile on his pale face. Let's see where else you can escape. The obsidian staff appeared a dark red light, and a burning magic mixed with evil magical powers was coming out. Joan saw at a glance that Shaman was using his staff to release 4 rings of flame strike. If he successfully released this spell with extremely terrifying power and killing range, he and his companions behind him don't even want to run. All have to be scorched, or you will be injured. In an anxious situation, Kiawan couldn't take care of that much, and instantly inspired 3 mythical powers to display his new path ability mythical countermeasure after being promoted to the 2nd level mythical archmage, raising his hand forward with a wave. The hallway seemed to explode silently in thunder, and the distribution of the magic net was turbulent. The flame strike that Shaman was performing was affected by this extremely chaotic magic wave. The spell configuration that had just been condensed was instantly destroyed and re-decomposed into disordered magic threads. This How is this possible? With two eyes staring straight at the staff whose light turned to dim, Shaman was stunned. Not to mention that Joan is only a low-level mage, even if the cast level is very high. After all, he is still a mage, and it is impossible to master the four-ring magic art like Flame Strike. Of course, it is impossible to successfully counter the Flame Strike surgery. However, the two diametrically opposite magic forces just cancelled each other out, which was clearly the special effect of spell counterattack. Shaman couldn't figure out how to break his head. What exactly did Joan do just now? When he was puzzled here, across the hallway, Clark and Shrek were not idle. The two Hercules pushed forward and thundered, pushing open the iron door leading to the hall on the 6th floor of the castle. The figure of the Iron Golem loomed into the corridor. "Guys, come with me." Clark covered his nose and yelled at the companion beside him with a cough. "Don't be entangled by Shaman's group, act according to the planned plan as soon as possible." Joan, Shrek, and Cassio didn't hesitate. They immediately followed the giant Frost into the hall on the 6th floor, and his back was swamped with green poisonous fog. "Eat meat, eat meat. Scala is so hungry. Scala wants meat." The heads of the 9 trolls clamored in unison, and the endless appetite caused the monster to lose its mind, striding into the hall full of poisonous gas, and sniffing the prey. Deep and misty, there were heavy and rhythmic footsteps, as if a machine was roaring towards Scala. The 9 trolls turned their heads in surprise. 9 pairs of eyes were swollen and shed tears with poisonous gas. They vaguely saw a tall and burly black figure approaching, seeming to hold a giant sword in their hands. Scala's 9 heads swallowed saliva all at once, no matter what the other person was, howling, and rushed directly to the other person to bury his head and bite. The teeth gnawed the steel armor, Mars fired, and a piercing friction sound. The Iron Golem in the thick fog was staggered by the 9 trolls without any warning attack. The flashing light in his eyes turned from blue to red. According to the fixed program, this greedy monster was defined as the need to be eliminated first. Enemy. The Iron Golem freed his left hand, grabbed Scala's neck, and pushed the powerful iron palm forward, pulling the crazy bite monster away from himself. His right arm rose upward, wide and sharp. The great sword swept across Scala's neck with a roar, and with a pop, he cut down the head in the middle. 9 trolls staggered back, and their necks blew with blood. The other 8 heads, distributed around the neck, turned their heads to look at the blood-sprayed neck one after another, and found that there was no one competing for food. All were happily screaming. Scala's broken neck section quickly germinated a large piece of dense granules like maggots, and within half a minute, a new head grew. Heads around saw the rebirth of the decapitation, and couldn't help sighing in unison, disappointed. "Bah, bah. Black giant's meat. It's not tasty. It tastes like iron shavings. Cut your mouth. Spicy throat. It doesn't taste good. It's delicious." The black giant beheaded Scala. Scala is very angry. Bit the black giant. Tear the black giant. No bone residue left. The anger eager for revenge prompted the 9 trolls to be mad, completely forgetting the original purpose of Shaman to bring him here. Red Eyes rushed to the Iron Golem and fought desperately. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 568. Snow magic. Outside the hall door, Shaman chased Scala 2 steps forward, and was coughed by the green poisonous mist diffused inside the door, and quickly covered his nose and returned. He cursed in a low voice, hurriedly took 2 bottles of anti-poison from his storage bag, threw a bottle to Culkin, filled a bottle by himself, and then raised his hand to cast the wind-making technique to blow away the poisonous mist in front of him. In order to see where Clark and others are, he rushed over. Culkin took the anti-poison potion, drenched the scarf with a water bag, and wrapped it around his face to isolate the choking gas. Then he followed Shaman and rushed into the hall. The purpose of the two was to kill Clark and his party, but when they entered the hall, they were surprised to find that not only they and Clark, but also 6 steel golems held up the giant sword to guard the hall. Shaman and Culkin were not as impulsive as Scala, and immediately decided to hide in the corner of the hall without taking a shot. They watched Clark and the steel golem join in the fire. After the two sides lost both sides, they both shot and picked the fruits of victory. It's not too late. However, the reality runs counter to their beautiful ideas. The 6 iron golems, regardless of whether they are together with Clark and others, since they are all outsiders who break into the hall without authorization, they are all defined as enemies that need to be eliminated, and then they enter the rank of danger level. Link. According to the pre-stored database and algorithm, the Iron Golem quickly ranked the danger levels of the 7 intruders, of which Joan, who had the lowest professional class and the thinnest body, was again listed as no suspense. The enemy with the lowest risk factor. The Iron Golems collectively determined that they could leave the little mage first, and the poison gas in the hall was enough for him to suffer. At present, priority should be given to the elimination of the other 6 enemies with higher risk factors. The 6 Iron Golems performed their respective duties, and went to Clark, Shrek, Cassio, Scala, Culkin, and Shaman to initiate the attack. Through the poisonous fog, vaguely saw the steel golem holding up the giant sword and approaching up. Both Shaman and Kirkin were dumbfounded and had to give up their plans to collect the fishing profit and were forced to fight the steel golem. In this way, the 3 parties launched a fierce melee in this poisonous hall for different purposes. In addition to the Iron Golem, Joan, who opened the mist sight, is the only person who can maintain a normal vision in the hall full of poisonous fog. The chaotic scene in front of him provides him with convenience. While no one was paying attention to his whereabouts, Joan quietly bypassed the battlefield and walked into the glowing magic circle in the center of the hall. The moment the 2 feet stepped on the magic circle, the magical fluctuations around them intensified immediately, and Joan felt dark in front of his eyes, and his body immediately merged into the magic circle, turning into a beam of light and rising into the sky, disappearing into the overhead ceiling. After a brief dizziness, Joan recovered, and the sound of fighting in his ear seemed to be particularly distant. He looked up and found that he had been transported to a strange room. The silver walls around him and the high dome above his head made him realize that he was standing in the attic of Yunzhong City at the moment. Compared to the downstairs hall, the attic is a little small. The room is furnished with a few simple furniture, including a bed and a set of tables and chairs, arranged like a small study. Joan didn't dare to move in the teleportation array. He first watched his surroundings vigilantly and confirmed that there were no traps before he was relieved. He took the teleportation ray and ran straight to the desk opposite. There are 4 things on the table, all emitting a strong magic aura. Joan briefly looked at it: a simple golden ring, a black hardcover book as thick as a dictionary, a piece of wood carving artwork resembling a compass, and a silver collar engraved with weird runes. The moment Joan's eyes touched the collar, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely hot. Not surprisingly, this silver collar is the treasure that Clark was looking for under the trust of the Stygian witch. The collar worn by the Abyss Lord on Dead Frostco's church has at least been a legendary magic weapon, right? Joan's hand shook slightly towards the table, and a trace of greedy could not help in his mind, desperately wanting this collar to be his own. As for how to explain to Clark, tell me what? I stole the collar and ran. It's so big in the world. Just find a place to hide. Clark wouldn't want to find him in his life. No, this is not what I want. Joan hugged his head in both hands, annoyed and snarled, feeling deeply blamed for the despicable thought he had just germinated. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, restraining the greed in his mind. The burning sensation from the back of the neck surprised him. I don't know when, the strange eyeball behind the neck had opened by itself, staring straight at the opposite wall, as if mocking Joan's intense struggle. Joan pulled up his cloak and hood, covering the eye behind his neck, which was infected by the evil magical power left on the collar by the Abyssal Lord and gradually showed an out-of-control momentum. He first picked up the ring, thick book and compass on the table. Upon closer inspection, it was tucked into the storage bag, and finally the courage was reached. Reaching for the silver collar, a cold touch came from his fingertips, and Joan's heart was completely gone. He was about to turn around and return to the teleportation circle. The collar in his hand suddenly shook, and a white sensation of cold air escaped from it. Joan was taken aback by this sudden change, and instinctively wanted to throw off the collar, but he was reluctant. While hesitating, the white mist in the air expanded sharply, becoming more and more dense, more and more solid. Just before his eyes came out a huge human figure. At the same time, Joan felt the palm of his left hand be hot, and tears of God issued an alarm in due course. Myth sensation. Discover the 6th level myth creature Snow Demon Wendigo Koshch's Dark Thirst. Snow Demon Wendigo? Joan was blank, and searching the memory couldn't think of where he had seen or heard the name. What is the darkness and thirst of Koshch? Judging from the hints given by Tears of God, this seems to be another title of Snow Devil Wendigo. Snow Demon Wendigo has 6 mythological levels, second only to Ilmanzur in Joan's cognitive category, and must be a very powerful monster. Such a monster lurked silently in the Koshch collar until Joan touched the collar before it suddenly appeared. It is conceivable that it may be the guardian of this collar. The awakened person may not have a good temper. Just when Joan was stunned, the cold mist opposite him had condensed into shape. He was a white giant nearly 20 feet tall. He was suspended in the air quietly, and his flesh and blood, bones and internal organs were all composed of ice-like substances. The whole body is transparent. The monster's head resembles a stag, with a pair of sharp antlers, and its mouth is covered with sharp, protruding teeth. When breathing, the breath makes a piercing hiss through the jagged teeth. His eyes were covered with blood, a pair of long arms were hanging on both sides of the body, and the claws shone with cold light. At the end of the suspended legs, only a pair of black and shrunken boils could be seen, like the scars left after the amputation of both feet. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 569 Mythical Ice Storm. This monster is Snow Demon Wendigo. Joan looked up at the horrible white deer-headed giant while staggering backwards. Snow Demon Wendigo seemed to have just awakened from a long dream, narrowed his eyes and looked down at the thin mage under his feet, slowly opened his blood basin, and spit a cold air like a yawn. The noise caused by this airflow in the air seems to be howling thousands of people in unison. Joan was lifted by the oncoming cold current, and the terrifying sound wave followed, and the strong sense of fear made his hands and feet soft and scared to death on the spot. Fortunately, he is also a person who has seen the big scene. In the past, the strong will that he struggled to exercise on the edge of life and death saved his life. He summoned his last courage. He climbed up hard and turned his head into the teleportation array. Snow Demon Wendigo's scarlet eyes followed, as if to explode the flames of the abyss from his eyes interwoven with endless madness, anger and hatred. Joan didn't dare to stare at this monster who seemed to be a demon, and hurriedly bowed his head to avoid his sight. At the same time, the beam of teleportation rose suddenly, and his figure disappeared from the attic. Snow Demon Wendigo floated across the sky, a huge body hovering above the teleportation array, waiting for the array to activate again, sending it to chase the courageous little mage, and recapture the artifact collar belonging to its owner. In the hall on the 6th floor of the castle, in the diffuse green poisonous fog, shaking figures were vaguely visible, and fierce fighting sounds one after another. The 3 factions in the hall are still fighting, and no one noticed that the teleportation ray in the center of the hall raised the beam again, and a thin figure stumbled out. Going back to the lobby on the 6th floor, the choking gas rushed to the nose, but Joan felt a lot easier. Quickly moving his hands and feet frozen by the cold breath exhaled by Snow Demon Wendigo, he found Clark with the help of mist sight and ran quickly. Mr. Hyle. Oh, Brother Joan, you are back. Frost Giant heard the call of the young mage, and suddenly showed surprise, flashing away from the giant sword that had been hacked in the head. flew a foot to kick the iron golem, and turned around and groped towards Joan. "Brother, did you find the collar?" Giant Frost asked impatiently. Joan put the silver collar into his hand and hurriedly urged, "A very scary monster is going to chase it down. We must leave here quickly." "Ah? What monster are you talking about?" Giant Frost held his collar, his face confused. "Not much to explain." Joan turned and ran to Shrek and Cassio, trying to raise his voice, urging them to escape as soon as possible. "Ghost, you stop me." Snake Hand Shaman suddenly raised his staff and flatly formed a circle of flames, enclosing Joan and Clark, forcing them to stop and retreat to avoid the raging fire waves. Unable to meet the opposite Shrek meet with Cassio. "Tell me honestly if you don't want to die. Just where did you sneak away while we were fighting?" Shaman held a stick to urge firewall surgery, staring at a pair of red eyes swollen with poisonous gas, and asked Joan fiercely. "Now is not the time to say this. If you don't hurry away, we all have to die here." Joan couldn't help being irritable. I'm bluffing there. You think I'm scared?" Shaman dismissed the warning of the young mage and raised his staff to approach him. The burning wall of fire seemed to be influenced by Shaman's brutal will as well, blasting a violent wave of fire violently towards the side where Joan was. Joan hurriedly raised his hand to cover his face, so as not to be burnt by flames. The flames swept over him, and the moment he was about to ignite, the cloak was forced back by the magic halo radiating from him. "Huh? Do you have a magic weapon that resists fire magic?" Shaman looked at Joan in amazement. His lips raised upward, and a sneer of mischief appeared. "If I'm right, this fire-resistant good is one of the treasures you got on this trip." Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you nonsense, and put all your magic equipment on you. Together with your previous house, the Gantia's roots stolen by the town are handed over, and I can put you on a path of survival. Joan shook his head speechless. In fact, Shaman guessed wrong. He did carry a magic weapon that could resist the flame burn, but the crystal amulet was not obtained from the castle in the cloud, but the spoils of his killing the herderman Idar. These minutiae Joan was too lazy to explain to Shaman that he had no time to get entangled with this cultist blinded by greed, and his top priority was to flee this castle in the cloud before Snow Demon Wendigo chased him down. Just as Joan was thinking about getting away, the teleportation ray in the center of the hall once again raised a beam of light. A pale giant with a deer head and a body like ice sculpture emerged from the formation, and the crippled broken leg remained on the ground for about 5 at a distance, floating in the air, looking around the people with different looks. The scarlet eyes suddenly flashed a killing intention, and raised his arms and roared. The horrible sounds oscillated back and forth in the enclosed hall, shaking the walls around. The crystal windows with protective barriers were also unbearable to withstand the impact of sound waves. They crackled one after another, and a large web-like crack appeared. Snow Demon Wendigo's roar is not only harsh, but also incorporates the evil magic from the bottomless abyss. When people heard this high roar, they were deeply implanted with a strong sense of fear in their hearts, and they were all scared for a time. If Puppet Joan had personally experienced the horror roar of Snow Demon in the attic before, with psychological preparation in advance, he still managed to keep calm, hurriedly covered his ears, and retreated in the direction away from Snow Demon. Down. The horrible sound wave still echoed in the hall. Snow Demon Wendigo issued another short and powerful cry. The surrounding magic net was sharply twisted, and the temperature dropped rapidly. The water vapor in the air was instantly frozen into hail, circling around the huge body of the Snow Demon, and then exploded with a loud blast. Innumerable small sharp hail like a dense arrow, spattering wildly around. When the hail burst in the sky, Clark rushed forward 2 steps in time, blocking Joan behind him, using his magnificent body as a shield to protect Joan from hail splashing. The frost giant is immune to ice magic, but the Snow Demon emits more than just biting cold, each hail with a sharp edge, screaming at the face, and in the blink of an eye, Clark has cut countless wounds. The frost giant endured pain to maintain his breathing rhythm, his chest undulated sharply, inspiring his breath, and turned on frost rage. The wound was immediately frozen by the cold air that escaped from the body, avoiding excessive blood loss and further deterioration of the injury. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 570 Mythical Ice Cone. At the same time Clark blocked the hail for Joan, Shrek also used his mythical power to stimulate steel toughness, and the poet Cassio behind him resisted the invasion of ice and snow. Hey, what kind of spell? Cassio screamed in horror. Shaman and Culkin, with Scala, who possesses an undead body, serve as a physical shield, thrillingly avoiding the hail bombardment. Hearing Cassio's question, Shaman dusted the ice on her body and replied with a somber face, "It looks a lot like the 4th level spell Ice Storm, but its power is much stronger than the ordinary Ice Storm." "That's Mythical Ice Storm," Joan corrected softly. Just a moment after Snow Demon Wendigo raised his hand to cast a spell, he clearly felt that there was a tremendous mythical force emerging from the other party. Facing the powerful enemy killed by Snow Demon Wendigo, the two factions belonging to Joan and Shaman felt the pressure of survival. They had to suspend the battle and exchanged their eyes to reach a tacit agreement and decided to join hands first. Solve the horrible snow magic. At the same time, the iron golems guarding the hall on the 6th floor also noticed the arrival of Snow Demon Wendigo, and stopped fighting, turning to look at the deer-headed giant suspended above the teleportation array. The sight shot behind the iron golem's face guard focused on Snow Demon Wendigo, and his eyes quickly turned from blue to red. Obviously, he also realized that the existence of this monster was a huge threat to the entire castle. In fact, at the beginning of the creation of these iron golems, a command was implanted by the master. If Snow Demon Wendigo broke the seal and escaped, he must try to kill it at all costs. There is nothing else. This instruction has higher priority. Click. The 6 steel golems held up the giant sword together and took a regular pace to surround the Snow Demon Wendigo. "It's all right," Corkin said with a happy face. "Let the group of iron bumps fight the deer-head monster first. It is best if both parties die together and we are safe." Shaman gave him an angry look. This kind of thing can be done without telling the truth, and it is too disrespectful to say it in public. In fact, not only did he think so, the other side also had the mentality of sitting on the hill and watching the Tiglit the iron golem rush in front, consuming the power of Snow Demon Wendigo, and wait for the two sides to lose both sides and then attack to clean up the mess. It's not too late. Unfortunately, among the crowd, there was such a confused person who saw the iron golem left him and turned to besiege the Snow Demon Wendigo, but instead started his temper. "The food has gone. Can't forgive. Idiot. Iron bumps are not good. Just run away. Let's eat the new deer-head monster." "Deer-head monster? Great. The venison is delicious. Eat venison." "Scala wants to eat venison. Go eat meat." 6 iron bumps will eat up too late. "Damn iron lump. Don't my meat." Scala shook his 9 heads and roared like a drunken man, ignoring the dissuasion of Shaman and Culkin, and ran straight to the center of the hall, and in the blink of an eye, all the iron golems who were walking slowly behind him, he rushed towards Snow Demon Wendigo, his teeth grinned, his mouth drooling. Snow Demon Wendigo turned his head to look at the frantic troll, a cold kill in his eyes flashed, slowly raised his right hand. His palm was facing Scala, and suddenly a cone-shaped cold stream. Clark was taken aback when he saw this scene, and turned to ask Cassio, "That monster will also play the ice cone?" "No, it's not just the extremely cold air current, but countless sharp ice edges. The lethality is much greater than the normal ice cone," Cassio replied with cold sweat. As a higher ogre, he was born with special blood power, and he can cast 5 rings of ice cone once a day using the warlock spelling method. He is more qualified to evaluate Snow Demon Wendy than the others present. She casts a spell at the moment. However, Cassio couldn't understand how the Snow Magic Wendigo had optimized the ice cone spell configuration. which actually doubled the power limit of this 5-ring spell. Joan bit his lip, silently. At the moment when Snow Magic Wendigo cast the ice cone, he once again sensed the familiar mythical power, which shows that this is also a mythical spell. La Scala had 9 heads, but none of them had the word fear in it. Against the violently erupting cold current in the palm of the snow demon Wendigo, and the ice edge that was roaring and splashing in the cold current, howling to continue flying forward, helplessly, the whole body was covered with ice edges, and then condensed into a thick layer of ice shell. Frost adhered to Scalar's body surface, thickening at a rate visible to human eyes, and finally wrapped him into a huge human-shaped ice cube. Snow Demon Wendigo sneered and dropped his arm, floating in front of Scala, who was sealed in the ice. His hands grabbed the huge ice block, lifted it up suddenly, raised his head high, roared and threw it to the opposite side. Clark and others stayed. Boom! Clark hugged his head and squatted down to evade, and heavy ice flew over his head, hitting the crystal floor tossling window behind him, making a sizzling sound of glass breaking. There is a magical enchantment inside the castle, so that the indoor temperature and pressure are basically consistent with the surface world. Therefore, Joan and others came to the castle suspended in the vast sky from the surface, and there was no uncomfortable feeling. At this moment, the crystal window was smashed by Snow Demon Wendigo. The air pressure inside and outside the hall suddenly became unbalanced, and the indoor air was instantly pumped to the outdoor high altitude with lower air pressure. The fierce air convection formed a storm. The ice cubes frozen by the 9 trolls' Scala were sucked out of the window, and then Clark, Shrek, Cassio, and Joe, who were standing by the window, were caught out of the window, hovering and tumbling in the middle, falling quickly. Shaman was far away from the shattered crystal window. He was so scared that he sweated in cold sweat. He couldn't care about Scala himself, and hurriedly took out the return talisman from his arms and started sending the spell. Kirkin was also frightened by the abnormal power of Snow Demon Wendigo, turning his head to see Shaman rising at his feet to send light, and hurried towards him under the turbulent airflow. He could not help but rushed into the teleportation array, his arms clasped tightly. Shaman did not let go, lest he should be left in this terrible place. The beam of teleports soared into the sky, and the figures of Shaman and Kulkin faded quickly, disappearing without a trace within 3 seconds. Snow Demon Wendigo glanced back at the remaining teleportation glory in the air, and then flew out of the broken window, focusing on the frost giant who took away the Koschiki collar. Between him and the collar, there is a trace of mental induction that cannot be interrupted. No matter how far apart, he can accurately sense the current position of the collar. Even if the frost giant hides in the corner of the world, he is destined to escape his pursuit. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 571. Xushan. In the first few seconds of being sucked out of the window by high altitude and low pressure, Joan felt like an egg thrown into the blender. His body was almost torn apart by the storm, and his thinking was also mixed into a sparse, only feeling dim and dark, blank in his mind. After a brief absence, Joan barely stayed awake in the storm, inspiring a mythical force to bless himself with feathering. The moment the spell took effect, he felt his body became light and fluttering, and his falling speed was greatly slowed down. The heart palpitations and dizziness originally caused by weightlessness were also greatly relieved. At this moment, Joan is grateful for the predecessor of the master who invented the feather fall technique. Among all the spells he masters, this is the only one that does not require spellcasting materials, spellcasting gestures, almost no need to maintain spell focus, or even chant long spells, as long as a short word is spoken. It is precisely because the casting process of Featherfall is very simple, and the idea can be instantaneously flashed, so it is possible to sacrifice this life-saving spell in time in a panic state of falling from the sky. Otherwise, I am afraid that until it is broken into a patty, too late to cast a spell to save themselves. Featherfall technique makes Joan temporarily safe, but his crisis is far from over. After a quick glance, Joan was surprised to see a huge storm cloud hovering behind him. The dark cloud current flashes, wide and narrow at the top, shaped like a funnel. The top of the cloud is covered with a thick layer of ice and snow, and the manor and castle of cloud giant Archmage Vavrunia is located above the storm cloud. The existence of the survivor obtains the power of sustained suspension, and at the same time, it is constantly drifting away from Joan under the impetus of the storm cloud. Not long ago, when Joan and his companions were still in the clouds, because the manor and the castle were under the protection of the magic enchantment, he could not feel how violent the storm outside the enchantment was, and he could hardly feel that the building was in the cloud. The castle has been moving at high speed. Now it is sucked out of the castle window by the airflow, out of the protection of the border, and it is too difficult to return to the castle. Joan cast a spell to become an eagle, desperately flapping his wings and flying against the wind, trying to catch up with the cloud city that was gradually drifting away. But the violent airflow blowing against him made it very difficult for him to advance every inch, and had to give up the idea of returning to the castle. Instead, he lowered the floating height and tried to search and rescue the companion who was also thrown out of the window by the air current. Joan hovered for a long time in the sky, and saw 3 small black dots in the distance. He was circling counterclockwise with the huge tornado column supporting the cloud city. Vaguely Clark, Shrek and Cassio. Joan didn't know if they had taken the Uluo potion. If they just watched so coldly, the 3 companions would be sucked into the storm center soon after, and the consequences would be disastrous. Joan thought more and more anxious, hurriedly flapped his wings and chased up, intending to help before they were inhaled into the storm. Just near the edge of the storm, Joan realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He greatly underestimated the horror energy of the high-altitude tornado. The consequences of self-improvement are very fatal, not to mention the rescue of his companion, and now he can't even keep himself steady, wrapped in a strong air current and drifting towards the center of the storm, like a small sampan hitting the Shanghai whirlpool. There is no resistance at all. The power, in a blink of an eye, is deeply immersed in it, and the consciousness is gradually blurred in the high-speed rotating airflow. The wind screamed in the ears, and the frozen body had lost consciousness. Joan was drifting with the waves in this semi-comatose state and was forced to give his fate completely to the magnificent forces of nature to adjudicate. As a small human being, the only thing he can do now is to grind his teeth and try to maintain the last sober will. Even if it is finally torn apart by the storm, he must die clearly. The flesh and blood body fights against the power of natural disasters. Such a contest is not fair. Fortunately, the various protective spells that Joan blessed in advance played a role in the life and death. The magic flashed faintly in the storm clouds, and Joan's body was hovering like a little sand and dust with the wind, and it was like running on the revolving ladder, descending layer by layer, one after another. I don't know how long, as if for a long century. He was finally drawn into the wind eye of the storm clouds. If Joan can open his eyes at this moment, he will be pleasantly surprised to find that there is a huge portal that emits magical aura in the wind eye, like a huge magnet, which will absorb all the objects involved in the wind eye, including himself. Go in and throw it to the surface world. As soon as he entered the portal, Joan felt a strong dizziness, and the overwhelmed will dam was finally crushed by this last straw and completely comatose. I don't know how long after that, Joan awakened from the endless darkness. The roaring wind around his ears made him realize that he might be alive, barely lifting his heavy eyelids, showing a silver world in front of him. The mountains are covered with snow, and with the faint starlight, the rolling mountains covered with silver in the distance are vaguely visible. Joan shuddered and exhaled a breath, and the breath was frozen into a white frost mist by the cold wind. Lonely curled up on this strange snowfield, after the luck of escaping from death, now he has only 2 strong feelings: cold and pain. Thanks to the protection of the gods, Joan found that his upper body was still conscious, and while still not frozen, He quickly extracted the last mythical power of today and blessed himself with a ring of spells endurance environment. The magical radiance flowed all over the body, and the biting chill gradually disappeared. Joan felt a little firmer in his heart and turned his head to look around. He found himself at the top of a sloping hillside. His body fell into a snowdrift and was almost completely buried. Recalling his recent experience, Joan gradually sorted out his thoughts, guessing that after he was sucked into the high-altitude storm cloud, he was thrown down by the airflow until it fell on this unknown snow mountain. The reason why I can still save my life till now is presumably due to the effective feather fall technique. It is a pity that the height of the fall exceeded the duration of the feather fall technique, and he failed to protect him from falling to the ground safely. He still suffered a certain degree of injury, so that his lower body lost consciousness, as if both legs no longer belonged to him. Joan settled down, holding back the pessimistic and desperate emotions, propped up to sit up, and looked at his leg injury. When he was in his hometown of Dillon, he followed Mr. Calendil to study medicine, and later went to Leiden College to study. Under the careful guidance of Roll's instructor, he further studied human anatomy. After a little inspection, he was right. Know your current physical condition. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 572 Desperate Survival. The good news is that the fall injury was not as serious as I had just worried about. The fibula in the left leg was slightly fractured. The right leg was severely injured, and the tibia was broken into 3 pieces. Thinking optimistically, I fell down from a high altitude and did not fall into a meatloaf on the spot, nor did I break the spine to cause complete paralysis. Only 2 legs were broken, which is worth thanking the goddess of fortune. But the harsh environment made Joan not happy. In this ghostly place where there was no one to visit, there was no food, drink, or warm room for him to heal, so it was delayed. Even if he was not starved to death, he could not escape in the mountains. Predator of the beast. But what can he do? Now that he was exhausted, it was impossible to escape from the boundless snow mountain with only his hands. Due to the unconsciousness of his lower limbs, even if he becomes an eagle, he cannot maintain balance in the air, let alone fly. Now he is more worried about whether he will be incontinent. That's really dead and humiliating. In such a situation where every day should not be called, and even if the earth is not good, even if Joan Xiang is strong, he can't help but feel despair. His nose is sour, and tears are swirling in his eyes. However, tears can solve any problems. He can only use the tears of God to make a bottle of wound medicine to pour into his stomach. Although he can't cure a fracture, at least it can have pain relief effects. After taking the medicine, Joan clenched his teeth and insisted on crawling down the hillside, moving his body to the leeward before exhausting the last trace of physical strength. With his eyes wide open, he tried to look into the distance. Joan saw a winding path at the foot of the mountain. It seemed that there were occasional business travelers passing by. The snow-covered mountain roads could still be easily discerned. What he saw made Joan feel a little relieved, and he lay slowly on the sloping hillside, using his strength to roll down. If he could roll all the way to the foot of the mountain and lie down across the middle of the trail, he would have a great chance of being rescued. Such a big living person is lying in the middle of the road, and the good-hearted business travelers will not turn a blind eye. Of course, it is not ruled out that there is a wicked guy who just stepped over him and ignored it, or took advantage of Sai's nobody, trying to steal his pocket finances and kill him. However, Joanne always believes that there are still a lot of good people in the world. Even if he is out of luck and encounters bad people, he is not capable of resisting at all. After all, taking risks and trying to save yourself is better than lying on the mountain and waiting for death. It is a pity that his good luck seems to have run out, and the self-rescue operation has just run aground and ran aground. Joan rolled down and hit a crooked pine tree just halfway up the mountain. The severe pain from the waist at the moment of the impact made him almost faint, and he was stuck in the tree. What's more unfortunate is that the snow on the trees was hit by the impact and fell down, like a thick white blanket covering him. Even if someone passed by under the mountain, there was no one lying in the snow pile. Joan was so desperate that he lay on the snow with the urge to swear. After regaining some strength, he lifted his hand and pushed away the snow covering his face, so that when he heard the sound of wheels or horseshoes, he had a chance to call for help. The plume sky seemed to be bottomless, and the goose feathers and snow fell endlessly, covering Joan's face. Very soon. He had to open his mouth and use the heat left in his body to melt the snow on his face, so that he could breathe smoothly, and fell asleep in sorrow and despair. When he woke up, the sky was twilight, and a few rays of sunlight fell on Joan's face through the gloomy clouds, bringing him a little warmth and rekindling his hope of survival. He doesn't know how long he has been sleeping on the snowy mountain. From the perspective of the magic of enduring environment, it will not exceed 24 hours. From the point of view that his spell position and mythical power have recovered, the sleep time is also no less than 2 hours. Resetting spell slots is good news. As long as there is mana, there is still hope. Joan propped up his upper body with both hands, sitting up with difficulty, pulled out the electric blade, cut off the branch that fell from the top of the head, trimmed it slightly, made 2 pairs of rough guards, clamped the place where the legs were broken, and tightened it with a bandage. Tighten up. The regular play is relatively simple, but it is sufficient to avoid the deterioration of the injury. After all, he does not want to be with his cane for a lifetime. From the crutches to the thought of his grandfather who was no longer alive, Qiao An's heart burst into an inexplicable sadness. At this moment, a weird scream suddenly came from the top of the head, followed by footsteps from far and near. Joan was taken aback and hurriedly looked up to the top of the mountain. Just where he fell last night, a tall white figure appeared. At first, Joan thought it was Snow Demon Wendigo who was catching up, and he was so desperate that he seemed to have no choice but to wait for death. However, after careful observation, he found that the white figure was far less than the tall and gigantic snow monster. His height was only about 9 feet, his body was covered with thick white long hair, his arms were slender, and his lower limbs were shorter, but he was stronger and stronger. The ground crawls and jumps resembles apes and monkeys. Joan guessed that the monster was mostly a snow ape living in the cold mountain area, and it was also considered a more aggressive beast, but the threat to him was far from being comparable to the horrible snow demon. Thinking about it this way, Joan was relieved a little, clenching the dagger with his left hand, reaching into the jacket pocket with his right hand, and holding the revolver. Now that he has limited mobility and is seriously injured, considering that the snow ape is a social animal, he doesn't want to provoke the other party unless he is forced to do so. In case a large group of snow apes are attracted, the trouble will be even greater. Joan shrank back and leaned back against the tree trunk. The entire person was almost retracted into the depth of the fluffy snowdrift, leaving only a small hole to communicate with the outside world. It is convenient for breathing and can also be used as a channel to peep at the movement of the snow ape. Thinking of hiding in the depths of the snowdrift, the traces left when I rolled down the last night have been covered by heavy snow. Joan felt that the snow ape at the top of the mountain was unlikely to find his hiding place, so he should wander for a while. Gone. However, what happened next deviated from his expectations. The creature suspected of being a snow ape made 2 rounds around the area where he fell last night, sniffed around, and then ran down the hillside. The terrain became gentle, and the monster stood upright, walking only on a strong body supported by both feet, and freed up his arms to pick up the scattered pine branches on the snow. After sniffing and smelling, he turned his head and looked down under the tree where Joan was hiding. Come. At this time, the distance between the 2 sides was only about 30 feet. Through the holes in the snow pile, Joan was in sight with the monster and was surprised to find that the white-haired monster had a dark face, regardless of his facial features. Still walking upright, more like humans than apes. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 573 White Fur Monster. That guy, Is it a barbarian living on a snowy mountain? Joan couldn't help but feel excited. If the other person is a human, even if it is just an ignorant and backward indigenous savages, after all, it is considered to be his kind, and it is possible to communicate and then help him out of trouble. Do you want to ask for help? Joan hesitated. There are quite a few naive and simple barbarians, but the barbaric tribes who are cruel and even eat cannibalism are also in the minority in the borderlands of the New World. He dare not take his life to bet whether a strange barbarian has good intentions. Just when hesitating and not feeling, the white-haired monster has slowly approached this side, with ice blue eyes full of vigilance. When he blinked, Joan was surprised to find a subtle detail. This person's eyelid is very peculiar. In addition to the normal upper and lower eyelids, it is like a crocodile, and there is a transparent inner eyelid. When he opened this transparent eyelid, his eyes became extremely sharp, and seemed to be able to penetrate the thick snow, as if there were a substantial steel needle, which made Joan's face tingle. If there is a tingling sensation, it quickly spreads out from the face and spreads all over the body in an instant. Every inch of muscle becomes numb and stiff. Bad. Suffering from the gaze of the white-haired monster, Joanne was surprised that the distribution of the magic net in the nearby space had changed abnormally. All kinds of signs show that the white-haired monster can shoot magical supernatural sight with his eyes, but he can't catch the attack. His body has become paralyzed, his hands and feet can't move, he can't shoot himself for defense, nor can he cast a spell to retreat the enemy. The white-haired monster who could watch the black-faced and blue-eyed man strode up. The white-haired weird man quickly ran under the tree, shoved the snow away, and saw Joan's moment. A cruel grin appeared on his face, and a large, fluffy hand came out, grabbing his throat. Laugh. Suddenly, a beam of red light burst from the depths of Joan's left eye, hitting his chest through the finger slits of the white furry man, instantly igniting his fluffy fur. The white-haired monster shook his hands in a hurry, screaming and tumbling back and forth on the snow, and finally extinguished the flames on his body. The original white fluffy fur had been burned to a large extent, and the most severely burned chest was scorched with blood, which was terrible. The monster struggled to climb away from Joan. He stopped only 50 feet away and turned to look at Joan. Fright and resentment alternated in the ice blue eyes. Joan is now numb, and only the head can barely move. When the white hairy monster reveals an attempt to commit murder, the only weapon he can use from the defense is his own artificial eye with a variety of magic. The burning ray just launched successfully scared the white-haired monster, but unfortunately the other party seemed to be very stubborn, clearly learned, but still wandering in the distance, so he was not willing to give up the prey that was about to be obtained. Joan's prosthetic eye can release a scorching ray up to 4 times a day. If the white-haired monster dares to come closer, Joan will not be polite to him. All 4 scorching rays hit him enough to kill him. Unfortunately, the white-haired monster is not stupid. After losing money, he is alert. He has been wandering away from Joan, neither leaving nor approaching, and seems to be looking for a better time to attack. Joan doesn't mind confronting this weirdo. The paralyzed body is gradually regaining consciousness. The longer the time, the better it is for him. However, this does not mean that Joan is already invincible, and there are still many things worth worrying about. For example, will the white-hair monster attack him again with a strange sight, so that his recovered limb will be paralyzed again? Will he call his companion to help him? Will he go around behind him, from his inability launch an attack from the angle of burning rays? Joan felt more and more disturbed, but it was useless to be anxious. He could only hope that he would get rid of the paralysis as soon as possible and free up his hand to deal with the white-haired monster. On the barren mountain of Snow Fury, Joan and the white-haired monster were afraid of each other. Both eyes stared at each other fiercely, thus maintaining a stalemate. The time passed quietly, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Muscle paralysis was fading, and Joan was now able to move his fingertips slightly. but could not lift his arm. After this period of confrontation, he discovered that the special ability of the white-haired monster to cause paralysis with sight has a strict distance limit. Joan is not clear about the maximum range of this paralytic gaze, but judging from the location of the white hairy monster, it will not be farther than his burning ray range. Otherwise the other party can completely hide in the burning ray sight attack outside of range. In addition, Joanne also found that the white-haired monster is not of a high level of intelligence. At best it is similar to Ogre, of course not the most clever mythical ogre like Shrek. Otherwise, in a minute of mutual stalemate he should make a more positive move. Whether he tries to sneak around behind Joan or call his companion for help, it is better than just staring. If you don't hurry, you will be dead. Joan stared fiercely at the white-haired weird man, and murderous intentions appeared in his eyes. As long as you give him another half a minute, the arm will move freely, and the situation of both parties will be reversed. The white-haired monster seems to be aware of the crisis, and finally begins to try to break the deadlock. He plucked out a large handful of snow on the spot, pressed it into a snowball as big as a person's head, and held it in front of him. He slammed into the snowball and then rounded his arms, smashing the snowball towards Joan. At first, Joan saw the white-haired monster throwing a snowball at himself, only to find it funny, until the snowball hit his chest. He was surprised to find that the snowball was far harder than it seemed. Just like a big rock, he almost hit him back, passed away. Joan looked down with pain. The broken snowball shone brightly, and the soft white snow was wrapped in hard ice. It wasn't until this time that he realized that the breath exhaled by the white-haired monster contained the magic of extreme cold, and directly frozen the snowball into a solid ice ball. No wonder it hurts to hit the body. At this time, the white-haired monster reunited with a bigger snowball, held it to his mouth and blew 3 breaths, held it high, and threw it at Joan violently. This time Joan didn't dare to carelessly, and tried his best to duck his head and dodge. The ice hockey flew past against the scalp and smashed into the trunk behind. Boom! The pine tree snapped off, the broken ice rebounded back, knocked on the back of Joan's head, and immediately swelled up a large bag, only to see that the eyes were black. Almost fainting on the spot, Joan bit her lip, barely staying awake, looked up at the white furry man, and found that the other party was collecting snow to make ammunition. Knowing that there was not much time left for him. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 574. Logan family. At this time, Joan's arm was still numb, but fortunately, he could already lift it, and without thinking, he pulled out the revolver, raised his trembling right arm, and pointed the muzzle at the opposite. The white hair monster noticed his unusual behavior, raised his head in surprise, staring blankly at the muzzle, as if wondering what Joan had meant to lift the black pipe. Boom! Joan pulled the trigger, and the lead shot whizzed out of the gun barrel, hitting the undefended face of the white hair monster, and blood spewed out. The white furry man covered his face with both hands and screamed and fell down on the snow. Joan fired 2 more shots at him, until the white-haired weird man stopped calling and lay on the snow without any movement. Then he took a sigh of relief, and the arm with the gun drooped weakly. The body of the white hair monster was immersed in blood, and the pool of blood was quickly frozen by the roaring snow. Joan leaned on the tree trunk, feeling weak and turning around, and it took a while for his heartbeat and breathing to return to normal. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making him worry about attracting more predators. Facts proved that his worries were not too much. Shortly after the white hair monster was killed, there was a sharp roar across the hillside, which was clearly the kind of strange call made by the white hair monster when he appeared. Shang Xiao immediately followed by, echoing between the mountains and the mountains, screaming through the wind and snow, and quickly approaching the area where Qian lived. Obviously, the white-haired monsters entrenched in this snow-capped mountain are far more than the one that Joan just shot and killed. I wonder if they heard the dying cry of the same kind, or smell the air entrained in the wind. Rush over. Joan's nerves, which had just been relaxed, tightened again, hurriedly refilling the revolver pistol, and then cast a stealth on his chest if stealth could not help him escape the white hair monster. Search and arrest, then you can only harden your scalp and fight hard. Joan was trapped in the snow mountain, thinking about desperately with the large group of white hairy monsters who were about to come, not paying attention to the hillside behind him. The caravan on the mountain road across the snowy ridge was moving forward slowly. A total of more than 20 guards accompanied the caravan. They were riding horses, waist-thick swords, oblique-backed magic crystal shotguns, and their clothing showed a strong Asa style. This group of Azan knights is divided into two teams, escorting a four-wheeled cart in the center, but the trailer is not a horse, but a huge animal called Highland Lost Beast. Highland Lost Beasts are rare in the southern New World with a warm climate, but in the northern mountains in the ice and snow, they are more important livestock than mules. This animal is not inferior to the mammoth colossus, but looks like a yak. The indigenous Azan people in the cold north have domesticated this large, gentle herbivore and acted as a camel to transport bulk cargo. The two Highland Lost Beasts dragged the cart side by side and walked steadily on the snow-covered mountain road. There were 5 large wooden boxes on the cart, all covered with animal skins. It seemed that people might see what was loaded in the box. Judging from the depth of the tracks left by the carts crushing the ice and snow, the 5 boxes of cargo were quite heavy. There is a lot of space in the car. In addition to 5 boxes of goods, it also supports the shed to cover the snow. 2 men and a woman sit under the shed and are chatting in a low voice. At this moment, a sharp gunshot suddenly came from the middle of the hillside ahead, immediately alerting the 3 caravan leaders to get up and get out of the carport, holding the car fence and looking in the direction of the gunshot. The head of the 3 is a tall and burly Azan man, about 40 years old, with a thick beard, showing a bold and firm temperament between the eyebrows. A pair of young men and women stood beside the middle-aged man. From the skin color and similar appearance, the 2 were obviously the children of the middle-aged man. The older man inherited his father's handsome face, and his brilliant blonde hair gave a sunny and cheerful impression. His eyes gleamed with curiosity in the eyes of Gshan, showing the urge to try. The young man stood beside his younger sister. Although the girl is 1 year younger than her elder brother, she looks calmer. She wears a black men's hunting suit. Her hair is only 1 inch long. Her skin is healthy and brown. Her handsome face is solemn and tall. The nose bridge is dotted with freckles on both sides, and if the chest is slightly raised, I am afraid that it will be mistaken for a handsome teenager. Dad, Saluda, have you heard? There seems to be gunfire over the mountainside. The young Issa said excitedly. We'd better go over as soon as possible to see what happened. Calm down, Ha Kang. Now is not the time for much fuss. Men's ladies didn't angrily reprimand their brother. We have very important goods to escort. We must rush back to Shizatown within 2 weeks, in case in an accident. How can you tell your father? To the patriarch. Slud, don't be so nervous. Okay. This generation of snow monsters often attack passers-by. I just want to see if anyone on the snow mountain needs help without delaying our journey. Ha Kang seemed to be a little afraid of his strong-minded sister, and at the same time he turned to his father for help. The brother and sister's father didn't make a sound, stroking their beards. Their eyes narrowed, and the falcon-like sharp sight was directed at the point where the gunshot came. In any case, I strongly object to delaying time here. Slud lowered his face and solemnly warned his brother, who always loves to go about business. This trip is different from the past. You all know that the value of the goods on the car is as high as 60,000 gold duga, which is equivalent to the sum of taxes for the entire 3 years of the town's residents. The militiamen in the town are looking forward to getting these new weapons. We must not have any failure. Slud, of course I agree with your cautious attitude, but we are already careful enough. You don't need to scare yourself. Ha Kang smiled disapprovingly, and then said, Snow monsters and beasts can't play guns. Just now, The gunshot was definitely from the hands of human beings. This is not a hunting ground. Travelers only shoot themselves when they are in danger. If I don't hear the gunshot, it's fine. Since I have heard it, at least I should go and watch it. At a glance, it might help. Is anyone else in danger? It's your business. Harkang, you'll suffocate if you don't go to the bustle. Sluder was furious. Really suffocating? The blonde young man responded sincerely to his sister's anger. Sluder, you know me, born with such a warm heart. Slud raised his hand and had to give up his brother, who seemed to never grow up. He turned to his father and said to his father, Dad, we have been harassed by robbers many times along the way, and we have to be more careful. The sound of gunshots. I don't deny that there may be a gun fired by passers-by, but it cannot be ruled out that the trap was set by the robbers, trying to trick us away from the convoy and take the opportunity to grab the goods. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 575 Iron Rose and Shizutown. Your concerns are very insightful, Slough. For safety reasons, we better keep going. After all, one thing is worse than one less. The middle-aged man raised his hand and signaled the caravan to move on, and the wheels squeaked against the snow. Slud smiled relievedly, but her elder brother, Hakang, seemed to be splashed with cold water in the head, sighed, and was not reconciled. The caravan went on for another 2 minutes. Suddenly weird howls came from the snowy mountain, followed by a thrilling sound. The middle-aged man and his sons and daughters all changed their faces, and quickly ordered the driver to suspend the journey. The assassin hunters, who served as bodyguards all around, retired and took off their shotguns. It's the snow monster's roar. The middle-aged man listened with his ears turned. There are no fewer than 4 or 5 heads. They all ran towards the mountainside diagonally across. It's okay. It's not for us. Slud patted his full and breathed a sigh of relief. It's just 4 or 5 heads of snow monsters. I can't help but came to us. A burst of guns killed me. Snow monsters eat tonight. Harkang deliberately sings the opposite tone with his sister. Don't talk stupid. Sludger glared at his brother. Although the snow monsters look like beasts, they are humanoids after all. Barely our kind. You are not ogres. You can't eat meat. You must eating snow monster meat. Bah. That's disgusting. Slud, don't be so fierce. I haven't eaten snow monsters in my life. Just kidding. Can't you have a little sense of humor? Harkang complained bitterly. All day long with a face. You can teach people if you don't move. No matter how beautiful a girl is, no one dares to marry. No wonder it is called Iron Rose in Shizutown. You don't need to worry about me, Slud said angrily. Don't quarrel between you two. The group of snow monsters seems to be heading in the direction where the gunshot just sounded. The middle-aged man's face was solemn. If I heard correctly, the snow monsters might be attracted by the gunshots. Go round the gunman, Dad. This shows that the gunman was just out of self-defense, and he had to fire the gun instead of what he thought. If we don't intervene, the hapless gunman might not be able to cope with the siege of so many snow monsters. Hakang said eagerly. Perhaps he has a companion to help him, so we don't need to do much business. Slud couldn't help but interject. But it's also possible to be alone. If you don't go and see for yourself, how do you know if someone needs help? Harkang turned and jumped out of the cart, and ran towards the mountainside. Dad, why don't you stop Hakang? Slud asked his father angrily. The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. Your brother's temper, you don't know yet. He wants to intervene in the business. No one can stop him. Slud, the team will leave it to you to take care of it. Hakang is too impulsive to do things. I can't rest assured, so I have to check it out. Then, he took 2 magic crystal shotguns from the carport, jumped out of the cart, and threw a shotgun to his son. Slud stomped his feet in anger, but he couldn't help it. He quickly thought about it and jumped off his car with his shotgun, chasing the footprints of the father and son on the snow. Dad. Harkang, wait for me. Sluder, why did you follow? You two daredevil must go to the fun. How can I feel relieved? Slud said angrily. Mother specifically told me to take good care of the two of you on the road before going out, not because of your temperament. Is there any way?" The middle-aged man smiled and expressed emotion to his daughter. "Your temper is really like your mother. You are always doing things right, and never make mistakes. As for the Hakang boy, it's quite my style when I was young. Dogs, they are uncomfortable if they don't cause trouble. Sorry to say so." Slud gave his father a white look, looked up at the looming white figure on the top of the mountain. The smile on his face suddenly converged. He quickly opened the casting material pack, took out a handful of silver powder, and skillfully played a string of spells with his left hand. The father and the elder brother blessed them with a protection against evil. "There are a lot of snow monsters. Let's be more careful and bless protective spells in advance so that we don't have to be afraid of the snow monsters." Shiver gaze. On the one hand, Slud stabbed his father and brother and incidentally shot himself for protection against evil. As an arson knight with 7 professional levels, Slud is better at Protection School and Plastic Energy School Arcane Art, but the spellcasting ability cannot compare with a more professional wizard. Currently, she can only cast 2 ring spells and cast 3 protection against evil. Now she only has 1 ring spell slot and 2 2-ring spell slots. Fortunately, the Arcanite is essentially a warrior rather than a mage. Slud devotes much more energy to shotguns and swords than to study spells. The battle mainly depends on martial arts and guns to defeat the enemy. For her, it only plays an auxiliary role. "Slud, you are still thoughtful." The middle-aged man smiled and patted the baby girl's head, and was very relieved for her consideration. Hakang did not appreciate the magical care provided by his sister. He said carelessly, "All 3 of us are heirs of the Walsinger family, and we have pure Angelian blood. When we fight, we stimulate blood power and change. Become a heroic warrior. Even if you are stared at by the snow monster, you will not fall into paralysis. Why waste your spell position?" Spell positions are indeed precious, but our blood power is even more precious. Slud stubbornly taught his brother, "Don't forget, British spirit transformation has a time limit, and I don't know what will happen next. Crisis, blood power must be preserved for life. It is best not to use it when it is absolutely necessary. Anyway, you always have reason. What you say is what you do." Hakang shrugged helplessly, decisively gave up the extremely unwise idea of fighting with his sister, and rushed to the mountainside quickly, seeing a stump standing in the distance on the snow. Snow piled up on the side of the stump, and there was nothing left. "Strange, obviously there are gunshots here. Why don't you even have a figure?" Hakang looked left and right, confused. Slough kneeled down on the snow and carefully observed the vague footprints, then looked up and told his father and brother, "There are footprints left by the snow monsters, and there are blood stains. We search along the blood stains and we should find more valuable clues." The 3 of them walked not far along the blood stains, and they found a snow monster's body on the hillside shelter. The middle-aged man touched the body and turned back to his daughter, saying, "It is still gentle, and the death time will not exceed an hour. In fact, only half an hour." A faint voice suddenly came from behind the father and daughter, and they startled them and looked back. In front of the stump behind him, a magical aura suddenly appeared, and a thin figure, turning from thick to light, appeared slowly in front of them. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 576 Snow Monster Stealth. Slud's face changed suddenly, and without thinking, he raised the magic crystal shotgun, and pointed the muzzle at the chest of the mysterious man. He asked sharply, "Who are you? What do you want to hide in here?" "Slud, don't be impulsive." Hakang quickly pressed down the shotgun in his sister's hand and smiled apologetically at the mysterious man sitting against the stump floor. "Friend, how are you?" "Not too good." The man's answer was short and low, giving an indifferent impression. The snow covered him, he could not see his face clearly, and he could only judge from his voice. "My name is Logan Walsong, from the Azat tribe in Shiza town. These 2 little guys are my son Hakan and daughter Sluda." The middle-aged man first reported himself from the door, and then to the mysterious people asked, "Friend, what do you call Joan Vida, from Dillontown?" The young man replied, "Dillontown? What is this place? I haven't heard of it. How far is it from Shizu town?" Ha Kang asked curiously. "If referring to the town of Shizu in the foothills of Fania, sir, it's too far." The teenager's voice finally showed a touch of emotion. "My hometown is south of the colony of Alfheim, the great jungle of Yolf." "Wow. That is indeed a very distant place. I'm afraid it will be 2 or 3,000 miles away from our Midgard area." Hakan whistled exaggeratedly. "Wait, haven't you found out yet? This kid is a colonizer." Slud raised his shotgun again and looked at Joan with a bit more hostility. "Okay, Slud, don't be so rude." Logan glanced at her daughter displeasurely. "Only the old and stubborn in the family will remember the past hatred. Not to mention the hatred of our Walsinger tribe. The colonizer of Midgard, this younger brother is from Yolfheim. Even if he is a descendant of the colonizer, he has no hatred against us. Don't be prejudiced against others. Whether the colonists in the north or the colonists in the south are all robbers running to our aboriginal lands. There is one that is not a good thing," Slud said bitterly. Joan heard that the Asa girl was deeply resentful of the colonists from the old continent. Frowning slightly and silently, in his hometown, he often dealt with the Asa natives and became good friends with the Candy family of the Powhatan tribe. In fact, in the entire Yolfheim area, the relationship between the Asa indigenous people and immigrants is generally harmonious. Anyway, the boundless jungle and the vast wilderness are enough to accommodate the migrant population. Indigenous people bought industrial products that they could not produce in the towns established by the colonists, and the colonists learned from the indigenous people the techniques of hunting and cultivating the unique crops of the New World, such as corn, indigo, and tobacco. Even intermarriage is not uncommon. Neither immigrant towns nor indigenous tribes will be discriminated against. But in the north, in the Midgard colony, the situation seems to be different. Joan can tell from Slud's attitude that the local as indigenous people are very disgusted with immigrants, and it seems that they have deep grievances with the colonists of Midgard. As for why this is the case, Joanne is unknown. Now he didn't have time to inquire deeply. The roar of the white-haired monster has been heard on the hillside. The top priority is to repel the bloodthirsty predators. Logan and Hakan also heard the roar and hurriedly removed the magic crystal shotgun from behind and loaded the bullets. At the top of the hillside, where Joan fell yesterday, a white-haired snow monster stood upright, wielding double boxing to beat his chest, and made a thrilling howl. Logan and his son calmly raised their guns and aimed at this guy who stood and roared in a demonstration, almost simultaneously pulling the trigger. The gunshots sounded, and the white hairy monster at the top of the mountain burst into 2 scarlet blood spots in the throat and abdomen, and wailed and fell down the hillside. "Ha ha! Snow monsters are snow monsters, always so stupid." Ha Kang shook his head and sneered. "Don't care. There are 4 snow monsters catching up." Logan Shinshing reminded his son. Sure enough, 4 white figures appeared on the hillside. Perhaps it was to see that the companion was sniped and learned a lesson. All 4 snow monsters buried their heads deep, their limbs fell, and their hands and feet moved together. They ran down from the top of the mountain. Snow monsters grow with white long hairs all over. Only facial hair is relatively sparse, naked brown skin color, and when they bow their heads, crawling on the ground, the white snow provides them with a natural cover. Human eyes, it is difficult to distinguish this group of white-haired monsters crawling at high speed on the snow. Logan and Hakan fired one after another, but both bullets fell through. He hurriedly retreated to the stump and prepared to pull out the knife while filling the bullets. Slough stood beside Joan, watching the snow monster that was approaching quickly, and asked with a cold face, "Yank, do you still have the strength to protect yourself?" "Can." "Really?" Slug looked at the handsome boy who looked only 13 or 14 years old. The weak look of the other side made her a little worried. "If you are not bragging, it is best to find a safe place to hide." "Wait a minute, we will have no time to take care of you. Broken leg and can't go." Joan looked down at the crippled legs, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Broken leg. Slud was sympathetic and annoyed to see the shabby splint and bandage on his leg. Then you said you have the ability to protect yourself, It turns out to be a leather king. Broken leg, hand can move. Joan defended in a low voice. I think you can still move this mouth. Sluid gave him a dismissive glance. Yankee, tell me, can you kill the snow monster with your mouth? Joan thought slightly, raised his head, and answered seriously, no mouth, but A's. Every word he said was a big truth, however. God was just talking to death. God, am so fed up. Sluid whimpered, almost mad at him. Joan's face was inexplicable, and she didn't understand which words offended her, so annoyed. Although he couldn't understand why Sluder was so angry, Joan had no intention of asking. He was not good at dealing with strangers, and the other party came to rescue him after all, even if his temper was not good, and his attitude was a little rough. Does not prevent him from being grateful. At this time the 4 snow monsters had been overwritten from the top of the mountain, only 100 feet away from the stumps that Joan and Logan had kept. Both Logan and Hakan realized that there was not much room left for them to shoot, hurriedly hit the empty magazine, knocked down the snow monster that rushed to the front, then immediately decisively dropped the shotgun, pulled out the saber, and prepared for close combat. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 577. Go together. Logan is a high-level warrior. Hakan also has 8 warrior levels. The father and son are experienced in fighting. They also blessed in advance the spell of the paralyzing sight of the snow monster chilling gaze and dealt with it confidently. The 3-headed snow monster is not a big problem. Although Slaughter sneered at Joan, he still stood beside him, clutching the magic crystal shotgun in his hands to guard against the snow monster raid. Joan quickly observed the relative positions of the snow monsters, opened the casting kit, and took out a piece of mica and a bunch of spider silk. Slough glanced at his movements in the corners of his eyes, and there was a trace of surprise on his face. Are you also an arcane spellcaster? Joan nodded gently and quickly made a casting gesture. Joan chanted the start spell of spiderweb and pointed at the area where the snow monsters gathered. The magic web threads distributed the work inked with each other, and a huge spider web appeared out of thin air. The blame was all shrouded and wrapped tightly. Anna, smashing the mica in his hand, Joan immediately used the second spell. The 3 snow monsters caught in the cobweb were still struggling, and suddenly a large burst of glowing dust exploded in front of them, instantly blinding their eyes, all covering their faces in mourning and tears. Joan hadn't eaten all day and night. His pain, hunger, cold, and fatigue combined with his body became extremely weak. After releasing 2 second-level spells in a row, he was exhausted and sweated, and he gasped violently. You. Doesn't matter. Slough couldn't help looking down at his face. I'm okay. Joan gasped for breath, holding back the dizziness caused by the overdraft of energy. His pale face, barely squeezing out a smile, weakly reminded Slud, the snow monster is trapped in a spider web. The eyes were also stabbed by the flashing dust, temporarily unable to use the paralyzing gaze attack. You quickly start to kill the 3 monsters. I know what to do without you saying. Slud turned around and raised his gun to aim at the snow monster trapped in the spider web and fired continuously. With her marksmanship, it is not too easy to hit such a live target within 100 feet. The gun is hitting the point. Logan and Hakan initially saw that the snow monster was covered by the cobweb, and they were a little surprised. But they quickly recovered, and also picked up the magic crystal shotgun to fire at the snow monster, assisting Slud to shoot all 3 snow monsters. Kill. After exterminating the snow monster, Hakan returned to Joan with a shotgun and asked cheerfully, Little brother, are you a mage or a warlock? Mage. What level? Only 4 levels. Joan answered a little embarrassedly. That's amazing. How old are you? 13 years old. Slud. Look at brother Joan, 4 years younger than you. But the ability to cast spells is not under you. So what? At least I won't be so weak that I can break my leg. Sloot snorted, turning his head to ignore his brother's provocation. Joan's eyes moved between the brothers and sisters, and they didn't quite understand their way of getting along with gunpowder. Ha Kang saw his worries and explained with a smile, "Don't worry, Sluder and I have been playing and arguing like this since we were young, and we used to tease each other. We have been used to it for a long time. My sister won't take revenge." "Well, shouldn't it?" Seeing his guilty conscience, Kiawan could not help but suddenly remembered something and asked Hukan, "Mr. Walsinger, can you please do me a favor? Don't be so polite. Just call me Hukang. Just tell me something. Please help me collect some snow monster hair." Joan pulled out the lightning blade and handed it to Hukang. Kang took over the electric blade and couldn't help shining with his eyes. "Boy, your dagger is good. Where did you get the enchanted weapon?" "I made it myself." Joan thought for a while, and then said, "Take it if you like. Thank you for your help." "How do you do that?" Hukang quickly returned the dagger to him, and said with a smile, "How can you recover the injury first, and then enchant my saber if you can spare it?" "It may be possible, but I don't have enough magic crystals on hand as enchanting materials." "You don't have to worry about it, I will do it myself." Kang rubbed his hands in excitement. "It's unbelievable. You are so young. You have mastered the technique of making enchanted weapons. It's amazing. I guess this little brother is either a famous teacher or a family source." Logan walked with a large white hair in his left hand and a large white hair in his right hand, smiled and handed it to Joan. "Well, you want the snow strange hair?" "Thank you, Uncle." Joan gratefully took the snow monster hair and carefully received the cast material package. Thinking of Logan's words just now, he looked up and told the father and son, "I studied in the Austrian law major of Leiden College. Robert, Master Alls is my mentor." It turned out to be a high disciple of the father of scarecrows. No wonder that at a young age he has a high level of mana. Uncle Logan touched his beard and his face suddenly appeared. Hukang didn't care about Joan's teacher, but he was very interested in collecting snow monster hair. He asked him curiously, "Brother Joan, what do you want the snow monster hair to do?" "It's stupid to get home." "Is this still a question?" "The mage collects the hair of humanoids, and of course keeps the material used as a transfiguration spell." Slough grabbed Badao without looking back. Kang looked back at his sister's back. He snickered, "Brother Joan, look at how funny this guy is, Slud. He clearly erects his ears and eavesdrops on our chat. He just has to pretend to be dismissive. Woman. Ah, woman, there is always such a disagreement. Oh, it hurts." The snowball flying behind him hit Kang's head and burst into snowflakes. "This is the punishment for saying bad things in my back." Iron Roses in Shizatown was sullen, with a snowball held high in his hand, making a threatening gesture, frightening Hukang to hug his head and not dare to pay back. Logan Walsinger worried about the gas from the snow monster's body, attracting more snow monsters and even other fierce beasts entrenched in the neighborhood, so he carried Joan on his back and turned down the hillside. Seeing his father leaving, Hukan and Sloot quickly chased them up, and soon returned to the mountain road where the caravan was. Joan looked over Logan's shoulder and looked at the Azanites who were guarding the caravan. They found that their dress was very different from the Candy family, and the accent was also clearly different. It can be seen that although the Walsong tribe and the Algonquin tribe belong to the Az ethnic group, they are influenced by different living environments in the north and south, and two different customs and traditions have formed over time. Of course, the Azat tribes in the north and south are different, and there are many similarities. For example, the Walsunge tribe and the Algonquin tribe both worship the god of power and competitiveness Cord. The tribe has a strong spirit of martial arts, regardless of age, sex, horse riding, shooting and hunting. The compulsory courses are all well known in the New World as Azar hunting. However, the hunter equipment level of the Walsunge tribe seems to be more sophisticated. The 20 Azar hunters who accompanied the caravans all slanted their magic crystal shotguns. This kind of generosity is rare in the south. one site. Joan speculates that this is mainly because the magic industry level in the Midged area is far more developed than in the southern agricultural areas, and it is easier for locals to manufacture and purchase technologically advanced firearms. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 578. Fang Mountains. Logan carried Joan through the garden and walked straight towards the big trailer in the center of the team. Joan soon noticed that it wasn't the common animal power in the south like mule horses that dragged the cart, but the two monsters with strange appearances. Their large size, soaring foreheads and ever-shined nostrils look like yak. Thick fur and curved horns resemble sheep. They are raised up from the back of the neck to the front of the back, with the characteristics of a dromedary. It is used to store water and fat for long journeys in dry and cold seasons. Joan had seen these 4 different animals in the Vare's monster illustration, and recalled them as a highland lost beast, a large food that lives in cold areas at high latitudes. Grass animals, due to their mild temperament and hard work, have been domesticated by the indigenous people in the north into livestock since ancient times, providing the most important land transportation power for the northern residents. As the times move forward, the way people travel is changing. Joan heard Clark say that in the rich areas of the old continent where the magic technology is highly developed, people have abandoned the traditional method of animal transportation and instead laid rails on the ground, pulling a long train of cars with the front of the magic steam engine, flying along the rails like a car. No matter the carrying capacity or driving speed is far more than the animal trailer. There are even radical scholars who publicly declare in the newspapers that this magic train will completely change the face of the world of Vales. Unfortunately, even in the new continent far from the center of civilization, even a magic train has not yet been built. The canopy cart dragged by the Highland lost beasts is as large as the carriages of 2 public carriages. 5 thick oak boxes are piled on the car, which is more essential for the journey. In addition to the dry food eaten by humans, the cart also contains neat corn on the cob and black beans packed in sacks. Corn on the cob is the favorite snack of the Highland lost beast, and the black bean is the feed for the horses. Logan jumped into the cart with Joan on his back. Hakang followed closely, carefully helped Joan sit on the soft blanket, and checked his leg injury. He frowned straightly and turned back to tell his sister softly that the injury was very serious. If he could not get proper treatment in time, it might be falling out of a lifelong disability. Sluda's face changed slightly, and he turned and got out of the car without saying anything. Joanne is very optimistic about his injury. He has Tears of God in his hand, and he can make a healing potion at any time. Although this kind of potion, which is only equivalent to 1 ring of magic, has limited curative effect and rapid treatment of skin and skin trauma, it cannot quickly heal the broken leg bone. After all, it is much stronger than relying on the human body to recover naturally, as long as he gets enough rest. Joan feels that he can walk freely on crutches for up to a month. Of course, he still needs long-term recovery if he wants to reach the normal state of running and jumping. Anyway, he doesn't have any urgent things to do now. Some of them have time to heal slowly, and his broken leg does not prevent reading and writing, studying spells. He is not the kind of lively and active character. The biggest advantage of his life is that he can withstand loneliness, even if he has limited mobility. Can also endure. After a short delay, the caravan set off again. Logan wanted to go out to dispatch the team and left his son in the car to chat with Joan to relieve boredom. Joan happened to have a lot of questions to ask, and the most urgent thing to know is where he is. This is the eastern foothills of Tusk, and the neighborhood is very desolate. There are often snow monsters and wild animals. No one dares to settle in this area. The nearest village also has a 3 to 4 day trip from here. The next section of the road, we have to be in the wild. Sleeping out. The conditions are tough. You are injured again, you can only stick to it first. Hakang opened a roll of blankets and put them on Joan's legs lightly, comforting with a smile. If there are no accidents on the road, we can return to Shizatown for another 10 days at the most. and you will get proper treatment by then. Joan is not afraid of hardship. Compared to his situation, he is more worried about the safety of Clark, Shrek and Cassio. Before he was rescued by the Logan family, he used wind communication to try to get in touch with Clark and others. Unfortunately, the spell ended in failure, which shows that Clark and others are far away from his location, exceeding the maximum communication distance of wind communication. At first, Joan thought he fell in the Owlbear Valley area. They had planted magic beans in that area, and climbed up the vines along the sky to the Yunzhong city built by cloud giant Archmage Vavrunia. Then according to common sense, if they fell from the Yunzhong city, they should also fall to the Owl near Bear Valley. Now, after listening to Hakang's introduction, Joan realized that he was wrong. In fact, he was wrapped up by the storm clouds to the Fangshan Mountain, which is 500 miles away from the north of the Owl Valley. As for Clark and others, I am afraid that the storm has blown to the end of the world. It is difficult to say whether he can save his life. Joan now has a broken leg. He is still too busy to look for his lost companion. He has no choice but to repress his concern for Clark and others and silently listen to Hakang about the fangs in the mountains. This north-south trending mountain range differs greatly in elevation at different locations. The snow peaks throughout the year are interlaced with deep gorges with dense vegetation. The whole looks like a row of jagged fangs, so it is called fangs by the indigenous people. Mountains. The Tusk Mountains are 4,000 miles long, bordered by the Hooked Forest to the south, and the Jotunheim Glacier to the north. It is the most important mountain range on the east coast of Wilnoa and also separates the Midgard area from the west. A natural barrier in the Genting Highlands has prevented human residents living in coastal areas from directly clashing with giants living on the plateau. Except for the occasional giant gangsters who came and plundered from the plateau, the greatest threat to our mountain residents is the snow monster. Speaking of which, Hakang turned his admiration on Joan. Our Aza people living in Fangshan district must collectively participate in a large hunting event when they reach the age of 15. As an adult ceremony, the goal of the hunting is the snow monsters who frequently attack business trips and villages. If you kill a snow monster yourself during hunting, you will be regarded as a hero by your peers. Hakang smiled, the glory of memory lingering in his eyes. Both Sluder and I personally killed the snow monster at the hunting ceremony, and now we are still very proud of it, but compared with you, we are too far away. Recall that when I was 13, I saw that the snow monster only had to flee to escape. At the same age, you dared to go to Fang Mountain alone and fight the snow monster alone. This courage made me have to take it. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 579. Arms. Qian was embarrassed to hear Hakang applaud him. If it weren't for the yin and yang to be blown to the Dixu mountain by a high-altitude storm, he broke his legs and was forced to struggle to survive. He didn't want to show his courage by this way of death. When Hakang saw that Joan was silent, he thought he was worried about a leg injury, so he comforted him softly. Brother, wait for us to return to Shiza Town. Please ask Grey Master to get rid of it, and your injury will be cured in an instant, ensuring that it will not fall. Disability. Master Grey, is it the shaman of your tribe? Joan asked curiously. Indigenous tribes who specialize in the treatment of wounds and diseases, if not druids, are probably characters such as witch doctors and shamans. Master Grey, actually, it is not a human being, but an ancient tree. It is an old prophet widely worshipped by the residents of Shiza Town and even the northern Aza tribes. His old man has a strange temper, but his heart is very kind. Especially I love the kind and brave young people, and I will say a few good words for you at that time. The elderly should not refuse to heal you. Hakang stopped talking, and apologized. I don't know much about Master Grey, or I will be reprimanded by Slut. Joan nodded in understanding, then fell into a deep contemplation. Although Hakang did not say clearly about the identity of Master Grey, from the information he revealed, Master Grey must be an ancient activated plant, which makes Joan naturally associate the ancient mythological tree in the Algonquin Valley. Old White Joan remembers that Lao Bei said that in the ancient world, the world tree Yggdrasius, there are 3 descendants still living in the world, which the world calls Ilminzua. Lao Bei is one of them, and there is another. It seems that Ilminzua was rooted in Shizu town. He was regarded as Lao Bei brother. Lao Bei also asked him to visit the ancient tree when it was convenient. Unsurprisingly, the Grey Master that Hakang said should be the Old White brother, another old mythical tree Ilminzua, who is also a descendant of the world tree. If the above speculation holds true, it is not difficult for Joan to understand why Hakang intends to request Grey Master to help him treat his broken leg. Ilminzua, and indeed has the ability to perform high-level medical magic. Just when Joan was thinking about it, his elbow accidentally hit the last big wooden box, making a thud. Joan rubbed his arms and looked back, casually asking Hakang, "What kind of goods are contained in these big boxes? It seems to be very heavy." His question was just an unintentional move, but Hakang seemed to be embarrassed and hesitated. When Joan saw his face, he immediately realized that he had asked questions that he should not have asked. These wooden boxes were likely to be the key goods escorted by the caravan. Judging from the 20 Azar hunting horses with live ammunition outside, the cargo contained in the wooden box must be unusually expensive. Instead of being Hakang, it is not easy to reveal the inside to the stranger who met on the journey. Just ask it casually, it's not convenient to say it. Hearing Joan's words, Hakang couldn't stand still. If he didn't conceal, wouldn't it seem to be wary of Joan? After scratching his head for a while, Hakang finally lowered his voice and told Joan, "Boy, all the guys in the wooden box are terrific guys, you know," saying a gesture of pulling the trigger. Joan felt his comprehension and lowered his voice and asked, "Is the magic crystal gun in the box?" Hakang Zheng focused on his head and told Joan with a gesture, a total of 100 magic crystal rifles were installed in the 5 large wooden boxes. 100 guns. Joan was really taken aback this time. He had participated in the army and fought in battles. Of course, he knew the weight of 100 magic crystal rifles. He couldn't help curiosity. He inquired about Hakang, "Where did you get such a large amount of arms? It cost a lot of money?" Hakang smiled mysteriously. "There is a forge valley to the north. Have you heard of it?" Joan thought about it for a while, thinking of the old dwarf Flint Anvil who runs the forging factory in Dillon Town. He was born in a fortune dwarf in the Forging Valley. He had heard some things about Forging Valley from Mr. Flint Thing. It is said that there is a place where dwarves have lived for generations. The dwarf artisans also built a strong fortress in the valley called Nidavellir. Unexpectedly, you Yankee have heard of the dwarf fortress Nidavellir. In fact, Nidavellir is also the largest arsenal in the north of the New World. Suddenly there were footsteps outside the car, and Slug jumped up with a small wooden bucket and asked Joan coldly, "Hungry?" Joan smelled the aroma of the food in the barrel, couldn't help swallowing, and nodded blushing. Slug handed the keg to his brother, and said blankly, "Just cook the thick soup. You can give him a drink. Before he recovers from the injury, he will fill his stomach anyway. Without trouble, I can eat myself." Joan said crampedly. Hakang first handed the wooden spoon to Joan, took a look at the bucket, and amazed, corn flour, butter, cheese, minced bacon, and mushrooms and pepper, so rich, no wonder it smells so sweet. "Slood, did you burn it yourself?" Slooder turned his head and didn't make a sound, and seemed to think that it was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. "Is there any soup? I want to have some." "Greasy, not yours." "Really? My brother-in-law is not as good as Brother Joan." Hakang grumbled half-truth and motioned for Joan to eat while it was hot. Joan scooped up a spoonful of thick soup and tasted it. The delicious and fragrant taste immediately activated his taste buds. From the heart, he admired the delicious food and cast a grateful glance to Slooder. "Delicious, eat more, say less." Slug looked impatient, and his cold look contrasted sharply with the hot soup. Joan swallowed the soup thickly, his stomach firmed, His body warmed up, he leaned back comfortably, he accidentally bumped into a wooden box, and quickly moved his body forward, lest the guns in the box would go off fire, on himself open a few big holes. Seeing his fearful look, Slough raised his lips slightly. "Don't be nervous, firearms and bullets are open." "Oh, that's good." Joan scratched his head in embarrassment and tentatively asked her, "Are you buying so many guns? Are you preparing for a war?" Slud looked at him coldly, and it took a long time before he said, "We, the Walsong tribe, never take the initiative to wage war, but when invaded by others. And will never endure humiliation and submission." Harkang found that his sister was angry, and quickly took over the words. "Joan, our Shiza town is not very smooth. What conquered the sect? Withered monsters, snow monsters, frost giants. Well, there are countless monsters and evil forces pose a threat to the survival of our people and have to purchase arms to strengthen their defense. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 580 Thanksgiving for the ungrateful Hakang. You don't need to hide it. To be honest, Slough ignored his brother's hint and stared at Joan coldly. The threats that Hakang just mentioned do exist, but compared to cultists, snow monsters and frost giants, your colonizers are the biggest threat to our clan. You go from ship to ship from the old world to the new continent one by one, and on the first day you land on the land that does not belong to you. You are like a group of locusts. The Yashan Mountains have expanded, using violence and deception to drive our Azza people away from the wilderness where they lived for generations, enclosing fences and fences, and turning public land into private plantations. Sorry. Apart from this sentence, Joan really didn't know what to say. You don't need to apologize, Sluda said, more and more excited. It's your colonizers who teach us what is hypocrisy, what is good, and what is bad. Even if I say 100,000 times, I'm sorry, I believe you still have a little conscience. Slough snatched the empty bucket from Joan, and finally dropped a sentence and jumped out of the caravan. Wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Joan heard the sarcasm in Slud's words, but didn't understand what she meant by the last sentence, so she cast her eyes on Hakan for questioning. Brother Joan, don't be angry. In fact, it's not you who Slud hates, but the colonizer of Midgard. She is in a bad mood today, mainly because today is a special day. Alas, you southerners again. But Thanksgiving, I'm afraid it's hard to understand what this means for the Issa people of our Walsong tribe. What does Thanksgiving mean? Joan asked curiously. You see, today is November 28th. According to the customs prevailing in the northern colonies, the fourth Thursday of November every year, the colonists always hold a grand celebration ceremony, and every family must make delicious dishes with turkey, pumpkin and corn. Dishes. The neighbors present gifts to each other. Hakang replied with his head down, his face strange. Thanksgiving? Does it mean to thank the harvest and celebrate the new year? Joanne asked. Oh, there is indeed such a saying now. But when the colonists first held this celebration more than 200 years ago, it was to thank us the Azza. In the first winter when the colonists landed on the east coast of Wilnoya, they had no houses, no food, and were hungry in the icy winds. If it were not for us, the Issa people extended their warm hands and sent them go to the food emergency and help them build a wooden house against the cold winter and the beasts. All the colonists can't survive that harsh winter, let alone build the Midgard colony. Harkang sighed, and then said, in the early years of the establishment of the Midgard colony, our aborigines and the colonists from the old continent were friendly, and it was with our help that the colonists were able to gain a foothold, opening up wasteland for farming, hunting and fishing. The days are getting better. The colonists who first came to the New World are very grateful for the selfless help of our aborigines. After the autumn harvest every year, we always invite the aborigines to participate in grand celebrations and share wine and food, and then gradually form a fixed custom, which is called Thank You Festival. Today's colonizers have to celebrate Thanksgiving every year at the end of autumn, But they never say that this festival is designed to thank their kindness, and it is ironic to think of us as benefactors. Now that the Aborigines and the colonizers got along well and had deep feelings, why did they later turn into enemies? Joan asked in surprise. Our indigenous people and colonists from another continent have very different ideas, beliefs, customs, and it is inevitable that there will be contradictions. However, compared to these secondary factors, the most important contradiction is the different attitudes towards the land. Brother Joan, have you heard of the Minute Land Purchase event? Joan nodded gently. He had seen the Minute Land Purchase event described by Hucken in an old newspaper. The protagonist of this old story was Sir Peter Minute, the third governor of the Midgard colony. This man has made the most famous real estate sale in history as soon as he took office. He bought the entire Great Plain of Wiglide from the Aza tribe of the Walsunge tribe. The vast fertile fields in the square mile are only paid for some flashy glass beads and other equally cheap commodities, which together are not worth 10 golden dugger. In the books and newspapers published in the colony, the deal has been touted as a shrewd example of businessmen, but Aboriginal people have a different view. After listening to Hucken's account, Joan suddenly realized that the reason why this incredible deal could be reached was not because of the wisdom of Governor Minute or the ignorance of the indigenous people, as the colonial newspaper said, but because of the deal. The two sides had a serious misunderstanding of the word buy. The colonists, represented by Governor Minute, to buy this land, meant to pay to convert the land into their own private property, and no one else could touch it. However, in the Asa people's concept, there is no such thing as land buying and selling at all. These simple indigenous people think that land is a kind of public property. People can only use land but cannot own it, so they sell. Only the right to use the land is to allow the colonists to settle on the Great Plains of Wiglida. It was not until Governor Minute issued an order to ask the Asa people to move out of his territory. These generations of indigenous people living on the Great Plains suddenly realized that the colonists called buy, which means exclusive, not what they always thought share. Governor Minute and his colonists believed that this land sale and purchase transaction was reasonable and legal. From now on, the Great Plains of Vigilide will belong to the colonizers, and the Asa people shall not settle here. The Asa people think that they have been deceived. I was fooled and refused to admit that ambiguous and fraudulent transaction contract, and refused to leave the homeland where my ancestors lived for generations. Since the two sides can't talk, they can only resort to force. In this way, the friendly relationship between the Aborigines and the colonizers quickly broke down, and an inalienable hatred for land struggle was formed. The Asa people living in a wild area, no matter whether they are playing tricks or weapons, are no better than colonists from a civilized world. In order to fight for the Great Plain of Wiglid, he made a huge sacrifice. Thousands of Asa warriors buried their bones in the battlefield, but eventually had to swallow the defeat. They were forced to abandon the vast land on the east coast and move to the desolate western settlement. Later, many indigenous settlements including Shizatown were established in the Fangshan district, and a northern Asa tribe alliance headed by the Volsunge family was formed to jointly fight against the steps of the Midgard colonists. Push forward. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 581. Forge Valley. Governor Minutet and his successors have unashamedly occupied the land that was fraudulently plundered from the Aboriginal people and established the current Midgard colony on this fertile field, and they have not been satisfied yet. The expansion of the western region continued to squeeze the living space of the Aborigines, which led to an increasingly tense relationship between the Aborigines and the colonists, and violent conflicts occurred from time to time. The Walsunge family, who ruled the town of Shizu, did not hesitate to spend huge sums of money to buy arms and strengthen their armed forces. The main purpose was to resist the colonial forces expanding from east to west. Since the rupture of relations with the colonial authorities of Midgard, The leaders of the Northern Issa tribal alliance realized that they must find a reliable ally to unite against the threat of the colonists. The Forge Valley dwarves in the north of Shizatown are undoubtedly an alliance. The best choice. Over the years, most of the weapons and armor purchased by the Walsunge tribe came from the hands of dwarf artisans. In addition to the magic crystal rifle escorted by the Logan family, 26-pound magic crystal cannons, cavalry artillery were ordered at the Dwarven arsenal. The arms can be delivered smoothly, and the safety of Shizatown is guaranteed. Joan, as a foreigner from the south, actually neither understood nor cared about the grievances and hatred between the northern colonists and the aborigines. He came to Midgard, the main purpose of which was to study. As long as his studies were not disturbed, he did not intend to intervene in the conflict between the Walsong tribe and Midgard's authorities. Of course, only from the perspective of moral sentiment, he sympathized more with the aboriginal experience and was somewhat contemptuous of Governor Minute. Regardless of whether there is any ambiguity in the land purchase contract that shocked the world, Governor Minute, as the operator, must know in his heart that the value of Liang Tanwei is far beyond the glass beads he used to make transactions, no matter whether people at the time and later admitted that such a serious unequal transaction between buyers and sellers was essentially fraud. Although Joan himself is also a descendant of the colonists, but he did not intend to defend the actions of Governor Minutet and his successors. He deliberately bypassed this embarrassing topic and turned his own out of his shirt pocket. "Wheel magic crystal pistol?" asked Harkang. "Can the Dwarven arsenal in the Forge Valley buy a bullet suitable for this pistol?" Harkang took the pistol handed from Joan, and curiously turned the wheel, shaking his head. "Brother Joan, if you don't say, I can't see that this is actually a gun. It's too small. It looks like, can a toy really kill a prey?" "Yes," Joan answered truthfully. "The range and power of the pistol are indeed not as good as the common magic crystal rifle, but firing within 30 yards is powerful enough to penetrate a brick wall. The snow monster on the mountain is just I shot it with this pistol. It can kill the thick fur monster within 30 yards, which shows that the power of this gun is not bad, at least much stronger than the crossbow. But its structure is too complicated, and the barrel caliber is also different from the rifle. Load ordinary bullets," Harkang said. Joan nodded, which was exactly what he was troubled with. "Pistol bullets are running out. If you can't manage to replenish the ammunition, this delicate revolver will be useless." Harkang took the pistol bullets he passed and looked at them, frowning, and said, "This bullet is one size smaller than the rifle bullet. If you want to put the rifle bullet into the pistol magazine, I am afraid you have to find a file first, grinding the rifle ammunition enough to fit into the magazine, which is too much trouble." Joan nodded again and sighed softly. "Forge Valley can't buy this type of magic crystal gun, and there is no bullet for this gun. But this is not a big problem." Harkang returned the magic crystal pistol to Joan, and said with a smile, "As long as you affordable money, those dwarf gunsmiths who love money like life can guarantee you the right size bullet." Ever since he solved the treasure of Siren Banshee in Housetown, Joan was a small savings. After hearing Harkang's words, he thought about it and decided to wait for the leg injury to heal and go shopping in the Forge Valley. Order some pistol bullets. Forge Valley is located in the northeast of Shizatown, and Midget City is also in the same direction, just along the way. At this time, the sky was dark, and the rugged mountain road was covered with snow. In order to ensure a safe carriage of arms back to Shizatown, Logan Walsung didn't want to take the risk of rushing to the night road, so he ordered to camp when the sun was about to set, and spent the night in the roadside depression, and then continued his journey after dawn. A pile of bonfires rose from the camp, the snow reflected the fire, and the night wind brought the aroma of stewed food. Harkang jumped out of the caravan and returned with a pot in a short time. It contained freshly cooked potatoes and corn. Smiling and urging Joan to eat while it was hot, Joan drank some thick soup all day, smelling the smell of food, hungry and groaning, and hesitant to talk to Harkang, reached out and grabbed a yellow and clear potato from the pan while quickly peeling the skin. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed. Hakan nibbled a corn on the cob, picked up the kettle and shook it at Joan. Joan smelled the odor of spirits, quickly shook his head and refused, and took out the endless water bag by himself, sipping water to moisten his throat. The two ate a pot of boiled potatoes and corn, and both hiccuped. Hakan stretched out, got up and took the sleeping bag and blanket from the rear of the car, and said to Joan, "At night, my dad and Slood were sleeping in the car, mainly to guard the arms. Anyway, the car was spacious enough. It's better to sleep in the car, so that we can take care of you nearby. If you need convenience at night, greet me and don't be shy." Joan hadn't thought it was wrong to sleep in the car, but when he said that, his cheeks became hot and embarrassed. At this time, the car curtain lifted from the outside, and Slood jumped up lightly, seeing his brother stretched out to help Joan to arrange the covering, and his face sank unpleasantly. "Hakan, don't be busy. Joan can't sleep here at night." "Why can't you?" Hakan frowned. "Brother Joan is just a traveler passing by. Don't doubt it." "Okay, fool. What do you think of me?" Slood kicked his brother angrily and had to explain his intentions. "Joan is a mage. Only when he sleeps in a quiet environment can he restore his mana tomorrow morning. You and your dad snoring as soon as you lie down, it will surely make him unable to sleep." "Oh. That's what it is." "Sorry, I am so misunderstood that you are so considerate to others." Hakan scratched his head and sneered. Slough gave his brother a white look, and then said, "The tent is set up, right next to the caravan. You can take him to rest in the past. I have told the hunters who have spent the night to say hello when they need to get up. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 582 Notes on the study of Golem. Although Slough didn't take a straight look at herself, Joanne heard that the latter part of her sentence was saying to herself, and quickly nodded her thanks. Slood ignored him and jumped out of the caravan without looking back. Hakan picked up Joan and got out of the car. Sure enough, he saw a tent not far away, put it in and looked at it. It was clean and the covers were all ready. This must be the tent that Slood personally set up. Hakan helped Joan to sit on the thick felt cushion, and said to him with emotion, "My sister, who has a sour mouth and a harsh mouth, is stingy every time. It's cold outside and hot inside, more gentle and kind than anyone else." Joan nodded sympathetically. As Hakan said, he also found that Sluda was actually an enthusiastic girl, which can be seen from her hard work of cooking soup and tidying up her tent. It's just that Sluda's character is too strong, and he speaks straight, regardless of whether others can accept it. So doing many good deeds silently may not win the favor of others. Slud's temper is indeed a bit strange, but Joan knows that he is also a freak in the eyes of others. As far as the 2 points of queer temper and out of gregariousness are concerned, he is more than Bislud, and he really is not qualified to criticize others. So he is grateful for her considerate care and bad temper for her. Don't care much. Hakan chatted with Xiaoan for a few words and found that he had no interest in chatting. He told him to take a rest and leave the tent to do other things. Joan sat alone in the warm tent, silently listening to the noisy footsteps, conversations, and horse hissing outside. Somehow, he didn't feel noisy and annoying. Instead, he felt a lot more at ease. As the night grew darker, the camp gradually became quieter. Joan came back to the world and used magic tricks instead of washing to restore the body's cleanliness. Afterwards, he called God's tears and spent mythical energy to create 2 bottles of potion, one for internal use and one for external application. Joan untied the bandage, removed the splint, and cleaned the injured and swollen area with the liquid medicine. Joan reinstalled the splint and put on a new bandage, and he felt well recovered. After dealing with the injured leg, Joan didn't fall asleep, so he opened the storage bag and wanted to take out the spellbook and review it. I accidentally saw a thick black sheepskin book that was a bit strange, and I remembered that the treasures I had obtained in the attic of the castle in the cloud 2 days ago had not been counted. I suddenly got interested and decided to take them out one by one. At that time, Joan found a total of 4 magic items in the castle loft, one of which was the Koschei collar, which had been handed over to Clark. Now he has 3 things left, including the thick book he just saw, a golden ring and a device resembling a nautical compass. Joanne first picked up the book and turned it over, and found that the content of the book was written in the ancient giants. Fortunately, he spent a lot of energy during the trip to follow Clark and others to learn the language of the giants. Even the guesses can be guessed. Only a few obscure ancient scripts that are no longer used by the contemporary giants are puzzled. Fortunately, it does not prevent him from understanding the purpose of this book. The title page of the book reads Remarks on Golem Research by the author and Lord of the City of Clouds, Vulunil himself. This ancient master of the cloud giant is famous for his good at constructing structures. The guards of the golems in the castle were all made by his own hands. They still function normally after tens of thousands of years, fulfilling the mission of guarding the castle. From this point of view alone, Joan had to admit that the master craftsmanship of Vulunil was fascinating. Joan had a strong interest in architecture. When he was studying at Leiden College, his mentor, Robert Rawls, was also known for his architectural skills and was known as the father of scarecrows. It is a pity that this outstanding construction technique not only brought the reputation and wealth of the Rawls mentor, but also brought him death. Recalling the tutor's misfortune, Joan sighed secretly. Joan's career at Leiden College was short, but in this short semester, the Rawls mentor gave him all his best and taught him. Joan did not disappoint the mentor's painstaking cultivation, especially in the 2 areas of enchantment and construction, which can be described as true. The mentor Rawls said that there is no new thing to teach him. Enchanting craftsmanship, needless to say, thanks to the magical effect of the rune. Joan's level of making magic guides has actually surpassed his mentor. As for making constructs, whether it is activating the scarecrow or winding mode group, Joan has mastered the theory, but the level of the master is too low, the financial resources are limited, and it is not yet possible to put it into practice. Before opening the book in front of him, Joan was quite complacent about his enchantment and construction level. However, he had scrutinized the remarks on the study of the golem written by Master Vulunil, and Joan seemed to be thrown in the head. The bucket of cold water suddenly realized the reality. So I was still far from it. The knowledge he has learned in school can only be regarded as the primary stage of the discipline of enchantment and architecture, and one of the thresholds of advanced architecture is the manufacture of magic images. Is considered a professional in this field. Judging by this standard, Master Rawls is barely good enough to meet professional standards, but after all, he is only a 9th level mage, and can only make low-level golems such as wood golems. As for steel golems, such a high-level construct cannot be reached until the day of his death. As for Joan, as a true disciple of Rawls' mentor, he has actually just started on this academic path, and is currently unable to cross the threshold. One of the important reasons why Joan resolutely left Leiden College is that after the death of tutor Rawls, Leiden College could not find other teachers qualified to provide guidance in the field of architecture, so he moved to the idea of a higher education institution, Mage University, higher than Leiden College. As to whether he can finally get what he wants at Mage University, actually has no idea. Now that you have this remarks on golem research, the stone in Joan's heart can land. This note details the processes and techniques for manufacturing various advanced structures. There are no less than 50 kinds of golem manufacturing processes recorded in it. It is no exaggeration to say that this note can be used as a textbook for Joanne's self-study advanced architecture. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 583, Stable Ring. After reading through the remarks of golem research, Joan discovered that in the second half of the book, the content contained has even exceeded the scope of advanced architecture and began to involve the cutting-edge field of legendary architecture. One of the most obvious signs is the frequent mention of a word in the second half of the book: colossus. What is a colossus? According to the book, It refers to a class of legendary constructs that are more powerful than golems. At the peak of the giant civilization, creating Colossus and floating city are two things that a legendary mage must do to show his financial strength and academic level. If a legendary mage does not have a Colossus as a bodyguard, without a floating city of your own in your family, it is like a gentleman without a horse and manor in the southern part of the modern New World. Unfortunately, with the end of the era of giants, the civilization of the giants has turned from prosperity to decline. Today, most of the techniques and magic of making legendary constructs have long been lost. The empty sky do not see the floating castle anymore, and the Colossus rare. Even if some ancient giant families still inherit the giant statues left by their ancestors, I am afraid they cannot create the same human miracle. Joan caressed the immeasurable reading in his hand, but he couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he is given enough time to study, he will one day be able to fully grasp the precious knowledge recorded in this cheap book, and then he can personally try to make golems and even giant statues, so that the glory of ancient civilizations can be reproduced in the world. Of course, to make golems and even colosses, only one textbook is not enough. Joan's most lacking is not knowledge, but wealth. Even if he sells him, he will not have enough to make an iron golem. Money and resources, not to mention the legendary Colossus. At the thought of the question of money, Joan's mood dropped, and he sighed and squeezed Archmage Vavruner's remarks on golem research back into the storage bag, and then studied in detail when he was free. Joan then picked up the quaint golden ring and placed it in his palm to observe. Judging by the yellow magic aura radiated by it, it was likely that some kind of transformation school arcane was attached to the ring. Joan has never learned this spell, but he is sure where he has seen it before, otherwise he will not have such a familiar impression. With a sense of anticipation similar to anxiety to solve the case, Joan took out the pen and ink and skillfully painted the number 4 rune Ansus on the ring, trying to analyze the magic attached to the ring. The ring was magically fluctuating. Lines of mixed formulas and glowing text of geometric figures were successfully parsed out. Joan glanced at him with 2 unexpected smiles. I just felt familiar. The ring attached to the ring was really 4 rings. Transfiguration. Joan has already transcribed the transfiguration. It is not necessary to look closely, but in order to understand the enchantment effects of this ring, he still read through the parsed mantra from beginning to end, and the result was an unexpected surprise! Normally, it only takes a 4th level spell slot to perform the transformation, but the transformation attached to this ring is very special, and the layout is surprisingly large, occupying 8 ring spell slots. Using the 8th level spell slot to accommodate a 4th level spell, this behavior is like killing a chicken with a cow knife and cannon against a mosquito, which is too much waste. However, Joan knew clearly that none of the powers that can cast 8 ring spells are fools, and the skill of careful calculation doesn't need to be doubted. It is unlikely that such a waste of resources will be done for no reason. Among them, there must be something wrong. Joan was in a mood to focus on analyzing this mysterious ring. It took half an hour to finally see the mystery. It turns out that the transformation is added with some kind of super magic special effect. In order to make the super magic function fully realized, the manufacturer of this ring had to upgrade the transfiguration, which had only 4 rings, to 8 rings. With the upgrade of the spell level, the upper limit of the magic power of the spell has also been greatly improved. These extra magic powers are all used to match a super magic skill called higher spell delay. Joan once learned spell delay. This super magic skill is added to the spell, which can double the duration of the spell. The price for this is to increase an additional spell slot. Higher spell delay, as the name implies, is an upgraded version of spell delay. A caster must be able to learn higher spell delay under the condition of mastering spell delay. Joan just meets this prerequisites, and with his intelligence level and knowledge reserve, it is not difficult to understand the subtleties of this super magic skill. To put it simply, when the caster casts a time-limited spell, each additional spell slot is used to match the higher spell delay, and the duration of the spell can be expanded by 1 level. up to take day as the unit. A concept involved here is the unit of spell duration. Excluding those spells that are effective instantaneously and those that are permanently effective, most of the spells have a time limit. The magic power continues to dissipate with the continuation of time. When the magic power is exhausted, the spell will reach the time limit and release itself. There are usually 5 types of time units for spells. The shortest unit is round. 1 round is 6 seconds. The longer unit is minute, which is 1 minute. The larger time unit is engraved, equivalent to 10 minutes. The larger unit of time is the clock, which is 1 hour, which is equivalent to 60 minutes. The last is day, which is 1 day and night, which is equivalent to 24 hours. In addition, there are larger time units such as week, month, year and century, but these units are rarely used by spells, so they are usually not considered. The magic of higher spell delay is that it can extend the effective time limit of a spell by an order of magnitude. Spells with round as the unit, such as 2 rings of flash dust, after being upgraded to 3 rings, with higher spell delay, the blinding time can be increased by 10 times and become minutes. If the rank is 4th, it becomes 10 minutes, and so on. As long as there is a sufficiently high spell level, the duration of the spell can be increased step by step until the unit is day. Knowing the magical effect of higher spell delay, Joan rubbed his hands excitedly, quickly raised the pen and dipped it in ink, and copied this extremely powerful ancient super magic mystery to his spell book as the focus of his next stage courses to learn. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 584 Navigation Compass. While copying, Joan also had a thorough understanding of the ring with transformation and higher spell delay attached. The function of a magic guide is always closely related to the spells and super magic skills attached to it. This ancient magic guide called Form Stability Ring is no exception. Its function is to bless the wearer. The duration of the transforming spell effect is increased by 1 level. Joan was not surprised. What really admired him was that the maker of this ring used a very ingenious technique to include almost all the magic and supernatural powers in the world that change their body shape, as long as the wearer actively changes his shape, regardless of the use of 1 ring morph, 2 ring morph, 4 ring morph or other strange ways. The duration of the transformation effect must automatically increase by 1 level. For example, Grand Change, Zoom Out and Transform, the original duration is in units of engraved 10 minutes. Put on this Form Stability Ring and then cast the above spells. The duration it becomes the unit of hour. Based on Joan's current casting level, and counting the 2 additional casting levels of mythical mana, under the effect of Form Stability Ring, the above 3 spells can last up to 6 hours, which often requires transformation. Joan, whose spells are used for combat and flying, is undoubtedly a great gospel, which can save a lot of spells. If that is all, it will not shock Joan. As long as he learns higher spell delay, he can also supermagicize the above-mentioned metamorphic spells without the Form Stability Ring and receive the same effect. However, some special transformation effects are not caused by spells. For example, Joan stimulates the magic contained in the branch of Ilmansa and can temporarily transform into a powerful tree person. This is indeed a transformation effect, but it was not achieved by his own spellcasting, so he could not load super magic effects for it. Although the Shuren is powerful, the only flaw is that the duration of the transformation is too short, only 2 minutes. Unless it is time for life and death, Joan can't use this secret weapon. Now that he has the Form Stability Ring, this problem is solved. The most incredible part of the Form Stability Ring is that it is also effective for supernatural transformations such as Branch of Ilmansa that are achieved with foreign objects. If Joan takes this ring and turns into a tree man, the tree man's time limit will be extended 10 times. From the original maximum of 2 minutes to a maximum of 20 minutes. With such ample time to transform, Joan does not have to worry about suddenly returning to his original shape while fighting. With excitement, Joan put the form stability ring on his left ring finger, and after a long time, he was quite reluctant to look away, looking at the last treasure from the Cloud City, the size of the slap black compass. Next, of course, it is still the normal operation. Lift the pen and dip the ink, draw the rune number 4 on the back of the compass, analyze the magic attached to the compass, and then identify its specific function. After some in-depth appraisal, Mage Joan learned that this thing is called Navigation Compass and attached 2 spells, namely 5 rings of Ask to Nature and 2 rings of Surveying and Mapping. Ask About Nature belongs to the category of natural magic. Joan is not a druid and can't learn this magic. Fortunately, Surveying and Mapping is a 2-ring ritual arcane. It takes 10 minutes to prepare a spellcasting ritual. A blank surface such as paper or walls depicts a rough topographic map of the surrounding area, including naturally formed terrain such as mountains, rivers, and artificial structures such as buildings, bridges, and roads. The maximum mapping distance of Surveying and Mapping is proportional to the level of the caster. Joan can now learn this versatile ritual spell, sitting in a tent with his current cast level, plus the increase in mythical mana after 10 minutes of meditation. You can draw a pen to draw a rough topographic map within 6 miles of the surrounding area. This is useful during travel and adventure, especially in unfamiliar environments with primitive jungles or dark areas where the terrain is complex and lacks light. Using surveying to understand the surrounding terrain can avoid getting lost to the greatest extent. Attached to the navigation compass of Surveying and Ask Natural, it is compatible with the above 2 spells and has been enhanced. Joan carries this inconspicuous compass with him. He can keep abreast of the distribution of mountains, rivers, road traffic and wildlife within 30 miles of his surroundings, automatically generate a map containing all the above information and store it, for him to consult at any time. In addition, this compass can automatically record the precise coordinates of the holder's location, so that the holder can always check where he has been. Joan held the navigation compass and tried to read the start mantra. He wanted to check out what map materials the compass former owner had stored and where he had been. However, the results of the review disappointed him slightly. The former owner of the navigation compass seemed to deliberately erase most of the map data stored in this magic guide, and only retained 1 coordinate. What is more magical is that this coordinate is not yet the parking change seems to be on a sailing ship. Joan held the navigation compass and studied for a long time, gradually awakening to this constantly changing coordinate, which probably corresponds to the instant location of Yunzhong City. Now that he knows the exact coordinates of Yunzhong City, Joan naturally has an association. Can I find the Cloud City according to the coordinates, continue to explore the unsolved mysteries in the castle, and even manage to occupy this Cloud City, inheriting the great legacy of Cloud Giant Archmage Vavrunil? This idea is wonderful, but there are 2 major obstacles between ideal and reality. First of all, the location of the Cloud City seems to be in a plane parallel to the world of Vales where Joan is located, and cannot be directly reached. Joan climbed into Yunzhong City last time through Tongshanting, which grew out of magic beans, and when the position of Yunzhongqing was severely shifted, that Tongshanting will also disappear, and Joan did not have a second magic bean. However, there is no other way to return to Yunzhong City. Of course, in the long run, this obstacle is not insurmountable. For example, when he learns the 7th level spell Alien Teleport in the future, Joan can use the precise coordinates provided by the navigation compass to directly cast the spell to the Cloud City. If the target is too far away, there are also compromises, such as trying to buy an Outland teleportation scroll. Even with his current low cast level, he can still use the scroll to teleport back to Yunzhong City in an instant. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 585 The magical effect of transformation compared to traveling across planes. The greater obstacle to returning to Yunzhong City comes from the danger of Yunzhong City itself, not to mention the various golems guarding the castle. A large group of mythical owls and mythical griffins that haunt the outer manor are enough for Joan to have a headache. What he is most worried about is that Snow Devil Wendigo may still be lurking in the castle. Isn't it the same as going back to death? The grim reality made Joan sigh, put away the navigation compass, and temporarily suppressed the unrealistic idea of returning to the Cloud City. From the day he was rescued, Joan followed the Logan family. Occasionally encounter snow monster harassment during the trip, but fortunately, the Logan family is not easy to bully. Plus 20 as our warriors equipped with magic crystal shotguns accompanying the guards, the snow monsters who tried to block the road and looted on the iron plate. There was no chance to get close to the caravan, and he was knocked down in a pool of blood by a burst of guns. Fortunately, the snow monster who escaped the shooting was frightened when he saw this scene. He dropped his casual companions and ran back to the depths of the snow mountain. Time is passing by every day on the journey. In the past week, the caravan is getting closer and closer to the destination of Shizu Town. The Aza people, including the Logan family, are very tired after a long journey, and they look forward to arriving home as soon as possible. Unload the munitions from the caravan and relax. After 7 days of recuperation, Joan's leg injury improved greatly. The splint left leg had the splint removed, and the right leg recovered well. Now he can walk slowly on his own with a cane. That night, Joan studied the spellbook alone in the tent until late at night. In the camp, there were only 2 Aza hunters who were watching the campfire and whispered quietly. Joan was not sleepy. These days he was either sitting in a caravan or lying in a tent. It was really sullen, considering his leg injury having improved. He decided to turn into an eagle and go for a ride and take a breath of fresh air. Since breaking his legs, this is the first time Joan has attempted to perform a transfiguration technique. For the sake of safety, he first becomes an Eye of Insight, and quietly floats out of the tent under the cover of the night and floats off the ground. In the night sky, Eye of Insight is a subspecies of the Eye demons. Although it is far less powerful than the real Eye of the Giant Eye, it also has the unique supernatural movement ability of floating in the air. For Joan, the biggest advantage of floating movement is that he will not burden his injured legs. Of course, the Eye of Insight does not have such an organ as a leg at all. It is just a round, huge eyeball with 4 tentacles floating in the air. Joan knew he was scary and ugly now. If he was seen by the night watchman, he might mistake him as some kind of evil monster and immediately shoot with a gun. In order to avoid accidents, he did not stay in the Eye of Insight form for too long, and continued to urge the transformation technique to transform into the eagleman form of Jordanheim, and launched his wide wings to take off. Joan deliberately observed the morphological stability ring worn on the ring finger of his left hand while performing the transfiguration technique. Sure enough, as expected, the moment the morph was activated, the ring was also activated synchronously, releasing a golden magic power, and instantly flowed through Kyo's safety body, so that the duration of morph was from 60 in normal state. The minutes are extended to 6 hours, which is a 10-fold increase. The personal experience shows that the form stability ring is indeed very powerful. Joan's lips raised a satisfactory smile, fluttered his wings and flew up into the night sky, overlooking the vast snowfield under the moonlight. It looks like a sort of, and the place name Fang Mountain is very appropriate. Joan soared in the air for half an hour, turned around and flew back over the camp, slowly gathering his wings and landing. During the 2 stages of takeoff and soaring, there was no uncomfortable feeling in the injured legs. But in the descent stage, perhaps due to the influence of gravity and cold airflow, Joan vaguely felt sore and swollen at the fracture site. To avoid aggravating the injury, Joan switched to the Eye of Insight form again at a height of about 30 yards from the ground, and slowly landed to a height of 5 feet from the ground, drifting laterally, and unknowingly drilled back into his tent. And finally landed on the blanket, changing back to human form. Compared with the freedom during the flight, The process of taking off and landing is really cumbersome. Joan himself feels very troublesome, but there is no way. In order to take care of his injured leg, he has to be more careful. Imagine that if he still maintains the eagle form when landing, then at the moment of landing, his feet will bear the full weight of his own weight and the strong inertia caused by falling from high altitude. The unhealed legs may not be able to eat, which may lead to the beginning of healing the leg bones cracked again, with serious consequences. For the sake of health, we can only endure some troubles. With a comfortable mood, Joan got into the sleeping bag, and after moving his muscles and bones, he slept more sweetly. This was a sleep until dawn. Joan got up and stretched his waist, performed a magic trick to wash it off, and suddenly felt a bloating in his belly, and he swelled. In those days when his legs are injured, the most headache for Joan is to defecate. A few days ago, he had no choice but to ask Logan's family for help with a cheeky face, and asked Uncle Logan or Hooken to go back to the field to solve physiological problems. There is nothing more shameful for a young man like him who is introverted and shy than asking for help to go to the toilet. In order to avoid making this embarrassing request to people frequently, he deliberately eats less and drinks less water these days. Uncle Logan and Ha Kang are both brave men, and their nerves are relatively thick. They didn't notice Joan's point. Sluda is different. Although the girl's character and dress are like a tomboy, she is very delicate in mind, clear in action and meticulous, and soon notices that Joan's food intake is abnormal. That night, he broke into his tent and brought a bowl of fragrant hot soup, and forced him to drink it with fright. The vicious look was like waving a leather whip in the plantation to supervise the slaves' foreman. Joan created a big psychological shadow. I was really afraid of something. Just when Joan was secretly worrying about solving the problem, there were familiar footsteps outside the tent. Then, Iron Rose of Shizatown lifted the curtain and broke in. Seeing that Joan was already dressed, Slough nodded in satisfaction, and asked him in a consistently strong and straightforward tone, "Dad and Hukang are still asleep. I guess you have been awake at this moment." Hold back. Stomach P is embarrassed to call someone for help, right? If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 586. Big Eyes. When Sluda broke his mind in front of his face, the white and handsome face of the young mage was suddenly blushing, his head down, and he wished to find a seam to get in. I really can't understand you. As long as you are a person, you will inevitably have the need to eat and drink, Larsa. It's a normal thing. What a shame you are. Slud turned back to Joan and squatted, urging impatiently, "Come up quickly, I'll carry you back." "No need to trouble you, Sluda. What's the matter?" The girl turned back, her face dissatisfied. "Look at me." Feel embarrassed by the woman's back, right? Save it. Just like your little sheep's physique, I can take you with. Pick it up, believe it or not. I don't mean that. Joan quickly blushed and defended. "I thought of a way to go out on my own without the help of others." You can't walk on your own. How convenient is it? Slud sneered. "Can you still fly and pee?" "Yes." Joan nodded vigorously, thanking Sluda for his rare understanding. Sluda's pretty face was a little distorted, and he glared at him with anger. "The Yankee." "I don't like to joke. You don't talk to me less. I really can fly." Joan explained helplessly. "With the help of morph transformation, I can become a subspecies I demon and float in the air without moving my legs." The more important point is that the I demons can float in the air, and pee, without having to land on both legs. Subspecies I demons? Sluda scratched his head, staring at Joan suspiciously. "Although I'm just a half-magic arcane spellcaster, I also know a little about transformation. How can humans become demons?" "Don't bluff me." Joan was inconvenient to reveal his peculiar pedigree, and he didn't know how to explain it to persuade the girl with a tough attitude to simply stimulate the transfiguration technique and directly use facts to prove that he didn't lie. Seeing this delicate and weak young mage in front, suddenly turned into an ugly giant eyeball, Slud was really taken aback, instinctively pulled out the saber, and slowly spit out until Joan's voice calmed down. With a tone of breath, press the knife back into the scabbard. Okay, rare and weird. You can indeed become. Well, what kind of monster is this? Slud asked. Eye of Insight, Joan answered in the form of an Eidenmonic. Slud nodded, then asked him, what's next? Please accompany me to leave the tent and tell your people that I am not a monster, so as not to cause misunderstandings. Understood. Slud lifted the tent curtain, grabbed Joan's stalk, and led him to the camp with wind and fire, pulling his clear voice and shouting loudly, the big guys, come and take a look. See at first glance, our little mage has become a big eyeball. Joan was led by her and fluttered forward, very speechless to the girls' fanfare. But when I thought about it, there seemed to be no better way, so I could just follow her. After a lot of publicity from Slud, including Logan and Hucken, the people in the camp all stood up and watched Joan, who became the Eye of Insight, and he was amazed. Hucken also tried to reach out and touch Joan. Big eyes. Slud's eyes were fast, and he slapped his hand away, and the tiger said with a face, can't just touch it. Harkang disappointedly pointed out that Sluder was holding Joan's eye stem and not letting go. Why, she could touch it, and she couldn't touch it herself. Slough gave his brother a white glance, but had no intention of reasoning, and seemed to regard this as a privilege of his own. Joan finally persuaded Slough to let go of his eye stems and floated to a secluded and unoccupied place. He hung in the air and emptied his empty stomach for a long time. At this time, the people in the camp were already having breakfast. Slud was looking around for Joan, and saw the big eyeballs floating back, and suddenly his eyes were shining, like the little girl who saw the beloved toy flying over and grabbing him. Stalk, dragged back to the campfire, grabbed a toasted corn on the cob and put it in front of the huge mouth of the Eye of Insight and asked happily, can you eat in this form? Of course can. Joan swallowed the corn on the cob that the girl fed to her mouth. The sharp teeth were like a thresher, and the corn was peeled off in less than 5 seconds. Bar spit out the smooth corn on the cob and chewed the corn on the mouth. Awesome. What a great look. Sluder applauded him hard, giving his thumbs up and sighing in praise. Joan thought it was over, and had no idea that the girl was more active. She grabbed a corn cob in each hand and handed it over. Her eyes lit up and she grinned, revealing her white and neat teeth. Joan was helpless. In order to make her happy, she had to swallow 2 corn cobs at once and perform the stunt of human flesh threshing machine again. Sluder couldn't hold his mouth shut, clapping and applauding. Uncle Logan shook his head and smiled, and whispered to his son, have you ever seen Sluder as happy as today? Harkang shook his head, his face lost. Before today, Joan was only a good friend of his own, and Slud was quite prejudiced about the boy from the colonial family, and the relationship was not friendly. However, Slud did not know why he changed today, and suddenly became very affectionate to Joan. Even if he just kicked his brother's foot unreasonably, he was not allowed to play with Joan. Really? Too overbearing, too much. Joan ate 3 roasted corns, and took the teapot handed over by Slud with 2 stalks, filled a pot of hot black tea with sugar, filled his stomach, changed back to human form, and sat on the fire beside the heap. A burp was satisfied. Sluder was dissatisfied with his return to his original shape, and it seemed that he hadn't played enough, until Logan's stern eyes passed over, and she quickly narrowed her smile, not begging Joan to become a weird creature to play with her. Uncle Logan, my leg injury is much better, and I can now fly into the Eagleman form of Jordanheim. Speaking of which, Joan paused a little bit. In fact, he can now leave the caravan and become a Hawkman. He chose to stay and wanted to follow the Logan family to Shizatown, visiting on behalf of Lao Bei Ai. That person is also probably the Grey Master of Ilmansa. Eagle's vision is very sharp. I will help you to detect the movement along the way in the future. In case you find signs of snow monsters or other suspicious characters in the vicinity, the caravan may be prepared for it in advance. What do you think? Joan asked the Logan family. Of course it's good. You have worked hard. Uncle Logan patted the young master's shoulder with a smile. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 587 Snow Ridge. Everyone had breakfast and drove to continue on the road. In accordance with the agreement with the Logan family, Joan took the form of a eagleman in Jordanheim and flew into the air to explore the road in front of the caravan, in the mid-December area of Midgard. It was already the winter season. The north wind fury, the snow-capped mountains, and the rugged mountain trails meandering between the valleys, as if there were no end. Joan flew over the snow mountain for half an hour, and did not notice any abnormal movements. The injured leg bones were sorely stimulated by the high-altitude cold current, making him realize that his current physical condition could not afford long-term flight, especially in this way. In the weather of wind and snow, the injured leg may be sequelae after freezing. At the speed of the hawks, half an hour's journey is worth the whole day of the caravan. Since there are no dangerous creatures like snow monsters flying so far, Joan has reason to think that it is still today on a calm day. He turned around and turned back. The return trip changed from headwind to tailwind, making flying easier and faster, except for the slight soreness and swelling of the legs. Everything else is normal. Joan flew more than 20 miles in one breath, and saw a line of ant-like black spots on the horizon at the end of the snowfield. It was the Logan caravan. Joan adjusted the direction a little bit in the air and was planning to fly back to meet the caravan. He accidentally glanced at a white figure in the corner of his eyes, and suddenly felt alert. Joan was not busy to go back first, turned around and flew towards the mountain valley where the white shadow flashed just now for 2 minutes. Sure enough, he saw a snow monster flying on the hillside covered with thick snow. If he had not become an eagle, his vision would be sharp. It is difficult to distinguish the white snow monster from the snow. Joan tracing the snow monsters until he reached a valley near the mountain road. He was surprised to find that a large group of snow monsters gathered in the valley. He glanced roughly, and there were as many as 30 or 40 heads. These days the caravan has also encountered snow monster harassment many times, but at most 7 or 8 snow monsters attacked at the same time. Joan still saw the double-digit snow monsters together for the first time, and the premonition of uneasiness became stronger. If the purpose of this large group of snow monsters gathered here is to ambush the passing caravan, Logan and his party are in a disadvantageous position in numbers. The Azar warriors are fighting alone and are not opponents of the snow monsters, plus the sudden unexpectedness of the incident. The consequence is unbearable. The news must be sent back as soon as possible. Joan levitates above the valley, quickly inspiring 2 Sidmana, transforming a 2-ring spell slot for Windstorm, and the distribution of the magic net in front of him changes accordingly. The invisible magic thread was shaped by Joan into a small pale golden whirlwind, circling and dancing in front of him, as if a living elf, urging him to speak quickly, and don't delay sending a letter. Joan described the scenes in front of him in concise and precise language. Every syllable in his mouth was absorbed by the golden whirlwind and stored in the wind eye. Finally, Joan intends to count the number of snow monsters again and provide the Logan family with as accurate information as possible. As he bowed his head to make visual observations, a roar came from the depths of the valley, and a particularly large white-haired monster flew over with his hands and feet. The appearance of this monster is quite similar to that of the snow monster, with thick white hair all over his body. Only one face is dark blue, his eyes are fierce, and his unusually gigantic and strong body, if it stands upright, I am afraid that it is at 17 or 8 feet tall. Ordinary snow monsters are like petite children in front of him, all crawling on the snow, looking at the giant snow monster with mixed worship and fear. The giant snow monster is quite proud of its leadership in the group. It glances at the trembling hordes in front of it, and sends out a string of hoarse and shouting roars, seemingly giving orders. Joan initially thought it was just a roar of simple communication between the beasts, but soon he heard several familiar words popping from time to time in the mouth of the giant snow monster, clearly using giant language. and with a heavy contract Donheim Frost Giant sound. I really don't see it. This big monster turned out to be human. Joan secretly surprised himself while eavesdropping on the giant snow monster training. This monster has limited intelligence, no culture, and does not pay attention to speech. The meaning is very clear. It is nothing more than to encourage the tribe to follow him to do a big deal down the mountain to rob the Azak caravan that is going here, killing people to eat meat, robbing goods. What surprised Joan the most was that the big guy also revealed how to deal with the looted goods. He obviously knew that the Logan family escorted the magic crystal rifle, that is, the ping pong fire in his mouth. And he specifically warned the tribe not to destroy the ping pong fire contained in the box. These dangerous cyan pipes are useless by the snow monsters, but they can be dedicated to adult Trim. Lord Trim had a word first, successfully won a ping pong fire, and rewarded a yak. There are more than 100 ping pong fires escorted by the caravans, plus the ping pong fires equipped by Azar hunters. How many yaks are worth if they come back from the pot? It's enough for everyone to open up their belly to eat a happy meal, and still have a lot of beef buried in the ice cave as a reserve grain for winter. For the greedy snow monster, the fresh yak meat is unparalleled in temptation. A total of 33 snow monsters in the valley were instigated by the leader's words, and all were excitedly wailing, eager to attack the caravan and the ping pong fire for yak. Joan was very angry and funny. The northern snowfields are rich in yak, a fat bull, and they are sent to the market for sale. The price will never exceed 20 jindyuga, while the market price of a magic crystal rifle is as high as 600 jindyuga. The adult Trim exchanged a cow for a gun, and made it clear that the two fools were fooling around. The snow monsters also felt that they had made a big bargain, and they could only say that they were really careless. At this time, the group of snow monsters thinking about yak meat had rushed out of the valley. Their leader, the giant snow monster, took a big step to follow the clan. At this running speed, it will hit the caravan ahead in less than half an hour. Joan no longer delays, hurriedly issued a windstorm, fluttered his wings and flew over the mountains, and took a shortcut to meet the caravan. Joan flew for about 10 minutes, and saw the caravan stop in a more open area from afar. 20 Azar hunters all dismounted and armed with guns, and surrounded the Highland Lost Beast and the caravan carrying the cargo in a defensive formation. They all looked a little nervous, and they seemed to have learned that a large wave of snow monsters was about to strike. Uncle Logan stood in the car and was shouting loudly, guarding against enemy attacks under the command. Huckin and Slood were standing behind their fathers. The brothers and sisters held shotguns in their hands, but from time to time they looked up into the sky, their eyes eagerly showing what they were looking for. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 588. Mutant Snow Monster. Slooder's eyes were better than that of his elder brother. The first to see Joan's transformed eagle flying back, the tense pretty face eased down suddenly, waved to Joan, and greeted him to land. Joan flew in the biting cold wind for nearly an hour. The soreness of his legs became stronger, as if there were countless sharp awls drilling into the broken bone cracks, eager to land, wrapped in a blanket to keep your legs warm and cold. However, he did not forget that the hawks will be under great pressure when landing, and will switch to the Eye of Insight form when they are about to land, so as to avoid the impact of landing. Slud jumped off the caravan like a sturdy snow leopard and hurried to Joan. He could not help but grab one of his eye stems and dragged him towards the caravan. Joan turned into an Eye of Insight, although he could float in the sky, but the speed of drifting was very slow, about the same as walking speed. He was dragged and sprinted by Slooder, and his huge eyes rolled and shuffled. Hey, it's really awful. Fortunately, Slough soon stopped and turned to beckon him to get in the car. Joanne could finally stop and take a breath, swing 4 streamer-like eye stems, and flew into the caravan. Taking advantage of his sister's lack of attention, Hakang ran to hug Joan's big eyeballs and asked him anxiously afterwards, "Brother Joan, we just received the news you sent back. Are there so many snow monsters?" Joan nodded, his huge eyes showing a dignified look. 33 snow monsters, as well as a particularly huge snow monster, are as tall as 2 ordinary snow monsters stacked together, said Joan Shinxing. That's the mutated snow monster. The leader of the snow monster group can't actually be regarded as a real snow monster, but a mutated species produced by the frost giants of the female snow monster, Uncle Logan said with a cold face. Joan stared blankly, unable to believe his ears. The mother snow monster, who looks like an ape, is also a frost giant who has with this ugly monster. How hungry it should be. The forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Compared with the highly developed modern human civilization, today's frost giant society has degenerated to a level closer to the primitive tribes. The frost giants who are actively integrated into human society like Clark are only very few. More frost giants still retain the brutal habit of drinking blood. There is no shortage of perverts in human society. The frost giants who have abnormal sexual habits do not seem to be a fuss. Thinking about this, Joan was relieved, and then asked Uncle Logan, when I was investigating in the air, I vaguely heard that the mutated snow monster frequently mentioned a person's name, calling the other party Adult Trim. He also said that every time he grabs a magic crystal gun, he can get a yak from Lord Trim. What is the origin of this Trim? How can he know that the caravan is escorted by the magic crystal gun and can still drive the brutal and aggressive snow monsters are playing for him? Trim. This is the name of a frost giant lord. Uncle Logan's face became unprecedentedly grim. The residents of Fangshan Mountain mentioned that the name of Trim, Lord of Wintercold Trim, is not afraid. The frost giant nobleman has a gloomy character and simplifies it in depth. He rarely deals with the outside world, but no one dares to underestimate him. Strength and ambition. It is said that Trim has nearly legendary strength, leading no fewer than 500 powerful frost giant warriors, as well as a large group of tundra dinosaurs, frozen wolves and even white dragons to drive him. As for the snow monster family, in the eyes of the owner of Winter Castle it's just a bunch of stupid servants who use value a little bit. Uncle Logan paused for a moment, and then said, Trim and our wall song tribe have a cold relationship. For years, they have been well fighted, and he has not violated the river. Why does he know that we are escorting arms? I am afraid there are only 2 possibilities, or someone inside Shizutown leaked the wind, or the Forge Valley leaked the news. There must be something wrong in the Forge Valley, Ha Kang said angrily. The dwarves with big mouths are bragging one by one, especially under the temptation of money and spirits, let alone expect them to be able to do it for you. Keep it secret. The possibility of leaking the dwarves is indeed very high, but the suspicion of traitor in the tribe cannot be completely ruled out, whether you are willing to admit it or not. In fact, the inside of Shizutown is not monolithic. There are not many people who oppose the purchase of these arms. God knows among them will anyone do anything to eat inside and out. Slud pointed out the potential possibility that Hukang did not want to face. Okay, don't quarrel between the 2 of you. Now it's pointless to argue who leaked the secrets. The most urgent thing at present is to resist the attacks of a large group of snow monsters, and to keep these arms at all costs. Uncle Logan frowned. Master Father, if the enemy is only the snow monsters that Joan just saw, we are under great pressure and we will inevitably make some sacrifices, but in the end we still have the ability to repel the snow monsters and save the arms. But I worry that this group of snow monsters is just the pioneers sent by Trim to find the way will be followed by an army of frost giants. If it is unfortunately said to me, even if we all spare our lives, what can we do about it? Slough asked his father anxiously. Slud, you have thought too much. For these years, Winter Castle has maintained a non-aggression situation with my family. Trim does not need to tear his face for a batch of arms and stone pillars that are not suitable for the frost giant body shape, which will do him no good. Ha Kang smiled lightly, and then said, Trim encourages Snow Monster to rob us, probably out of temporary greed. If Snow Monster can succeed, he can get the arms and sell them at a higher price. The colonial core of Midgard, or those wealthy mine owners and plantation owners, If the snow monster looted and frustrated, there is no loss to Trim himself. He can pretend to be stupid and have no knowledge of this matter, and treat himself skim it clean so as not to anger our Walsung family. Logan waved his hands to stop his children from arguing, and said in a deep voice, Hakon's ideas are always too optimistic, and Sluder is too pessimistic. Everything is always considered from the worst. In terms of the current situation, Terry, it is unlikely that Mew will personally go out. I'll say it. Although the power of Dongbao is not weak, it doesn't dare to offend our Walsong tribe. Harkang received the support of his father, thinking that his momentum overwhelmed his sister, and raised his head proudly. Sluder shook his head gently, his face did not relax at all. Sluder, you listen to me. The reason why I made this judgment is not that I am overconfident in ourselves and the family forces like Hakan. It is more about considering Trim and his followers in Frost Giant. The embarrassing position in society. Logan said calmly to his daughter, Sluder, believe it or not, if Trim dares to take the plunder of our goods in person and openly dares the face with Shizatown, then the unlucky only it would be him. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 589. Lord Winterhold was not stupid, and he realized his father's hint as soon as his eyes rolled. You mean, my elders will join other Frost Giant lords and work together to eliminate the force of Dongbao? Logan nodded and analyzed the current situation with ease. From Fangshan Mountain to the Genting Highlands, and then to the great glacier of Jordanheim, the powerful Frost Giant Lord is far more than Trim. Compared with our outsiders, other Frost Giant Lords have more sufficient reasons and more urgent the desire to destroy the Trim party is just a lack of a willing person to pick up the head, and a justifiable excuse. Trim is very clear that he is not seen in the Frost Giant society, so he has been a man with his tail all these years, and he dare not offend us. The Walsong tribe also has this factor. I don't think it's 100. A magic crystal gun can shake the position of Master Dongbao. The truth is probably as Hakan said. Trim encouraged the snow monster to attack our caravan this time. The majority of the temptations. If the looting is successful, a fortune will be made. Even if you miss it, it will not damage him. It's just a sage who pretends to be ignorant afterwards. There is also a possibility, my father, Trim himself may not really want to rob our goods. The reason why the snow monster is driven to rob is not guaranteed to be entrusted by a big person, even if he is reluctant to provoke right and wrong. Having to make gestures symbolically is an explanation to the client. Slud said something very subtle. Hakan and Joan looked at each other inexplicably, and Logan nodded with understanding, but gave no explanation. Uncle Logan, you just mentioned that Trim is not seen in the Frost Giant Society, and it seems quite hated. This is not in line with the treatment a noble lord should have. What Trim did, so much as being crowded out by the other Frost Giant lords. Kiawan couldn't help but ask curiously. Because of faith, my child, you come from the relatively free and religious colony of Alfheim, you may not understand how serious this matter is. Logan sighed and went on to say, the Giants have regarded sacredness since ancient times. The Giants have a complete set of deities and belief systems. No matter what kind of race they are from, corresponding idols can be found in the giant gods. All giants can publicly worship the main father of giants Anon, but they are more willing to follow the guardian gods of their respective races. For example, the fire giants mostly worship the fire giant god Surti, and the frost giants mostly it is a devout believer of the frost giant god Solemn. The unbelievers in the giant society will be regarded as geeks, but they can barely bear it. Joan, do you know who is more disgusting to giants who believe in orthodox deities than unbelievers? Cultist? Kiawan tentatively asked. Uncle Logan nodded gently. The word cult is very vague. In our human society, different people have different standards for positive and evil, and in the Frost Giant Society, this standard is obtained. It is generally accepted that if a giant believes in a true outside of the giant gods, he will only be regarded as a weird pagan, but if his idol is the Abyss Lord, It is the one named Koshchich, the great demon. He is the undisputed cultist. The frost giant aristocrats who regard themselves as decent will never openly associate with the believers of Koshchich, and the owner of Winter Castle, Trim, is an open Koshchich believer, and is favored by the Abyss Lord to the New World. All the chief high priests of the believers of Koshchich are self-proclaimed, and his territory, the Winter Castle, has become a refuge for all frost giants who have been expelled from the tribe because of their belief in Koshchich. Today, they have become the base camp of demon believers. The frost giants who believe in orthodox deities despise this group of demonic believers, but they fear that the soldiers of Dongbao are strong, and the lords of the frost giants continue to clash for territory, and they are like scattered sand. No one dares to provoke Dongbao, and all the forces will. This maintains a delicate balance. Trim also dare not break this balance, acting deliberately to keep a low profile, and our Walsinger tribe is like a weight on this balance. Neither Trim nor his opponents I don't take our position seriously, so I tend to think that Trim will not risk breaking the balance of power and personally rob our caravan. Joan is no stranger to the name Koshchich. Hearing Uncle Logan's words, he naturally thought of his frost giant friend Clark Henya. Clark seemed to respect Hal, the goddess of the underworld, more than Solemn, the mane of the frost giant, and the reason why he worked hard to find the Koshchi collar was also entrusted by the believer of the goddess Hal, the Stygian witch. As we all know, the witch is the most hated person of the Abyss Lord Koshchichi and his followers. The Winterhold Lord Trim is also the leader of Koshchichi's believers in the New World. Joan has a premonition. Trim sooner and later, these two frost giants, whose beliefs are in conflict, will have a fierce conflict sooner or later. Now that Clark's whereabouts are unknown, a large group of snow monsters is about to strike, and Joan has to suppress the chaotic mood to assist the Logan family against the snow monsters. Joan, come with me. I have something to tell you alone. Uncle Logan gave him a wink and turned to jump into the caravan. Joan froze for a moment, drifting into the shed with doubt. Joan, you are the only one of us who can fly. This matter can only help you. Logan took a piece of paper from his arms and folded it and handed it to him. This is my handwritten letter. The account should be made clear. If the caravan encounters something unexpected, you will become an eagle. Send this letter back to Town for me and give it to the chief elder Sigmund. Lord Walsinger. Joan clung to the letter paper delivered by Uncle Logan with a stalk. The scene before him seemed familiar to him, reminding him of the situation that the South Corps held the fort of Nice not long ago. At that time, Lieutenant Colonel Vesa also asked him to do the same thing at the moment of crisis. At this moment, in his eyes, the figure of Uncle Logan seemed to coincide with the figure of Lieutenant Colonel Vesa. Uncle, are you worried about Frost Giant? Yeah. Don't look at me talking so easily in front of Hukin and Slough. In fact, I understand that although the chance is not great, I can't completely rule out the possibility of Trim personally killing. I am in the car. I have prepared a large barrel of flame glue. If the worst happens, I will ignite the flame glue at the last moment. Even the car with the goods burned, and even a gun will not be left to tarry that villain. Uncle Logan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 590 Heroic Blood. But, just about to persuade Joan, Uncle Logan waved his hand to stop him. This is the grudge between our Walsung family and Frost Giant. You are just a passerby who has been drawn in. You don't need to think too much. It is enough to help me deliver the letter safely to Town. Joan was speechless. After a long silence, I spoke again. Uncle, I can't persuade you to leave the cargo and leave the caravan, but I have a way to take Hakan and Slood to help them escape the disaster safely. Uncle Logan patted Joan's head gratefully and said with a bitter smile, your kindness is my heart, but unfortunately, Hakan and Slood are as stubborn as my dad. You can't convince me. I can't convince them to follow you. Let us each fulfill our obligations. After finishing these words, Uncle Logan turned and jumped out of the caravan. Shortly afterwards, Slough lifted the curtain and drilled in. He said to Joan, "We stay in the car and take care of the cargo. In case the enemy rushes forward, I will take action to block it. If you don't control me, you will become as soon as possible." The eagle flew back to Town to deliver the letter. "Remember?" Joan nodded silently, heavy in his heart, as if he had crushed a large rock. At this time, there was a peculiar shrill whistle peculiar to the snow monster outside the caravan. Joan stretched out an eye stem and lifted the car curtain. From a distance, he saw a large group of snow monsters flying from the side of the hillside. The white hair and the snow almost merged into one. In a blink of an eye, he approached the caravans. Uncle Logan is well aware of the snow monster habits, and has arranged for his men to clean the snow around the station, ignite 6 bonfires around the caravan, dry the firewood with lamp oil, and the blazing flames will melt the snow around the fire and expose the dark and moist soil. As a result, the white fur on which the snow monsters relied on stalking in the snow lost its camouflage effect, and became particularly conspicuous under the backing of the dirt, becoming a large target for the Azar hunters to raise their guns. Hukang fired the first shot, and the rest of the hunters also pulled the trigger. The whistling lead shot like a storm hit the snow monster 200 yards away. The 3 snow monsters rushing to the forefront were shot almost at the same time, and bursts of blood burst on their bodies, with white fur and blood stains, which were extremely dazzling. The shot of the snow monster screamed and struggled to move forward. Hukang led the tribe to skillfully load the bullets. 3 seconds later, a row of ping-pongs sounded. The 3 snow monsters were sifted by the random guns. They wailed and fell on the way of the charge, and they were soaked by the pool of blood. In the early battle, Hukang and the young Azar hunters were very excited, holding up their shotguns and cheering. Uncle Logan stood in front of the caravan, holding a brass-covered telescope to observe the snow monster's movements. His face gradually dimmed, and he waved his hand back, signaling the young hunters to be vigilant. The snow monster's offensive was just a temptation, and then they will ushered in a real test. Compared to humans, the snow monsters are indeed not smart enough, but they are not just beasts that instinctively hunt after all. They also know how to adjust tactics according to changes in the situation. The snow monsters had expected to be caught by surprise by the caravan. The first round of surprises made them realize that their opponents had already been prepared. Under the gun, the rainstorm would cost a lot of casualties, and they spread out towards the wings of the caravan under the command of the mutant snow monster. Every 3 snow monsters form a group, and they start to encircle from different directions. It must be said that the snow monster's strategy of dividing into the encirclement happens to target the shortcomings of the caravan's understaffing. Counting Logan and Hukang, there are only 22 guards on the side of the caravan, but there are 30 snow monsters on the opposite side attacking at the same time, forcing them to have to spread out and fight against the 3 snow monsters in pairs. Except for Logan and Hukang, the other Azar hunters are not sure about killing the snow monster in the heads-up, not to mention 2 to 3. The only advantage of the hunters is the shotgun in their hands. However, in the time when the snow monster rushed to the front, they could at most put 3 shots on each, even if all 6 bullets hit the target, and at most knocked down a thick skin and thick snow. Strange. Afterwards, he had to drop his shotgun and pull out his saber, and start a melee fight with the snow monster approaching to the front. Bleeding sacrifices were inevitable. Crisp gunshots sounded like fried beans one after another, and sometimes a cry of the snow monster wailed. The development of the battle situation was just as Logan worried. Snow monsters fell one shot after another, yet more snow monsters stepped over their corpses and roared closer. Once the snow monster is approaching within 30 feet, the situation of the hunters will become very dangerous. At this distance, the shotgun has lost its range advantage, but the snow monsters can attack with the talent of chilling gaze. Once they are hit by this extremely cold magic sight, those who are not strong enough will be frozen and stiff and paralyzed on the spot. Can only watch the snow monster rushing over to kill the killer. The protection against evil potions carried by Sludge have been distributed, and today all of the spell slots are used to bless the tribes with protection from evil, but resources are limited, and half of the tribes still fail to obtain protective measures against Shiva gaze. Now, I can only grit my teeth and pray to the gods to bless them. A large group of snow monsters approached quickly with a gunshot. Logan dropped his binoculars and loudly reminded the tribe to prepare for a close combat. The Asa warriors put away their shotguns, and instead pulled out their sharp sabers. In their left hand, they held a burning torch. The snow monster was intimidated by fire, and its fluffy hair caught fire, and the torch caused them psychological intimidation. It also surpasses the sharp blade and even the shotgun. The key depends on the blocking effect within 30 feet. Hakang clenched his long knife, and his young and handsome face was flushed by the bonfire around him, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Dad, can we activate blood power now? Logan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Let's start. I'm afraid it will be too late. Remember, don't patronize the enemies in front of you, pay attention to observe the overall situation of the battlefield, and go wherever you need support. Dad, rest assured, wait for me to show my talents. Hakang restrained the excitement, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, according to the special breathing rhythm to excite the blood power of Injalia in his body. The body suddenly expanded a circle, and the muscular muscles were like flowing water surged under the membrane, and every pore on and off the body was radiating golden light, as if from heaven. Injalia means English spirit in the ancient Asa language. The history of the Walsonj family can be traced back to 40,000 years ago. The last generation ruler of the former Asaprotos was the Walsonj royal family. When the Asaprotos suffered a fiasco in the December dusk and was forced to flee Asgard, the archer handed the Valhalla Sky Palace to the winner of the war, the giant king's court, and the brilliant civilization of the Asa prosperity ushering in the end. The Asa people who fled their homes scattered in various parties during their long wandering careers, combined with the marriage of those ungodly races that were not divine, and the descendants gradually lost the mythical power and eventually became mortals. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 591. Eyes closed. Today, Asaprotos has long been a historical term, and its descendants are no different from other human races. The last royal family of the Asaprotos, the Walsonj family, also failed to escape the declining fate, but after all, they were born in the royal family, and some of the descendants still retain some extraordinary strength. The leader of the heirs of the Walsonj family can awaken the power of the sleeping blood within the body, temporarily restore a small part of the power once possessed by the Asaprotos, and become the Injalia form, also known as heroic warrior. Awakening is a heroic warrior. The most obvious benefit is the comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes, which is equivalent to the simultaneous blessing of power of cattle, elegance of cats, toughness of bears and prestige of eagles. The mythical power contained in this heroic body also enabled Hakang to greatly increase its resistance to weapons and magic attacks during blood awakening, immune to cold damage and fear effects, and most diseases and toxins could not erode his heroic body. In addition, Hakang, a warrior who had no knowledge of spells, also magically gained the ability to cast spells during the awakening of the spirits. He can cast 1 ring of force duel and 3 rings of heroic spirit 3 times a day. The former can force a designated target is singled out with the caster. The latter can improve the morale of the subject and play the best state in the battle. The heroic samurai can also cast magic power and free movement once a day. These 2 4th-level spells are even more powerful. Magic power comprehensively improves the caster's own power attributes, combat skills, and resistance to attack. Freedom of action protects the subject from all restrictions and freedoms, such as snow. The strange chilling gaze cannot paralyze Hakang, who is blessed with action. Just as Hakang used the talent spells of the heroic warrior to improve his combat power, The group of snow monsters rushing to the front had already approached within 30 feet of the guard. The two Azar hunters who were responsible for blocking the three snow monsters were too young to have experienced such a thrilling and dangerous scene. The bullets shot in a hurry failed to hit the point. They only caused some skin injuries on the snow monster, but instead inspired in response to the fierceness of this group of monsters. He roared with open transparent inner eyelids, and a blue beam of extreme cold magic was emitted from his eyes. The two young Azar hunters on the opposite side had not blessed the protective spells, coupled with panic, unwillingness, and the moment they were shot by the shiver gaze were all cold and stiff on the snow. The consciousness was clearly sober, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch the snow monster with his claws and swooped over with despair. At a critical juncture, Hakang rushed over first, blocking the two people who were lying on the snow behind him, raising his finger to the snow monster opposite, and inspiring a fighting spirit to inspire the heroic warrior talent spell Strong Duel. Xy actually understands the principle of persimmon picking a soft pinch. When he saw Hakang holding a long knife, he shone with golden divine power and exuded a subtle sense of oppression. He instinctively realized that this person was not easy to provoke. I wanted to bypass Hakang and went to hunt the two Azar people who were paralyzed and unable to move behind him. However, Hakang shouted at his nose. His head swelled, and there was an unknown fire in his heart. Only Hakang was left, and inexplicably developed a firm idea: this hateful guy must be torn up first. Otherwise the anger of the heart cannot be discharged. Induced by the forced duel, the snow monster threw away the Azar hunter who was close by, turned his head and roared towards Hakang. Hakang sneered, slightly sideways to avoid the giant palm that had fallen from his head. His hands carried the knife diagonally upward, and Xu Liang cut the snow monster's wrist with a sharp sound, and blood spewed out. The snow monster staggered forward, waving its bare arm with horror, like a fierce lion. Hakang jumped onto the creeping back of the snow monster and stabbed the carotid artery of the monster with his knife in his back. Puff! The long knife fell deep into the neck, and the blood penetrated through the blood trough cut to the side of the blade. When Hakang pulled out his long sword, a blood spring spewed into the sky, and the snow monster under his feet was like a deflated ball, and he fell down to the ground, dying and moaning. Hakang beheaded a ferocious snow monster in 5 seconds. The other two snow monsters in the same group witnessed their companions falling to the ground and hurried over. The ice blue eyes glared at Hakang fiercely and urged shiver gaze. However, they soon discovered that this trick was useless to Hakang, and they outflanked them from both sides, trying to use brute force and claws to join hands against this powerful Azar youth. Hakang inspired the blood of the heroes to surge after the blood, and he still stood the upper hand against the two snow monsters with his own strength, but he could not fight as fast as he had just now, and had to be forced into a struggle. At the same time, there were two groups of snow monsters approaching the position guarded by the caravan. One of the group of guards withstood the pressure and first knocked down a snow monster with a shotgun. The two hunters quickly changed their sabers and dragged a snow monster in a way of play, which could temporarily hold up. Another group of guards had bad luck. Although they knocked down a snow monster, there was also a hunter who was frozen by the shiver gaze. The remaining hunter was obviously unable to resist the two angry monsters. In the blink of an eye, he was caught by 4 claws. The tears were raw, the blood flesh spattered, and the snow was messy. The two snow monsters threw away the broken corpses, grabbed fists and hammered their chests, and roared wildly in the sky. Logan gritted his teeth, pulled out his saber, and strode toward the two mad monsters. The golden radiance of golden power that emerged all over the body became brighter and brighter every time a step was taken. Logan's strength is a lot stronger than his son, and it only takes up to half a minute to kill 2 snow monsters, but he is very worried about whether his clan can support this long 30 seconds, and even more worried about the caravan's daughter-in-arms. In fact, The situation on the battlefield did go down sharply as Logan feared. More snow monsters rushed forward and succeeded. Some people on the Azar Hunter side have successively hit the Shiver Gaze. Before they had time to fight with the snow monster, they were frozen and stumbled. They could not afford to fall on the ground. A large group of snow monsters, even if they spare their lives, can't keep this last line of defense. Just as the line of defense was about to collapse, Slud suddenly lifted the car curtain and jumped out, shouting loudly with a clear voice, all eyes closed. The girl's voice was eager and high, showing an irresistible momentum. Slud's style of action has always been strong, and the clan has long been accustomed to the temper of this elder lady who likes to give orders. Suddenly he heard Sloud whispering. Although she feels that her order is a little inexplicable, most Azar hunters are still used to being driven. He closed his eyes slightly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 592 Fighting Behemoth. At the same time that Slord ordered the tribes to close their eyes, a slender and flexible dark purple tentacle protruded from the gap between the caravan curtains. The tip of the tentacles bulged like a flower bud, and two thick membranes spread like eyelids, revealing a dark and bright eyeball full of adult fists. Turning around dizzyingly, and instantly viewing the surrounding conditions, the stalk twisted slightly, and the eyeballs at the end looked at the campfire in the center of the camp, and suddenly glared. And there was a hoarse and hoarse roar in the caravan. Lumber, boom. In the middle of the camp, the quietly burning bonfire seemed to be thrown into a bomb, and the mantra exploded in response to the spell activation. The heat energy contained in the dry wood, fuel and fire was released at this instant, and it was converted into pure light energy. The whole camp was brightly lit. The strong light radiation has spread beyond 100 feet, drowning the Azar people and the vast majority of snow monsters in the fierce and bright sea of light. For a few seconds, everyone was in front of a white sky. I can't see anything at all. Azar hunters were warned by Slud in advance. Most of them closed their eyes in time, and they turned their backs on the bonfire. Their eyes were not directly exposed to strong light, and normal vision was restored after a brief dizzy. The snow monsters on the opposite side of the siege camp were unprepared. They looked directly at the intense flash of light sparked by the two rings of firework, and their eyes were suddenly stabbed. The tears kept flowing, and they had to close their eyes and hide their faces, wailing. The snowball's fragile eyes, temporarily stimulated by strong light, could not be opened for the time being, and they all became blind, and the Shiver Gaze could not be displayed. The bonfire in the center of the camp exhausted its energy after the eruption of strong light and extinguished itself, turning into an ashes. As the light diminished, the Azar hunters also recovered from the shock, seeing the snow monsters on the opposite side still moaning. Of course, they were not polite. Play as a live target. Standing in front of the car door, Slud saw that the battlefield situation had been reversed. He took a sigh of relief, turned and lifted the curtain, and smiled gratefully to the big eyeball suspended in the car. Thank you. Just when Joan asked her to warn her people to close her eyes, Slud was still a little nervous, worried that it would be too risky to cast firework in the camp. Now the facts have verified Joan's judgment, and the quotient was lifted with only one spell. The team's crisis has completely reversed the situation. Joan's calm mind, precise judgment, and creative casting skills at critical moments have made this proud and arrogant Azar girl admire her heartfelt admiration. Joan suddenly discovered that becoming an Eye of Insight had an unexpected benefit for himself. This by guide's skin, if that layer of chitinous carapace can also be regarded as a skin, is very thick and hard enough to withstand swords and guns. Such a thick skin cannot, of course, show a subtle expression like blushing and shyness. Changes have provided a layer of natural camouflage for people like him who are shy and introverted. In the face of the girl's admiring gaze, he no longer looked embarrassed as usual, and his fierce devil's eyes were expressionless, calm, and quite superior. In fact, although Joan is not very young, and the mage level is not high, The storms he has experienced throughout the year are more dangerous than the risks encountered by Sluder in the first half of his life. The crisis in front of him is really nothing to him. He saw much more desperate scenes than this. The reason why he can escape from death to death again and again, in addition to thanking the goddess of fate for his care, the rapid adaptability developed in the desperate situation, and the unique style of casting, also contributed. The crisis in front of him has not been completely lifted. Joan didn't want to see the snow monster slow down and restore his damaged eyesight. With 2 eye stems, he skillfully made a series of casting gestures and released 3 successively outside the caravan. Spider web entangles the snow monsters that are less affected by strong light, so that they are not close to the caravan. Slud took off the magic crystal shotgun from behind and aimed at the snow monster struggling in the cobweb, struggling with a cold face and pulling the trigger. The mutant snow monster is standing on the opposite hillside to supervise the war. Due to the long distance, it is not affected by the firework. Seeing that his eyes were stabbed by a sudden burst of strong light, the offensive was frustrated, and the angry face was blue and purple. Thumping his chest and roaring, he immediately shook off and rushed down the hillside to join the battle in person. The monster was huge and ran like lightning at full speed. Several landings rushed to the camp, immediately prompting Logan's alert, and hurriedly urged the Azar hunter to shoot and stop. Dense gunshots sounded in succession. Several lead bullets hit the mutant snow monster, and the white fur was bloody, like red plums scattered on the snow. However, this monster is too strong and powerful. A small lead shot hit him and barely penetrated the thick and tough fur, but he could not cause a fatal threat to him. The gunshot wound stimulated the fierceness of the monster. He launched a charge with a gun. Lindaniu suddenly flicked off his 2 long arms, grabbed the 2 nearby Azar hunters, and squeezed his 5 fingers together to rub the 2 strong men into bones. Fragmented and screamed, and then flung to Logan and Hukin, who rushed over. Logan and Hukin had to suspend their steps and free their hands to catch the flying people. The mutant snow monster is extremely powerful, and the impact force exerted on the Azar hunter is transmitted to the father and son, as if they were faced with a ballistic bombardment. The mutant snow monster strode across Logan, Hukin and his son, and suddenly flew. The huge body rose into the sky. Under the focus of the Azar hunters staring in amazement, the volley body rolled like a huge snowball hit the caravan. Sluder's face changed suddenly, without thinking about it, to stimulate the blood power, covered with golden radiance, as if a brave female Valkyrie, withdrawing a stainless steel forged spear from the car with his backhand, rushed forward 2 steps, and grabbed the mutant snow before the fall. The 2 fighters struggled to pierce the sky. Puff! The spear penetrated deeply into the hip of the mutant snow monster. The thick arm of the arm was bent by the heavy monster, like a tight bow arm. Sluder's face was instantly bloodied and red, and the smooth forehead was blue. The grip of the lance quickly slid down her clenched palms, propped up the ground and lifted up, and picked the mutant snow monster to fly far away. It fell on the snow less than 20 feet away from the caravan and smashed out of a big pit. The shockwave from the mutated snow monster spread to the surrounding area, causing a local earthquake. The caravan was also shaken violently and almost broke up. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 593. Laugh to Death. Mage. The mutant snow monster climbed up limpingly, rubbing his ass, grinning his teeth, glaring at Slud, and issued a vicious curse in the language of giants. Slud didn't care about numbness in his arms, and gritted his teeth, resolutely rushing towards the mutant snow monster. The figure just started, and the mutant snow monster leaned over and opened his mouth wide, like she spit out a cold air like a snowstorm. Slaughter, who was transformed into a warrior of the spirit, was immune to all cold attacks, and the cold current from the mutant snow monster could not cause substantial damage to her. But the turbulent airflow itself was comparable to a storm. The strength is very different from that of the mutant snow monster. He was almost blown up by the cold current, and hurriedly stopped his footsteps. He backhanded the spear on the ground and tried to stabilize the center of gravity in the storm. At this moment, a giant palm swept across the sky, took her with a gun and slapped it, fell on the snow, and rolled out of the distance. Slough fell lightly, and his body was muddy and snowy, but he never let go of the long gun in his hand. He couldn't care about the fierce pain in the half of the body. He held the gun to support the body, and spit out sand, his eyes tight. Staring at the mutant snow monster, stubborn flames were burning in his eyes. The mutant snow monster witnessed the seemingly weak human young girl take a full blow to himself, and actually stood up intact and continued to challenge him. He couldn't help but feel surprised. A pair of dark blue eyes glared round. Shaking the thick white snowy eyebrows, the mutant snow monster suddenly grinned, turned and walked to the front of the caravan. A pair of giants grasped the front wheels on both sides, and made a mention in the roar, and took the caravan in his arms. Then he had to lift the caravan over the top, and even this car with the full load of the car threw it at the opposite human girl who dared to stab herself, and smashed her into a mortar, so as to vent her anger! Lala. At the juncture of the mutant snow monster struggling to hold up the caravan, there was suddenly a sound of chanting mantras in the carriage, and then two purple eye stems lifted the car curtain, and the third eye stem rolled up a mass of things and thrown at the mutant snow monster. At this time, the mind of the mutant snow monster was all on Saluda, and he did not realize that there was still a person hidden in the caravan, until the feather thrown in the car curtain with a small biscuit sprinkled on his face. Before they wake up, however, it is too late. The wide nostril turned up by the mutant snow monster was itchy by cookie crumbs and soft feathers, and he couldn't help sneezing, and then fell into an unstoppable giggle, trembling with laughter, cramping his stomach, and couldn't help but sit still on the ground. This sudden burst of laughter made his limbs weak. The heavy caravan lost its support, fell off his hands, and a loud noise hit his chest, pressing him almost back on the spot, but he could not restrain the laughter. The impulse was overwhelmed by the caravan on the snow, grinning out of breath. At first, Slough heard the sound of chanting words in the carriage, and guessed that Joan was casting a spell. After witnessing that the mutant snow monster seemed to be in the evil, he lay on the ground and laughed loudly, and immediately realized that he must have hit the ring of laughter that Joan had just cast. Before the spell failed, he laughed in addition to falling to the ground. Can't do anything. Of course, Slough will not miss this day's good opportunity. A flash of murderousness flashed in his eyes. Strode to the mutant snow monster, holding a steel gun and struggling to stab the huge monster's throat. Puff! The spear penetrated deeply into the soft neck of the mutant snow monster, pierced a hole with a big fist, and a stream of blood spattered out. Saluda decisively withdrew the gun and stepped back, shaking his arm off the residual blood at the point of the gun, staring coldly at the mutant snow monster. The monster made a short and painful howl, and then laughed uncontrollably. The neck trauma was accompanied by the rhythm of laughter. A burst of blood followed by a burst of blood, and his face was scarlet. Against the backdrop of blood, the mutant snow monster's smile became more distorted and strange, and the laughter became hoarse and weak, like a leaky bellows. The mutant snow monster also seems to realize that his situation is very dangerous, and tries his best to cover his neck wound with his hands to prevent blood loss. The heavy caravan was pressed against him, and his arms were stuck by the wheels. If he was in good health, it was not difficult to push the caravan away with his divine power, but at this moment he has been crazed, half dead, tortured by the giant wound that penetrated the throat, became paralyzed, unable to remove the cut hitting his chest. Slud frowned, and went to the side of the mutant snow monster. His hands held sharp steel guns, and he tried his best to stab the monster's left temporal part. This part is commonly known as temple, which is the most fragile key to the entire skull of humanoid creatures. Due to the lack of thick skull protection, the steel gun is like piercing through a thin and brittle board. With a puff, deep into the mutant snow monster inside the cranial cavity. Slud shook his wrist. The spear spun, and the gun point deep in the skull twisted the brain of the mutant snow monster into pieces. This fierce monster was killed on the spot, and the grinning that lasted for a long time finally came to an abrupt end. Shaking, twitching, showing strong but useless vitality, Slud withdrew his spear, put his backhand on the snow ground stained with blood, jumped to the abdomen of the mutant snow monster body, walked to the caravan, knocked on the window, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Joan's answer came from the compartment. "It's safe here." "Going to help Logan and Hakan to eliminate other snow monsters. Remember to collect some mutant snow monsters' hair for me later." "Fine if fine." "Thank you just now. I really didn't expect that crazy laughter would work like this, even turning a brutal monster into a funny clown." Slud pulled out his sword, pulled a large white snowy hair on the chest of the mutant snow monster, waved the knife off, and lifted the curtain to Joan. The effect of the spell varies from person to person. Laughter is against the spiritual will of the subject. The mutant snow monster has a strong body, but the willpower is not strong, plus you attracted his full attention. "Which gives me a chance." Joan stretched out two stalks, entangled the mutant snow monster hair that slow-handed, and retracted it into the carriage. Using these hairs, Joan can theoretically perform a morph to become a mutant snow monster. In fact, being limited by the magic level of the tuned level spell, he cannot yet become such a huge creature. If you want to break through the upper limit of the magic of morph transformation, you will have to wait until you are promoted to a 5th level wizard in the future, and then further optimize morph transformation to try to develop mythical transformation technique. Mythical transformation is equivalent to a 3-ring spell from the perspective of magic energy level. If it can be successfully developed, it should be able to turn him into a mutated snow monster. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 594 White Prince of Winter Castle. The reason why Joan deliberately collects snow monsters and mutant snow monsters is not only out of collecting habit, but also because these two creatures are very special. Snow monsters and mutant snow monsters are both humanoids, but unlike most ordinary humanoids, snow monsters have an average height of up to 8 feet, which is a relatively rare large humanoid. Mutant snow monster. The height is more than 18 feet, which is the only oversized humanoid Joan has seen so far. Since snow monsters and mutant snow monsters are both humanoid creatures, it means that transfiguration and human transformation also apply to them. Joan first transformed himself into a snow monster with morph, and then blessed mythical giant to increase 2 additional body levels, and then turned into a giant snow monster with a height of 32 feet and a weight of more than 3,000 pounds. For the same reason, first use mythical transfiguration technique to transform into a supersized mutant snow monster, and then add mythical transfiguration technique. You can become a huge monster with a height of 72 feet and a weight of nearly 10,000 pounds. What are the benefits of becoming so large? There are too many benefits. For example, Joan's commonly used Mage Assault Palm has a power proportional to his body size, and his body size is increased by 4 levels, which means that the size of the Mage Assault Palm has simultaneously increased by 4 times. 4 times. It is not an exaggeration to say one hand covers the sky. When Joan sorted out the mutant snow monster's hair, the ordinary snow monsters that had attacked the camp had been killed by Azar hunters led by Logan and Son. The other snow monsters saw the wounded death of their companions, and even the leader mutant snow monster was killed by a young girl with a gun. The fighting spirit collapsed and fled the battlefield. Slud helped the clan to drive away the snow monsters and saw the mess around the camp. A total of 6 Azar hunters were killed in this tragic battle. Most of the surviving hunters were wounded and their emotions were somewhat depressed. Sighing, and turned to the caravan. Just when she turned around, she suddenly felt a cold wind hit her head and looked up in amazement. I saw a huge white figure swooping down from the top of the snow mountain. and the turbulent airflow turned into a blizzard, making the campsite. The atmosphere became tense again. What kind of monster is that? Kang looked at the white figure flying from the top of the mountain, feeling an inexplicable heart palpitations. A white dragon. Logan's face dignified. That's the white dragon of the Winterhold Lord Dream. Just as the father and son were talking, the white dragon had already flew over the campsite with the cold wind and snow. The Logan family stimulated the fear effect caused by Long Y after the blood of the heroic spirit. The rest of the Azza people did not have this ability. All of them were frightened and changed their faces, and their legs shivered. The dragon circled twice in the air and leaned over to observe the ground. Afterwards, its wide wings converged and landed slowly. It hung down its huge gigantic head and looked down at the people in the camp with a pair of cold blue eyes. His eyes flickered. Logan frowned, raised his knife and strode forward, his eyes fixed on the proud white dragon with no fear on his face. Delicious guests from Winter Castle, what's your job in visiting the Walsinger family camp? Bailong didn't rush back, and his body burst into a circle of golden magic. The huge body shrank sharply, and instantly turned from a giant dragon into a slender man in white robe. His skin was fair and handsome, with long silver hair. His shoulders, his manners appeared to be smart and handsome. Logan saw a white dragon turned into a human form, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He bowed slightly to the man in white robe. It turned out to be His Royal Highness White Prince Vinia of Winterberg. "I just mistaken you for an ordinary white dragon. It's a bit rude." "You don't have to be polite. I have heard of Mr. Logan's name for a long time. I saw it today and it really deserved its name." Vinia, the adoptive son of Winterhold Lord Dream, responded to Logan's greetings with an old-fashioned tone, and the demeanor implied behind the elegant demeanor. "Mr. Logan, I hope my visit did not cause you trouble. Please don't treat me as an enemy. In fact, I just passed by accident and accidentally saw the snow monster looting the caravan. I thought that Dongbao and the Walsong tribe have always been friendly. I can't help worrying about the loss of my Azza friends. Landed specially to see what can help." White Prince Vinia smiled, and then said, "Now it seems that I am superfluous. The Azza warrior is really brave, and there are a few snow monsters that cannot pose a substantial threat to you." Logan reluctantly squeezed out a smile, and said, "Dare not do it." Thanking him politely, Vinia nodded with a smile, pacing to the mutated snow monster's body with the negative hand, looked up at the caravan lying across the corpse's chest, and suddenly raised his right hand, grabbed an axle, and it seemed that he didn't use much force. Then, he lifted the heavy cart and all the goods on the cart, moved it to the open space next to it, and gently put it down. As our hunters around saw this scene, they were all stunned in shock. It's not surprising that the mutant snow monster lifted the caravan with his bare hands. After all, the huge masses of the people were there, and it was said that they were powerful and not losing money. This young man in white, slim and handsome, looks like an elf, and he can move the cart with only one hand, which is a bit scary. It was not reasonable until everyone remembered that the body of the White Prince in front of him was actually a giant dragon. "It seems that I can still help a little, without a trip." Vinia looked at the wound on the mutated snow monster's body and looked back at the Logan family. His eyes quickly fell on the blood-stained steel gun in Sluder's hands. He was surprised. "Miss Walsinger, excuse me for asking, did you kill this mutant snow monster?" "What happened to me?" Slud asked coldly. She was worried that Vinia used the death of the mutant snow monster as an excuse to find fault, so she deliberately concealed the key role played by Joan in the process of hunting the mutant snow monster, and he carried it down alone. Vinia didn't care about her attitude of refusing to be 1,000 miles away, and nodded with a smile, but looked at Slud's eyes instead with a little more appreciation. "Respectable lady, your courage is as amazing as your beauty. If you don't want to give up my friend, welcome to Dongbao as a guest. I will treat you in the most solemn way." Slud didn't expect him to be so polite. He changed his arrogant attitude and offered to be attentive to himself. He froze for a moment and replied a little embarrassedly, "Can't accept your invitation while you are here." "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 595 Shizuzen It doesn't matter, beautiful lady. My invitation to you will always be valid. If you want, you can come to Dongbao at any time. Vinia smiled at Slud, turned and said to Logan, Mr. Logan, I hope my invitation to your daughter will not offend you. It's not too early. I have to rush back to Winterberg to meet my father. Master, let's not pass on this. I wish you a smooth journey in the future. Thank you for your blessings, His Royal Highness Vinia. My family and I extend our deepest regards to His Excellency Trim. Logan deliberately did not mind whether he minded that White Prince invited his daughter to visit Winter Castle, and returned 2 warm words. Vinia was not interested in mentioning this matter anymore. A golden magic aura appeared on his body, returning to the form of a dragon, fluttering his wings and flying into the sky, accompanied by a fierce wind and snow disappearing deep into the clouds above the mountains. Harkang watched the white dragon go away, and said sorrowfully, this kid, Vinia, is really hypocritical. If Brother Joan had heard about Winter Castle and the mutant snow monster in advance, we really fell in love with him. He was wrong, and he was wrongly regarded as a kind person. Logan nodded sympathetically and said thoughtfully, through this incident, we can see that the father and son of Trim are very cunning. If the snow monster just looted White Prince after getting the firearms, he must kill all the snow monsters and wipe out his mouth, erasing all the evidence that is not good for Winter Castle. However, the reality is that the looting is not attempted, so he came forward to pretend to be a good person and sell us a favor, which is really a good calculation. Harkang smiled and turned to tease his sister, Vinia has been very attentive to you just now, and has spoken a lot of sweet words. Most of them are looking at you. What do you think? No idea, Slud said angrily. Harkang was still not at ease and put on the posture of his brother to enlighten his sister. Slud, it is more important to judge a man not to look at his appearance. His character is more important. The boy Vinia really has a beautiful face, his mouth is sweet, and he will please the woman very much. But he is a proud and evil dragon after all. He looks down on us humans in his heart. Don't be fooled by the few words of compliment from the little white face. I'm not that superficial woman, I don't need you to teach me. Slud gave Harkang a hard look, turned to the caravan, and lifted the curtain to get in. Harkang shrugged his father and shook his hand, grimacing. Okay, she doesn't want to hear you nagging, so you don't have to say a few words. Logan smiled and patted his son's shoulder. It's not that I said you. When my brother gets this, just in front of my sister. You don't have any prestige, your kid could fail. Can this be blamed on me? You can only blame your baby girl for being spoiled and hot-tempered like a barrel of alchemy explosives. Harkang complained to his father, Iron Rose in Shizutown is not just for fun. Which the man didn't have a headache when he heard this lady's name. She didn't have any good looks, my dear brother. If she didn't change her bad temper, see how she would get married in the future. Logan listened to him saying that he was a bit worried, and scratched his head helplessly, so he had to put aside this troublesome thing for a while, and urged the tribe to clean the battlefield, treat the wounded, and leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. White Prince Vinia came and went in a hurry, making the caravan all false alarms. Fortunately, the itinerary for the next few days was as calm as predicted by Vinia. On the first Sunday in December, the Logan family finally brought the precious arms back to Shizutown safely. If you start a map of the east coast of the new continent, go to the west to find the Fang Mountains that runs through the continent, then to the south to find the Henzi Forest, to the north to find the Anosta Lake area, commonly known as the home of dinosaurs, find the Vigoride Great Plains east. Among these 4 conspicuous landmarks, there are a large number of high and low hills and valleys, which is the settlement of the indigenous Aza people in the north. The Shizutown where the Walsong tribe is located is this northern Aza tribal alliance the de facto capital. With nearly 20,000 permanent residents, Shizutown is the largest and most prosperous aboriginal town in the north. In contrast, the most famous Aboriginal settlement in the south of the new continent, Powhatan Village. Regardless of population size or political influence from a perspective, it can only be regarded as a brother. In the center of Shiza Town, there is a circle of Stonehenge carved with ancient runes, which is regarded as a holy place by local residents and druids. This is where the name of Shiza Town came from. The sacred object guarded by the Walsunge tribe for generations, the ancestor tree that people respectfully called Grey Lord, was rooted in the middle of Stonehenge. Joan has followed Logan's family to Shiza Town for more than half a month. The inhabitants of Shiza Town are mainly Aza people, and dwarves. Elves and gnomes can occasionally be seen on the streets, but few colonists settle here. As a result of the Minot land purchase incident many years ago, the relationship between the Aza people in the north and the colonists of Midged was broken. Since then, many armed conflicts have broken out between the two sides, and large and small violent incidents have emerged. Every drop of blood in the conflict will deepen the grudges between the Aborigines and the colonists. The hatred of the two sides has reached a point where it is almost impossible to resolve. Shiza Town naturally does not welcome the settlers. Joan, as a descendant of the colonists from the south, was also unavoidably scorned and discriminated against in the town where the Aboriginals dominated. The Logan family is grateful to Joan for his great contribution to protecting the caravan, and specially received him as his guest. Perhaps due to the influence of Harkin and Slud, Logan's wife, Mrs. Ister, although she was born of the noble Walsong noble, she rarely unbiased Joan and regarded the young master from the south as viewed by his children. He has taken good care of his diet and life these days. This period of staying at Logan's house reminded Joan of the past when he was enthusiastically cared for by the Conti family during his stay in the Algonquin Valley. He was deeply grateful to the Logan family, but it was a pity that he was introverted and lonely, and he did not know how to express his gratitude. After all, Shiza Town is not a village of Powhatan. Apart from the Logan family and the Aza hunters who fought side by side, the other indigenous people did not have a good look at this typical colonial face of Joan. In order to avoid unpleasant things, and considering that Joan's leg injury has not healed, Mrs. Istu often screams that Joan tries not to leave her house. If she feels sullen at home and wants to go out for a stroll, her Loliud or Hakang will accompany you when you travel. And don't run around alone. Joan accepted the mistress' advice, but in fact felt that this was just what he wanted. He did not like to call friends and friends like Harkang, where he lived and went where he went. Rather he would stay at home alone, reading and studying without interruption, and studying spells. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 596. Honorable townspeople. During these days when Joan was a guest at Logan's house, Uncle Logan was not idle. He personally visited the tribal leaders including Elder Sigmund and asked them to make an exception to allow Joan to enter the tribal shrine Stonehenge, Master Grey, so that Master Grey can help him heal his injured leg. A colonizer, want to see the holy tree of the prophet of the Walsunge family? This clearly violates the tradition of the tribe, and there has never been such a precedent. Elder Sigmund was unwilling to make an exception for an unknown little mage, but could not bear Logan's repeated requests. After all, the Logan people were leaders of the Mesozoic generation in Shiza Town. Elder Sigmund was optimistic about Logan's future. Ban, who became the next chief elder of Shiza Town, had to take care of the face of this proud student. Moreover, Joan had made great efforts to protect the arms, and he was born in the south, and had no relationship with the old enemy of the Walsinger family, Midged colonizer, and he agreed to Logan to raise this matter at the elder meeting. The decision will be made after all the elders have discussed together. The meeting of elders in Shiza Town is actually an administrative organization similar to the noble house. Unless there are major emergencies, meetings are held once a month as usual. In order to wait for the resolution to come out, Joanne lived in Logan's house until today. Waiting for noon with uneasy mood, Uncle Logan finally returned home with a happy face. and gave a detailed description of the fierce disputes that occurred at the meeting to his family and Joan at the dinner table. In response to the question of whether Joan made an exception, the elders split into two factions, one of which was represented by Chief Elder Sigmund Walsonge, and felt that it might be an exception for this little mage. Anyway, it would not cause any bad influence. Moreover, they helped a lot. How could the dignified Walsinger family be ungrateful? The other elders are more conservative and feel that this precedent cannot be set. Otherwise, there will be 2 times once and 2 times 3 times. If this bad head is opened, it will be difficult to refuse other outsiders to ask the Grey Grey the doctor consulted. Lord Grey's temper is not very good. Sometimes even the patients of the Walsinger family are lazy to heal, where they are patiently harassed by outsiders, and if they anger his old man, no one has good fruit to eat. Or don't mess with this, big trouble is better. The fierce dispute between the two parties continued until noon. Later, when someone accidentally asked about the origin of Joan Vida, Logan said everything he knew in the presence of the elders. He only knew that Joan was an orphan. He grew up being pulled by his grandfather. He also heard Joan talk about his grandfather named Guillaume Thiel, an old hunter living in a small town in the south. He is now ill. The Luo people did not recognize Guillaume Tell, nor did he think that the old man was a great man. However, after all, he was still young, and his knowledge was too shallow. When he accidentally said the name of Grandpa Joan, several ban-haired elders jumped up excitedly and asked Logan what he said. Guillaume Thiel is not the Ranger Thiel from Yolfheim. Logan nodded ignorantly, vaguely remembering Joan said that his grandfather was an old hunter. Hunter and ranger seemed to be similar. This is even more lively. Several elders who were firmly opposed to the exception all jumped back in an instant, claiming that the grandson of Ranger Thiel is not an outsider, and the council can first grant Joan the title of honored townsman. In this way, it is possible to bypass the traditional rules and go to see Master Grey. Logan was baffled by the changing atmosphere in the venue, so he asked the elders who jumped back, who was Guillaume Thiel, who was amazing. The result surprised him. Several elders mentioned that this person all gave thumbs up, praising Mr. Tell as a brave man. He helped Shizutown against the invasion of the Frost Giants more than 30 years ago, and was also an honor town resident in Shizutown. 30 years ago, Logan was just a muddy kid. He had some vague childhood memories of the brutal Frost Giant, when Shizutown was almost defeated by the giant army, and there were no fewer than 1,000 residents killed by the giant. It was the most dangerous battle since the town was established. It was able to repel the Frost Giant gangsters, and it was inseparable from the help of many foreign friends. One of them was Ranger Tyr. After a lapse of many years, only a few highly respected old men in the family still remember, and middle-aged people like Logan, after all, were too young at that time, and their impressions had long been blurred. Since Joan Vida is the grandson of old Ranger Guillaume Tell, it is no longer an outsider, and the elders immediately made a decision to grant the honorary title of honorary townsman in Shizutown, Joan. From now on, Joan can even add the middle name Walsonge between his first name and last name. The noble Walsonge family is happy to treat Joan Vida as his own child for the descendants of a colonist. This is an unprecedented honor. Joan is very grateful for the love of the elders, and at the same time thank the grandfather who is no longer alive. Thanks to the blessings of his elderly, he can gain a foothold in Shizutown, where xenophobia prevails. After lunch, Logan personally drove Joan to Stonehenge in the middle of the town. A circle of thick stone pillars straight into the sky, like the remains of ancient civilization, silently telling the vicissitudes of change over the past thousands of years, creating a solemn atmosphere. There are tall straight ash trees in the center of Stonehenge, which is the ash tree that Joan had seen in the gorge valley of Elgin. There is an empty space in the woods, and the grey ancestor of the Walsonge family's ancestor tree is rooted in the middle of the empty space, guarding this land where the Aza people have lived for generations. Joan got out of the woods and leaned on a cane. With Uncle Logan's help, he limped and walked toward the forest. Within 2 steps, Joan felt that the palm of his left hand was slightly hot, and the mental feeling of tears appeared in his mind. Mythology. Discover the 7th order mythical creature, Ilminster. Joan's heart moved slightly and turned to look at the towering ancient tree rooted in the middle of the glade. Sure enough, he felt the peculiar fluctuation of mythological power. In fact, long before he came to Shizatown, he suspected that Grey Master was also Ilminster, that is, the old brother who had been asked by Lao Bei to visit on his behalf, and now got Tears of God prompt. This guess is basically verified. The only thing Joan can't determine right now is only one thing: Grey Master and Lao Bei, these two mythical ancient trees. Who is the big brother? Who is the younger brother? If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 597. Grey Master. From the appearance point of view, this ancient tree in Shizatown is slightly shorter than Lao Bei, but the trunk is thicker, and the middle of the trunk also splits a glowing tree hole like Lao Bei. But I do not know whether it is also leading to the fairy, the portal to the wilderness. The bark appears as a healthy light grey. Perhaps this is why it is called Grey Master by the local people. When Joan looked up at the ancient tree, Logan pulled out a brass bell engraved with magical runes from his pocket and said to Joan, "Master Grey usually sleeps, and sleeps so deeply that he can't stop it by shouting. The old man wakes up, but as long as the magic bell made by the druid is sounded, he can wake up the old man from his sleep." Logan shook the brass bell and made a string of crisp sounds. Joan noticed a subtle change in the magic net thread distributed around the bell, as if a stone was dropped on the calm water, and the layered magic net spread around. The ancient tree in the glade seemed to sense the abnormal fluctuation of the magic net, and it trembles slightly. An old face appeared in the center of the trunk. 2 grey long eyebrows were raised, and the eyes were slowly opened, and then the big shot was made. Yawn. Woo, which little monkey cub is waking my old man from his sleep again? Master Grey raised his wrinkled eyelids and saw Logan ringing his bell. He said angrily, "It turns out to be you, naughty bag little Logan, and wanted to break my branches and cut it into a wooden knife?" Logan's old face suddenly turned red and replied awkwardly, "Sir, that's a thing of the past decades. How do you remember? You see, I'm a lot of age. How can I still do those naughty things, trick or treat?" My lord, my memory is good. Besides, what kind of old do you guys sell in front of me? Even if you have a big beard, you married a wife, and you have children, in the eyes of the Lord, I am still a mischievous little kid. Grey Master looked at Logan with a kind smile. Logan scratched his head and smirked, quickly got to the point. "Senior man, today I bring you a young friend." Patted Joan's shoulder and solemnly introduced, "This little brother's name is Joan Vida, and we are honorary residents of Shizatown. Helped me a lot. Can you look at my face and help Joan treat the injured legs?" "Your little monkeys. Every time I wake up my old man, to treat people, there is nothing new. It just annoys me," Grey Master complained, but turned his face to look at Joan, his grey eyes suddenly shining strangely. Your kid? A little interesting. What's wrong, Master Grey?" Logan asked uncomfortably. "It's none of your business." Grey Master interrupted him by waving his branches, staring at Joan hurriedly and asking, "Little guy, where are you calling?" "Yolfheim." Joan told the truth. "Oh, I knew it." Gushu suddenly grinned, his thick beard shuddered with laughter. "Master Grey, do you recognize Joan?" Logan asked in surprise. "I don't know this little guy, but I know the stick on him." "Weird. Why is there still an evil breath?" Grey Master smiled and looked at Joan suspiciously. "Little guy, apart from me, old did brother's branches carry other evil plants with him?" Joan thought for a while and nodded. "In addition to a branch given to me by Grandpa White, there is also the Ganshia's root that was accidentally obtained during the journey. It is said that this is the root of the Ganshia's magic tree. Cultists can use it to control the withered monster, but it is useless in my hands. Ha! Demon Tree of Ganxias? What an abominable name. This reminds me of some unpleasant past. Grey Master's face was somber. Sorry, I am not sincerely angering your old man. Joan secretly regretted that he should leave the Gantia's route at Logan's house before coming to see Master Grey today. No, little guy, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I want to thank you for bringing the Gantia's root here. That abominable thing is very useful to me. Thanks to this tree root, maybe I can work out a good way to deal with the Gantia's magic tree. Would you give it to me? Of course I do. It's useless anyway, Joan said frankly. Gushue reappeared with a smile on his face, and said gently, "Good boy, thank you for your generosity. You can rest assured, my lord, I will not give you anything in vain. I will definitely repay you. Now let me look at your legs." Joan nodded, leaning on a cane, and staggered to the old tree. Master Grey hung down 2 branches, as if with flexible hands, gently stroking Joan's calf wrapped under bandages and splints. "Oh, it's really not a bad injury. You little monkey cubs, just like Naughty, jumping up and down all day, the result is good. Broke your leg. If you are like the old man, my feet are rooted in the ground, steady. Where is it going to suffer?" Joan listened to the old prophet's falling and was helpless and I was not a tree, and he couldn't root the earth like his old man. Master Grey was nagging on his mouth, and he was not idle on his hands. 2 soft branches wrapped around Joan's calf, which inspired a divine magic. The sore numbness was dispelled, and his legs gradually regained consciousness. Relative to arcane, Joan's knowledge of supernatural powers is relatively superficial, but it's not difficult to see that the magical power that Grey Master used to heal his wounds is mostly 6-ring medical skills. Only such high-level gods in order to heal the broken leg bones in an instant. After Master Grey casts a spell, he removes the bandage and splint on Joan's leg with a stick, and motions him to give it a try. Joan walked around the tree twice, feeling that the soles of the feet were light and the leg muscles were still swollen, but they were much better than before the treatment. He threw away his crutches and walked slowly around the tree again. Every step was very steady. This kind of down-to-earth feeling was really a long time gone. Joan stopped and bowed deeply to the old prophet with gratitude. Grey Master chuckled and waved a branch to signal that he didn't need to be polite. Then he told him again that although his broken leg bones had healed, the muscle and muscle damage caused still needed to be slowly rested to fully recover. At least for the next 2 months, try not to exercise vigorously, pay attention to cold and warmth, avoid leaves equally. If you don't listen to my old man's advice, your legs will hurt when it rains on a cloudy day. Your boy will suffer. I must keep your old man's warning in mind and take care of the wounds. Kiaun replied obediently. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 598 Enhanced version of Branch of Ilmancer. Master Grey nodded with satisfaction, turned his face and said to Logan, "I have a few words to tell Joan alone. You guys are waiting outside, don't you overhear?" Logan looked suspicious, but obediently left the woods and stood by a stone pillar waiting for Joan. As soon as Logan left, Grey Master smiled and asked Joan, "How is my old man? Is it old enough to lose its leaves?" "Not at all. Grandpa Laobei is very spiritual. More spirit than me. This ... almost. Oh, damn old guy. Can you really live longer and younger?" Grey Master plucked his beard and asked Joan unwillingly, "At least, the old guy is not as handsome as me." Joan froze for a moment and reluctantly replied with a smile, "It seems so." That's right." Grey Master proudly raised 2 branches around the trunk, posing with his hands on his hips. "After all, I'm younger than it, so vibrant." Joan secretly funny, this old grandfather, really old-fashioned. "My brother has been in the Algonquin Valley all these years. How is his life going?" Grey Master asked Joan. "Very good. There are villagers taking care of it, and Sharon and Shujing are chatting with the old people to relieve boredom. The only thing he cares about is you and another unaccounted sister. Qian honestly conveyed Lao Bei voice. Yeah, there is a younger sister. I heard that she lives in the extreme north of the New World, a place called Niflheim, and is companion with the Stygian witch all day long. Grey Master sighed, quietly say, I don't understand what the little girl thinks. Why do you take root in such a desolate and cold place? It's freezing and snowy. This day is too hard. Joan listened silently to it and couldn't help thinking of the polar scenery described by Clark. When Clark was traveling in the area of Niflheim, I never heard of the rumors of the third strain of Ilminster, but unfortunately since the loss in the Cloud City, this frost giant friend has no news. Now he could not inquire about these things. Okay, don't talk about these old things, little guy. Please show me the Gandias roots. Master Grey urged. Joan quickly opened the storage bag, took out the Gandias roots, and held it with both hands. Master Grey stretched out the branches, wrapped the tree roots in front of him and carefully observed. Suddenly opened his mouth like a tree hole, and swallowed the dark red roots with evil magic in one bite. Just when Joan looked stunned, Master Grey sucked his lips and then extended a branch to him. Hand over the branch my brother gave you. Joan recovered, quickly picked up the branch of Ilminster and handed it to Master Grey. Master Grey took the branch and chanted a prayer praising the origin of nature in a low voice. The natural power of the body was injected into the branch of Ilminster through the branch, which made the emerald green branch shine brightly. The mysterious blessing ceremony lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour, and then Master Grey looked tired, as if overdrawing energy, slowly hanging down the branches, and returning the branch of Ilminster to Joan. Collect this branch, little guy. I just injected new power into it. You can use this branch to deal with evil plants, and you can use it to heal good plants, even if it is a gift for you. Joan thanked him and took over the branch of Ilminster strengthened by Master Grey. He was identified with curiosity, and he realized that the branch had acquired a new ability in addition to its original function. Up to 7 times per day, Joan can stimulate the positive energy contained in the branches, causing up to 10 energy levels of damage to the evil plants or fungus creatures within our radius of 120 feet, and at the same time give the good plants or fungus creatures in the range, provide 10 levels of treatment effect. This new function is very similar to the priest's unique professional ability to lead positive energy, but the positive energy directed by the priests is used to kill the undead and heal the living. The positive guided by the branch of Ilminster energy can kill evil plants like withered monsters and heal good plants like tree people. After seeing the new features of branch of Ilminster, Joan was so stunned that he suddenly remembered that he could temporarily become a tree man with the help of this magical branch. Unlike the second ring morph, this is a supernatural morph effect. After becoming a tree man, Joan not only can obtain powerful power attributes, his own biological type is no longer human, but is temporarily transformed into activated plants. Qian feels that he is generally a kinder person, so he becomes a tree person, and will naturally belong to the camp of good plants. Wouldn't he also be able to enjoy treatment while leading positive energy treatment? Joan couldn't help but tell his guess in the face of Master Grey, and asked him whether this line of thought was realistic. After Master Grey heard it, he nodded with a smile. Little fellow, you are very clever, and immediately grasped the correct usage of this branch. It is worthy of my brother's favored little clever ghost. Joan scratched her head a little embarrassedly, and then came up with a new idea. Lao Bei and Grey Master are both ancient trees of mythology. The energy they inject into the branch of Ilminster is essentially the power of mythology. Joan himself also has mythical power, and he still remembers when he picked up Tears of Gods. He once received tips on how to use mythical power. One of the ways is to use mythical power to charge the magic guide. Yes, but Joan hasn't tried it so far. Based on the above 2 facts, Joan naturally thinks of a possibility. If the branch of Ilminster exhausts the number of uses of leading positive energy that day, Can he use his own mythical power, recharge the branch of Ilmancer, and restore the number of times that positive energy is used? This idea is relatively easy to verify, and Joan does not need to ask Master Grey to directly start the branch of Ilmancer, inspiring a circle of silver waves containing holy energy. The surrounding trees swayed, absorbing the positive energy released by Joan, as if to become extra strong. The Grey Master on the opposite side also obtained a therapeutic effect. Although the old man was not injured or sick, he could still see a lot of spirit. Huh? Little boy, what do you do to lead positive energy for no reason? Huh? I know, you little monkey cubs, it's just too restless, coupled with excess curiosity. I can't help getting new toys. Fiddle around a few times. Grey Master smiled and laughed. Joan didn't explain. He twitched a branch of energy in the handshake, silently inspired a mythical force, and tried to inject it into the branch of Ilmancer. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 599 Mythical Recharge. As Joan expected, the mythical energy was absorbed by the branch of Ilmancer without hindrance, and the green leaves dripping with a hazy glow seemed extremely charming, but the positive energy just consumed. Joan was a little surprised that he was not reborn immediately because he drew the power of myth. After frowning and thinking for a moment, Joan's eyes gradually emerged. Energy is exchanged between two different systems. It is normal for energy loss to occur during the exchange process, and it is usually unlikely that it will have more energy than before the exchange. Joan's mythical power grows synchronously with his own ability to cast spells. The energy contained in a mythical power is always equivalent to the highest ring spell position that Joan can currently use. Joan is a 4th level wizard. The highest level spell he masters is only 2 rings. The upper limit of the magic power of the tuned level spell against the group's target is 5 energy levels. It is conceivable that every time he stimulates a mythical power, he transforms, and the resulting magic power is only 5 energy levels at most, which is 5 degrees magic energy level units. Every time the branch of Ilmancer consumes guided positive energy, how many energy levels does it release? Just now Lord Grey made it very clear that it is 10 energy levels, which is 10 degrees. Since the branch of Ilmancer consumes 10 degrees of energy, he only charges it with 5 degrees of energy. This is obviously not enough, and of course it cannot be matched. At least an additional 5 degrees of energy is required to restore the number of Ilmancer's branches to guide positive energy. With such a thought, Joan once again inspired the power of myth and continued to recharge the branch of Ilmancer in his hand. As a result, as he calculated, the magic power transformed by the 2 mythical powers was just enough to restore the lead positive energy once, and no energy level was wasted. According to this little experiment, Joan has a deeper understanding of the law of the conversion of energy between different attributes. In the future, if you are promoted to a 5th level mage, you can get 3 ring spells, and the level of mythical power will also be increased to 10 degrees. By then, you only need to consume a mythical power to give Ilmin. The branch of Zur is filled with magic power enough to excite guided positive energy once. With rejoicing, Joan offered his farewell to Grey Master, and then left the woods to meet Uncle Logan, who was waiting for him outside of Stonehenge. Logan did not inquire about what Joan had talked with Master Grey alone, only to say that it was not early, and urged him to get in the car quickly, and Easter, Hucken, and Slood were still waiting for them to go home for dinner. Sitting on the galloping carriage, Joan was lost in thought. It has been more than half a month since I came to Town, and now his leg injury has basically healed. The Labei entrusted him to visit Grey Master, and there is no reason to stay in Town. Considering that it was the end of December, Joan felt it was time to set off for Midgard City. After entering the city, he still has a lot of trivial matters to deal with, such as inquiring about the enrollment of the Austrian Academy of Law, understanding the quality and academic level of the tutors, in order to decide which tutor to apply for graduate students, and finally renting a building near the school apartment, calm down to prepare for the Austrian and French graduate exam. The more time he felt, the more time was pressing, and Joan had to bite the bullet and tell Uncle Logan. Logan listened quietly as he finished his next plan, with a broad smile on his face. "Joan, Uncle, I'm a rough man. I haven't read a few days, and I don't know much about the condition of Mage Joan University, but you are confident to apply to our highest school in the New World. Based on this, Uncle has a reason for you. I am proud." Joan's cheeks were flushed, and he said embarrassedly, "I just tried it." Not necessarily. In fact, he is not even able to meet the most basic entry requirements for Austrian and French graduates. Candidates must be at least a 5th level wizard or a 6th level warlock, and he still can't reach it, leaving him less than 3 months to prepare for the exam, which is really in his heart bottomless. "Joan, Uncle supports you to pursue your dreams and study hard at Mage Joan University. It is best to stay in the school as a teaching assistant after graduation. In the future, you will be promoted to lecturer, associate professor, have a stable job, good income, and social status. This simple and peaceful life really suits your personality." Joan listened fascinated. In his life, apart from studying hard, he has no other specialties. Coupled with his introverted personality and fear of social activities, it seems that he can really only find a foothold in the ivory tower far away from worldly disputes. If, as Uncle Logan said, a step-by-step improvement in academics and a teaching position in college, it is indeed the life plan that best fits his personal preferences. Unfortunately, this plan looks beautiful, but it is difficult to achieve. Not to mention that Joan hasn't even taken the first step now. Even if he really has the opportunity to stay in school in the future, he's awkward and shy with his clumsy language skills. Where dare he stand on the podium to those what about students who are almost his age? Fortunately, he is a mythical mage with an intellectual property of up to 29. Joan is somewhat confident in his academic ability, but he has no confidence in his teaching ability. This was verified in Housetown. At that time, he tried to make up for Alan Davis, who was preparing to apply for the preparatory class of Leiden College, and the effect was not even satisfactory to him. The well-respected professors can focus on academic research regardless of teaching, but young teachers do not have such qualifications. Joan can't help but worry deeply about his future. Isn't this the only career path that suits him? Logan realized that Joan was dazed and sad, and patted his shoulder with a smile. "It's not too late to worry about things in the future. There is no need to worry now. Uncle can't help you with your studies." Fortunately, Uncle recognizes an old friend who is quite energetic in Midget City. "Look at me. Go on. The grandfather should give you some care." Then, he parked the carriage at the door of his house and took 2 letters from his arms. "I knew you were going long ago. I prepared 2 referral letters for you in advance. One was for Schmidt Anvil, the owner of the Schmidt Arsenal in the Forge Valley. This Mr. Dwarf was our Walsung family for many years. The partner who came here, the batch of magic crystal guns we escorted before was customized in the arsenal he opened. Don't you want to match the revolver with a bullet? Go to the Forge Valley to find Schmidt and give him this letter. If unexpected, Schmidt will try to meet your requirements. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.unclenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 600. Legendary Man Joan received the first letter of recommendation and thanked Uncle Logan gratefully. Logan waved his hand to signal that no politeness was needed, picked up the second letter, his smile on his face converged, and his expression became more solemn. "You must keep this second letter properly. When you arrive in Midget City, go to the golf business, find a man named Joseph Adams, and give him this letter." Golf business? Joseph Adams? Hearing 2 familiar names, Joan couldn't help being surprised. Golf business? He once heard from the editor-in-chief of Leiden Post, Miss Miranda Fisher. The firm used the legitimate business as a cover, but it was actually the secret headquarters of the Son of Freedom in Midget City. As for Joseph Adams, Joan also had a connection. This person has a higher status in the Children's Freedom Association than Miss Miranda. Joan has a letter of recommendation from Miss Miranda to transfer him to Adams. China entrusted Adams and his colleagues in the Midgard area to take care of him. Now when Logan suddenly mentioned the Gulf business and Joseph Adams, Joan couldn't help but have a question. Uncle Logan ... You are also a member of the Son of Freedom Association? I am an Azza. How can I join the underground gang of colonists? Logan smiled and shook his head. I'm not a full member of Son of Freedom, but I have a good relationship with the senior members of the association. The old friend you mentioned just now refers to Mr. Adams? Joan then asked. It's not Adams, but another person with more energy in Adams. The real big guys don't need to show their heads. They can solve the problem in one sentence. Logan lowered his voice, mysterious expression. My interaction with the big guy. I don't even know my wife and children. This is not only because of the tension between the Walsong tribe and the colonizers, but also because the big man has always been local and doesn't want his name to be heard by outsiders. Moreover, his reputation is real. It's too big and there are too many enemies. If the news that he is still alive is exposed, he will definitely dominate the headlines of all newspapers in the New World. Which character is that gentleman, Uncle Logan? Is it convenient for me to disclose? Joan couldn't help but wonder. Since I have written to entrust the gentleman to take care of you, sooner or later you will see him personally, and there is no need to hide you. But you must swear that you must not tell anyone of the gentleman's address unless he has his consent. Liu Root faces grim. I can't tell you the address of the gentleman directly. But let you go to the Gulf business office first, and then hand over the letter to Adams, and then Adams will transfer it to the gentleman, who will decide whether to meet you. I also don't want to go against the oath I made, and I have to spend a lot of money on it. You can rest assured, I swear to keep my mouth tight. Joan solemnly promised, and became more and more curious. Joan, you came from Alfheim. Have you heard of a famous war hero in the local area? People call him Lord Castis. This. Joe Anton suddenly changed his face. Countless thoughts flashed in my mind, and the faces of Sister Martha and Rebecca seemed close to her. After all, you are still young, and you haven't heard that the name of the Lord is normal. It doesn't matter. You only need to know that the Lord is now in seclusion in the city of Midgard. The public identity is a retired military officer who is sick and cultivated. Straightforward, hardly appearing on social occasions. Few people know that he is the current board chairman of the Midgard Colonial Company and the chairman of the board of directors of the Midgard University. He casually said a word. Even more than Midgard, the words of the colonial governor are more effective. Uncle Logan whispered. Joan was dumbfounded. Sister Martha and Rebecca had told him long ago that they suspected that his father was still alive, and that he was in Midgard City, but he had never heard from him. Now after listening to Logan's words, the Sister Castis's guesses have been verified for many years, but Joan did not expect that Sir Castis, who has a strange pedigree similar to him, is not only still alive, but also the decision-making power of the Colonial Company and Midgard University is in his hand, which is equivalent to mastering the two major powers of economy and education. Logan said that his power exceeds the excellency of the governor. High status and great influence. Such a big man has not shown himself in the public eye for more than a decade. Few people know of his existence. What is the purpose of incognito and incognito? Joan was lost in thought. Joan, Lord Castis is my old friend and the most admired person in my life. You must know that in my capacity, it is reasonable not to associate with officials of the colonial government, otherwise you will betray your family. Suspect, but this does not affect my friendship with Lord Castis, because I have a common ideal with him. Logan smiled. Uncle, what is your common ambition? Joanne asked curiously. Both of us hate war and don't want to see the colonizers and the aborigines kill each other again, shed blood and sacrifice. We are both committed to pushing the colonists and the aborigines to resolve hatred. Just like when the colonists first came to this new continent, the two sides worked together to help each other, give up the struggle for interests, share this vast and fertile land at our feet and the rich mineral resources buried deep in the earth, and jointly build a beautiful home that belongs to our entire humanity. I firmly believe that it will be free for everyone, equal heaven on earth." Logan scratched his head in embarrassment and said a little embarrassedly, "You might think that this kind of thinking is too naive for me to be unrealistic. In fact, I also know that people like myself are too small and have very limited abilities. It is impossible for me to work alone to bring about settlement between the colonists and the Aborigines, but Lord Castis is different. In terms of character and ability, he is a well-deserved great person. Very likely it is also the only great man of our time and our continent that is still alive. Although he is very ill, people worry that he will take a breath in the next second. But he is Sir Castis after all. As long as Lord is still alive, the colonizers of Midgard and our Aborigines have reached an agreement. Hope for reconciliation." Hearing Uncle Logan's heartfelt compliments to Sir Castis, and then comparing Martha and Ribka's memories of his father, and the secretly mentioned experience of his interaction with Sir Castis before his grandfather's death, Joan couldn't help but have a strong curiosity about this legendary figure with influence in the two major colonies of Alfheim and Midgard. After receiving the referral letter from Uncle Logan, Joan secretly made up his mind. "I will come to the city of Midgard. I must try to visit Sir Castis and see for myself whether he is really like the legend." Amazing. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.untlenovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest.